Welcome back, my friend. I'm here tonight to help you fall asleep. Please support me with a like, a comment, and a subscription. The channel is going through a tough time. Tell me from where you're watching and what time it is for you. It helps a lot. Let's try to reach 100 likes and 100 comments on this video, and feel free to share your thoughts freely. Thank you from the heart, and now, let's begin. After 8 years as a park ranger in Olympic National Forest, I thought I'd seen it all. The majestic Douglas firs stretching toward heaven, black bears foraging along creek beds, the occasional cougar tracks crossing hiking trails. Rangers often joke that we don't choose the wilderness, it chooses us. For me, that calling came after college, when suburban life felt like a cage closing in. The isolation that drives most people mad gives me peace until it didn't. Station 14 sits on the northwestern ridge, 37 miles from the nearest town. Even by ranger standards, it's remote. My supervisor called it character building when he handed me the assignment. What he meant was that nobody else wanted it after what happened to the previous ranger. Radio check-ins twice daily, no exceptions, he'd warned, avoiding my eyes. And Mitchell? Don't go exploring after dark. The cabin was standard issue. Solar panels, wood stove, metal desk cluttered with topographical maps, and a shelf of procedure manuals. Previous occupants had left their marks. Carved initials in the porch railing, a forgotten King novel with dog-eared pages, coffee stains on the ceiling from what must have been a spectacular mishap. It felt almost homey, if home was supposed to feel like you were being watched. My first week passed uneventfully. I maintained trails, documented wildlife sightings, and assisted the occasional hiker. The log from my predecessor ended abruptly 3 months earlier, just stopped mid-sentence, during a routine entry about unusual tracks found near Blackwater Creek. Management claimed he'd had a family emergency, but rangers talk. There were rumors about a mental breakdown, about him radioing in reports of something following him for days. I dismissed it as wilderness psychosis. Isolation plays tricks on the mind. On day 9, my radio crackled to life at 3:17 a.m. Help, coordinates. Static swallowed the rest of the transmission. I logged it immediately, triangulating the approximate location. Deadfall Basin, a particularly treacherous section 5 miles north. Search and rescue protocol dictated waiting until first light. But the voice had sounded desperate. Dawn was 3 hours away. I geared up anyway. The forest at night is another dimension entirely. Headlamp illuminating just feet ahead. I navigated by compass and memory, the beam catching glimpses of eyes watching from the underbrush. Nothing unusual for nocturnal creatures, until I noticed they were all 7 feet off the ground. I documented everything in my field notebook, the way they trained us. Strange reflection patterns observed at coordinates 47°41'N, 123°42'W. Wildlife behavior abnormal, no ambient sound. That's when I realized the silence. No insects chirping, no owls hooting, not even wind rustling leaves, just my own breathing and footsteps on pine needles. Near Deadfall Basin, I found the first anomaly. A pine tree bent completely horizontal about 8 feet up, like something had pushed it over and held it there until it grew that way. Not weather damage, not bears. Bears don't stack rocks in perfect towers 5 feet high, which is what I found next, arranged in a circle 50 yards in diameter. In the center of the circle, a single boot. Men's size 13, standard Park Service issue. I photographed everything, fighting rising panic as my radio refused to connect back to base. Just atmospheric interference, I told myself. Common in these mountains. The distress call had come from somewhere beyond the circle. I hesitated at its edge, every ranger instinct screaming to retreat and return with backup. But someone needed help. I stepped over the stone boundary and the forest seemed to exhale around me. Deeper in, I found the first tracks. 22 inches long, human-shaped but impossibly large with 5 distinct toes. Fresh. My training said to document, photograph, cast with plaster if possible. My instinct said to run. Instead, I followed them. They led to a clearing where the trees opened up to reveal the night sky. That's when I heard it, wood knocking against wood, 3 distinct strikes, then silence. A response came from behind me. 3 identical knocks. I wasn't alone in these woods, and I wasn't at the top of the food chain. In ranger training, they teach you about bear encounters, getting lost, extreme weather. They don't prepare you for the feeling of being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. I never found the source of the distress call that night. But as I retreated back to the cabin, I couldn't shake the certainty that whatever had made those tracks had wanted me there, that the call had been bait. Back at Station 14, I barricaded the door and windows before sunrise. Later, I'd tell myself I overreacted. But when I reviewed my camera footage, every photo from the stone circle onward showed only static, except the last one, which captured what looked like a large, dark figure standing among distant trees. Just a shadow, I told myself. A trick of light, but I knew better. And I knew it would be back. The incident report I filed about Deadfall Basin mentioned unusual tracks and possible wildlife disturbance. Not the impossible footprints, not the knocking sounds, certainly nothing about what locals called the Old Man of the Mountain. Career suicide comes in many forms, and Bigfoot sightings rank high on that list. Probably just a bear, my supervisor radioed back. A lot of unusual activity lately. Might want to check these coordinates. He sent me to a location 10 miles east, where hikers had gone missing 3 days earlier. Ashley and Mark Trevino, experienced backpackers from Seattle, had stopped checking in with family. Their permit indicated they should have exited the trail 2 days ago. Standard procedure, I'd hike their route backward, looking for signs of departure from the trail. The morning was deceptively beautiful as I set out, sunlight streaming through canopy, birdsong filling the air. Normal, peaceful. I almost believed I'd imagined the previous night's events until I found the first marker. A branch, twisted into a crude loop hanging at eye level. Not natural, not a standard trail sign. Half a mile further, another, 3 sticks forming a triangle, bound with what looked disturbingly like human hair. At the Trevino's last known campsite, their tent stood untouched. Sleeping bags neatly arranged, 2 cups of cold cocoa beside the extinguished fire. Their backpacks leaned against a tree containing wallets, phones, car keys. No one abandons essential gear voluntarily. This is Ranger Mitchell at coordinate point 47-48 N 123-33W. Located missing hikers campsite. No sign of subjects. Evidence suggests. I hesitated, not wanting to say abduction over official channels. Sudden departure. I photographed everything, including deep impressions in the soft earth leading away from camp. The same massive footprints from Deadfall Basin. The search radius expanded, protocol dictating I follow signs of disturbance. The prints led to a creek bed where I found Ashley Trevino's bright blue bandana snagged on a branch. Blood speckled the fabric. Beyond that, a clearing where the ground told a violent story. Soil churned up, broken branches, drag marks, and piled neatly at the center. Every electronic device the couple had carried, methodically dismantled, batteries separated, SIM cards crushed. Whatever's out there, a veteran ranger once told me, it's learning. The trail went cold at a rock face too sheer to climb. I documented the scene, collecting the bandana as evidence and prepared to radio for backup when I noticed silence had fallen again. That unnatural absence of sound that had preceded my encounter at Deadfall Basin. Something watched me from the tree line. I couldn't see it, but I felt its attention like physical pressure. Slowly, I unholstered my sidearm. Park rangers seldom carry firearms, but Station 14's remoteness made it standard equipment. I'd never drawn it outside of training. This is a restricted wildlife research area. I called out using our standard warning. Identify yourself. In response came a smell. Rot and musk and something primally terrifying. Then a sound no human throat could make. A low, rattling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. 20 feet up in a hemlock, branches swayed though there was no wind. Something massive moved between trees with impossible silence. Just glimpses, dark fur, a hulking shadow never in focus. My radio erupted with Ashley Trevino's voice. Help us! Then dead air. That's when I ran. Abandoning search procedure, abandoning everything but survival instinct. The forest blurred around me as I sprinted downhill toward Station 14. Behind me, trees cracked and something howled. A sound that started like a wolf's call but descended into something deeper, older. I made it back to the cabin as dusk fell. Locking every entrance, windows shuttered. The radio remained ominously silent despite my repeated calls to base. Outside, something circled the clearing. Watching, waiting. That night, I pored over old ranger logs, searching for patterns. Dozens of animal disturbance reports, several missing hikers cases marked unresolved, and buried in a report from 1978, a photograph of the same twisted branch markers I'd found, labeled simply, warning signs they'd known all along. Everyone senior to me knew what stalked these woods. They just decided not to name it. I loaded my shotgun and waited for dawn, knowing with terrible certainty that I wasn't searching for the Trevinos anymore. I was next on its list. Dawn brought no comfort. 3 massive logs had been stacked against my cabin door overnight, each weighing several hundred pounds. A warning or a message. Either way, it took me 2 hours to clear the entrance. Outside, a perfect circle of mushrooms had sprouted around the cabin perimeter. Ranger training teaches you to recognize natural phenomena, and fairy rings are common enough. But not overnight. Not in perfect symmetry. I needed information. Station 14's neglected filing cabinet yielded yellowed incident reports dating back to the 1950s. Carefully worded accounts of unidentified bipedal, wildlife, and unexplained disappearances filled folder after. Folder 1 name appeared repeatedly. Dr. Eleanor Marsh, anthropologist. Her field notes from 1976 described interviewing indigenous elders about forest, guardians, and documenting communication patterns of non-human intelligences in Olympic wilderness. Her research abruptly ended that November. The final entry simply read, "They're not what we think. They've been waiting for us to understand." The library shelf held her book, Wilderness Consciousness, Interspecies Communication. Protocols. Heavy academic language disguising something more disturbing, her belief that certain forest entities possessed not just intelligence, but a complex culture and a communication system beyond human comprehension. The fundamental error, she wrote, is assuming they avoid human contact out of fear. The evidence suggests they're studying us. The question isn't whether Sasquatch exists, but why it allows itself to be glimpsed at all. On page 217, a passage struck me cold. They communicate through arranged objects, wood knocks, and infrasound. They're drawn to humans who enter the forest alone. They test boundaries, and they remember those who show respect versus those who don't. I'd been followed since day 1. The distress calls, the missing hikers, all part of some test. The radio crackled, making me jump. Mitchell? Base here. Search team for the Trevinos is assembled. ETA your location 0800 tomorrow. Sit tight. Relief washed over me until the voice added, Team leader is Ranger Dawson. Dawson, the ranger who'd abandoned Station 14 3 months earlier after his breakdown. I grabbed the radio. Request different personnel. Dawson isn't... Static swallowed my words. Then beneath the white noise, a familiar voice, not from base. Coming back, showing you need to see. Dawson's voice. But wrong somehow. Strained. Outside my window, movement caught my eye. Against Ranger protocol, I'd set up trail cameras around the cabin perimeter. My laptop showed camera 3 triggered by motion. The footage revealed only trees at first, then shifted slightly as something adjusted the angle. Pointed deliberately at my window. The final frame captured what looked like massive hair-covered fingers at the edge of the lens. It was learning my technology. Using it, night fell too quickly. I barricaded myself inside, shotgun across my lap, reading Marsh's increasingly erratic later chapters by lantern light. Her final hypothesis chilled me. They don't hunt humans for food. They collect. Specimens that interest them are taken for study, occasionally returned, though never quite the same. The wind rose outside, carrying strange harmonics, almost like words just below comprehension. I tried the radio again, receiving only a child's laugh in response. No children lived within 20 miles of this station. At 3:17 a.m., exactly 24 hours after the first distress call, my laptop pinged with motion alerts from every camera simultaneously. The feeds showed nothing but blackness. Then camera 1 cleared momentarily, revealing Mark Trevino's face pressed against the lens, eyes wide, mouth moving silently. Behind him loomed a massive shadow. The power died seconds later. Even my battery-operated devices went dead simultaneously. In the perfect darkness, 3 distinct knocks sounded against my cabin wall. Then 3 more from the opposite wall. They were surrounding me. Through the window, I glimpsed multiple sets of eyes reflecting my flashlight beam, some at 7 feet, others at 9 feet high. The impossible mathematics of what waited outside. My training manual never covered what to do when the forest itself turns against you. When search and rescue becomes something much darker. Dawn was hours away, and I knew with dreadful certainty that help wasn't coming. The search team was just another lure. I had one choice: understand why I'd been chosen, or become another missing person report in Station 14's files. The longest night of my life ended with birds singing as if nothing had happened. I emerged cautiously at first light, shotgun ready, to find every camera destroyed, not just disabled, but methodically dismantled, components arranged in precise geometric patterns. Most disturbing was what hung from my porch railing, my own jacket, which had been inside my locker. They'd entered while I dozed fitfully in the pre-dawn hours, touched my belongings, perhaps watched me sleep. The forest felt different now, alive with attention. Eyes tracked my movements from the shadowed places between trees. The sense of being studied intensified with each passing hour. I needed to prepare for the search team's arrival. If Dawson was compromised, I couldn't trust whoever came with him. Yet abandoning my post meant certain disciplinary action, possibly termination. The rational choice was to wait for backup while securing my position. But rationality felt increasingly irrelevant in these woods. Mid-morning, I hiked to the ridge for better radio reception. The frequency finally cleared enough to reach actual base. This is Mitchell at Station 14, requesting verification on incoming search team. Over. The response chilled me. No search team deployed to your location, Mitchell. Trevino case has been transferred to county authorities. Are you requesting assistance? Over. Before I could respond, another voice cut through. Dawson's, but distant, distorted. It's watching you right now, Mitchell. Behind you. Always behind you. I spun around to empty forest. Dawson, if you're out there, I can help you. Come to the station. Laughter crackled through static. Too late for help. They've been here since before us. Learning, waiting. You've been chosen to understand. The transmission died. I tried reaching base again, but the frequency remained dead. Returning to the cabin, I found a gift waiting on my porch. A perfect circle of fresh blackberries arranged around a folded piece of paper. On it, coordinates written in what appeared to be charcoal. Every protocol warned against following mysterious directions from unknown sources. But I recognized the handwriting from the filing cabinet. Eleanor Marsh's distinct angular script. The coordinates led to a location 3 miles northeast, deep in restricted territory. Official maps marked it as Watershed Protection Area, but Marsh's notes had called it something else. Contact Site Alpha. I packed emergency supplies, left an official log entry detailing my destination, and headed out. Standard ranger procedure when investigating research sites. The forest grew denser as I approached the coordinates, trees packed so tightly they blocked most sunlight. Temperature dropped noticeably. The silence returned. That vacuum of natural sound that signaled their presence. At the exact coordinates stood a stone structure older than the national park itself. A crude shelter built into a cliff face, mouth gaping like a wound in the mountainside. Above the entrance, ancient petroglyphs depicted elongated humanoid figures towering over smaller human forms. Inside, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. Modern equipment cluttered the prehistoric space. Weather-damaged scientific instruments, a rusted metal desk, solar-powered sensors, still blinking active after decades. Marsh's research station. Abandoned in 1976, yet somehow maintained. Her journal lay on the desk, preserved in a waterproof case, final entries describing breakthrough communication and invitation to deeper understanding. The last page held only one line. They aren't monsters. We are. A sound from deeper within the cave. Shuffling, then 3 distinct knocks. Professional training warred with primal fear. I should retreat, report, return with a team. Instead, I answered with 3 knocks of my own. Silence. Then 3 more knocks farther in. They were inviting me deeper. The tunnel narrowed, requiring me to crouch, then crawl. My headlamp illuminated ancient paintings covering the walls. Humans hunting alongside massive hair-covered figures. Humans offering gifts to these same figures. Humans transformed into something neither human nor beast. The tunnel opened into a chamber where modern equipment surrounded a stone altar. On it lay objects I recognized with horror. Mark Trevino's boots. Ashley's camera.
Dawson's Ranger badge, and most terrifyingly my own notebook, which had been in my pocket minutes before. Movement registered at the edge of my vision, massive, swift, impossible to focus on directly. My headlamp flickered, then died. In the darkness, hot breath against my neck, a voice that wasn't quite a voice, more vibration than sound, forming words, witness. I turned slowly, flashlight revealing what I'd been avoiding since the first night. 9 feet of matted fur, broad shoulders, a face both animal and disturbingly intelligent, eyes reflecting red, then green, then a color human language doesn't name. It could have killed me instantly. Instead, it extended a massive hand, palm up, offering what looked like a small stone carving, a human figure wearing a ranger hat. I took it, fingers trembling, breaking every protocol about wildlife interaction. The creature nodded once, then melted into darkness with impossible silence for something its size. On the cave wall behind where it stood, freshly carved words in English, "Now you are marked." I fled. The stone figure clutched in my hand, burning like ice against my skin. Whatever understanding I'd been chosen for, I wanted no part of it. Back at the cabin, the radio finally connected to base. The search team, the real one, would arrive tomorrow morning. Too late, I realized. Far too late, because the stone figure wasn't a gift, it was a beacon. The forest transformed at dusk. Mist crawled between trees, clinging to the ground like something alive. I'd secured the cabin as best I could. Windows barricaded, doors reinforced. The shotgun lay across my lap, though instinct told me it would provide little protection against what circled outside. I tried destroying the stone figure, first attempting to break it, then bury it, finally locking it in the metal storage box under my bed. Each time I returned, it sat on my desk, untouched, watching. The radio alternated between static and fragments of impossible conversations, my own voice reporting findings I hadn't discovered yet. Dawson laughing about the collection, and once, unmistakably, Eleanor Marsh whispering, "They're older than the mountains, older than memory." At midnight, the power cut out again. My watch stopped at 12:17 and even my flashlight batteries drained instantly. Only the moonlight filtering through window cracks provided visibility. The knocking began. Not just 3 distinct knocks, but complex patterns against every surface of the cabin simultaneously. Rhythmic, insistent, almost musical in their precision, the language of something ancient communicating. Between patterns, silence so absolute I could hear my own heartbeat, then whispering, multiple voices circling the cabin, speaking fragments of English mixed with sounds no human throat could produce. Ranger, collection, worthy specimen, witness. The temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me as frost formed on interior walls. Something massive walked across the cabin roof, wood creaking beneath impossible weight. At the window, a face appeared. Human but wrong, features distorted like a reflection in troubled water. Mark Trevino's eyes, but empty of everything that had made him human, pressed against the glass. Behind him stood a towering shadow. "They need to understand us." Mark's voice came through, hollow and mechanical, like we needed to understand them. The shadow moved, revealing itself in moonlight, taller than any recorded Sasquatch sighting, ancient beyond reckoning, eyes reflecting knowledge no human was meant to comprehend. It raised one massive hand, fingers splayed against the window, frost patterns spreading from each point of contact. Mark spoke again, but his lips didn't match the words. "The collection grows. Special specimens who can bridge worlds. You've been chosen to join us." The window glass began to crack beneath pressure, tiny fractures spreading like spider webs. I backed away, training my shotgun on the weakening barrier. "I'm a federal officer," I called out, voice steadier than I felt. "You are trespassing on protected land." Laughter echoed, not just outside but inside my head. The stone figure on my desk began to glow with soft blue light, pulsing like a heartbeat. The window shattered inward. Cold air rushed through with the scent of pine and rot and something metallic like blood. Massive fingers curled around the window frame. I fired the shotgun, the blast deafening in the confined space. The creature recoiled with a roar that shook the foundation itself. Not from pain, from surprise. In that moment of confusion, I grabbed, My emergency pack and the damn stone figure. Bolting through the rear door into the forest. Running was against protocol. Abandoning my post was against protocol. But protocol assumed natural threats. The forest seemed to bend around me as I fled, trails shifting, landmarks appearing where none had been before. I'd navigated these woods for 9 days, yet nothing was familiar now. Moonlight filtered through branches in impossible angles, casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. Behind me, movement through the trees. Not just one massive form, but many, converging from all directions. The entire forest had awakened, and it was hurting me. I reached the ridge overlooking Blackwater Creek, my headlamp finally sputtering to life to reveal the water running uphill, defying gravity itself. Reality unraveling at the seams. There, on the opposite bank, stood a figure I recognized from personnel files. Eleanor Marsh, unchanged since her 1976 photograph, watching me with eyes that reflected moonlight like an animal's. The collection needs specialists, her voice carried across the water. Rangers, scientists, those who can teach them. Teach them what? I called back, edging along the ridge, searching for escape. Her smile stretched too wide across an unchanged face. How to walk among us when they return to the cities. They've been practicing with the specimens, learning to pass. The implications hit me with nauseating clarity. Marsh hadn't disappeared in 1976. She'd been the first, the template, the first bridge between worlds. Behind her materialized other figures, Dawson, the Trevinos, and dozens more stretching back into darkness. Human shapes standing too still, moving with synchronized precision when they shifted. Specimens in a living museum, maintained by something older than humanity. The stone figure in my pocket burned cold enough to blister skin through fabric. A tracker, a marker, a key. I threw it into the creek below, where it hit the impossible uphill flowing water with a hiss of steam. The figures across the creek went rigid simultaneously. Their heads turned with mechanical precision toward me. Then they began to cross the water, moving with uncanny coordination. The search team would arrive at dawn, 6 hours away. I just had to survive the night. False dawn painted the eastern sky blood red as I stumbled through unfamiliar terrain. The forest had become a labyrinth, paths doubling back on themselves, familiar landmarks appearing where they shouldn't exist. My ranger training, navigation, survival, wildlife management, felt hollow against forces that rewrote reality itself. The stone figure I'd thrown into Blackwater Creek now hung from a cord around my neck, retrieved by forces unseen, and returned while I'd dozed fitfully against a boulder. A marker. A promise. A claim. My radio crackled to life intermittently with fragments from the approaching search team. ETA Station 14 approximately 0600 hours. No radio contact with Mitchell since yesterday. Prepare for possible wildlife confrontation. They had no idea what waited. I needed to intercept them before they reached the station, before they entered territory that had been claimed. The forest grew unnaturally silent as pre-dawn light filtered through ancient trees. I checked my compass. The needle spun continuously, rendering it useless. The GPS unit displayed coordinates that changed randomly each time I looked, sometimes showing locations thousands of miles away. Movement behind me, branches cracking under massive weight. They'd never been so careless before. They wanted me to know they were coming. I broke into a run, abandoning stealth for speed. The eastern access road lay somewhere ahead, where the search team would approach, if I could reach them first. The trees opened suddenly onto a clearing I didn't recognize. At its center stood a perfect circle of standing stones, ancient and weathered, yet impossibly absent from any geological survey or historical record of the area. Eleanor Marsh waited at the circle's center, unchanged since her 1976 photograph except for eyes that reflected light like a nocturnal predator's. "You fought admirably," she said, voice eerily smooth. "Most specimens surrender by now." "What are you?" I managed, keeping distance between us. "A bridge," she replied. "As you will be. They've watched humanity for millennia, learning, adapting. They need representatives who understand ranger protocols, search grids, communication systems. The others, Dawson, the Trevinos, parts of the collection, special specimens with special knowledge. The hikers knew trails. Dawson knew ranger procedures. Her smile stretched wider than human anatomy should allow. And you, Mitchell, you know how to track, how to find people. The implication struck me cold. You want me to help you collect others. They're coming back, you know. They were here before us, will be here after. The forests were theirs first. She gestured to the stone circle. This was their doorway before humans built cabins and carved trails. Behind her, shadows detached from the tree line, 9-foot silhouettes moving with terrible grace surrounding the clearing. Alongside them walked the hollow-eyed forms of former hikers and rangers, moving with synchronized precision. The search team, I said, backing toward the eastern edge of the clearing. They'll find me. Marsh's expression remained placid. They'll find something wearing your face. Something speaking with your voice. Something that will lead them, one by one, to the collection. Dawn light crested the mountains, illuminating the clearing fully. The creatures remained visible, not vanishing with night as folklore suggested. Their massive forms, covered in matted fur ranging from coal black to russet brown, stood with unnatural stillness. Their faces carried that unsettling blend of primate and something older, eyes reflecting intelligence and alien patience. My radio squawked, "Mitchell, this is Search Team Alpha. We've reached Station 14, signs of struggle. What's your location?" Marsh's expression didn't change as multiple howls echoed from the direction of the cabin. Deep, resonant calls that started like wolf sounds before descending into something ancient and terrible. "Right on schedule," she said. "Your colleagues will follow protocol. They'll investigate those sounds, and the collection will grow." I lunged for my radio, but my muscles seized as the stone figure around my neck pulsed with cold blue light. Paralysis spread from my neck downward as the creature nearest me, taller than the others, with silver streaked through its dark fur, approached with impossible silence for something its size. It extended one massive hand toward my frozen form, fingers splayed. Not to attack, to connect. In that moment of contact, my mind filled with images. Ancient forests untouched by humanity. Creatures watching from shadows as the first indigenous people arrived. Centuries of observation and learning. Cities crumbling, forests reclaiming concrete, and the creatures walking among the remaining humans wearing familiar faces, building bridges between worlds. They weren't monsters from folklore or undiscovered primates. They were what came before us. What would remain after? With the last of my strength, I pressed the emergency beacon on my belt, the direct satellite uplink that would bypass local communication systems. Standard procedure. 3 rapid pulses indicated officer in extreme danger, location compromised, evacuation required. The silver-streaked creature's eyes narrowed at the device. It understood technology. It understood what I'd done. In the distance, helicopter rotors thudded, growing louder. The search team had brought aerial support. Not just rangers, but likely state patrol. Standard response to an officer's emergency beacon. The creatures melted into the tree line with fluid grace, taking Marsh and the other human specimens with them, all except the silver-streaked leader, which locked eyes with me one final time. Witness, it projected into my mind. Remember. Then it too vanished, leaving me collapsed in the stone circle as the paralysis slowly receded. The helicopter appeared overhead moments later, searchlight scanning the clearing. By the time the search team reached me, I was alone with a story no one would believe. The stone figure had vanished from around my neck, along with every photograph and recording I'd collected. My official report cited aggressive wildlife, possible territorial bears, and exposure causing hallucinations. I described finding evidence of the Trevinos meeting with an unfortunate accident at Blackwater Creek. I requested immediate transfer from Station 14, citing psychological strain. Request granted. Case closed. But sometimes at night I still hear knocking, 3 distinct taps against my bedroom window. I've moved 6 times, changed careers. It doesn't matter. The stone figure always reappears on my nightstand by morning, no matter how many times I destroy it. And sometimes checking the mirror before dawn, I catch my reflection a moment too late, eyes gleaming with reflected light that shouldn't be there, features arranged in an expression I don't recognize. They're patient. They have millennia, and my collection date is still pending. If you're reading this and you work in wilderness management, check your personnel files. Look for patterns in ranger transfers and resignations. Note any mentions of Station 14. And if you find yourself assigned to a remote outpost where the previous occupant left suddenly, remember, they're not just watching from the woods, some of them are already wearing ranger uniforms. The forest breathes differently at night. That's the first thing they tell you in ranger training. But you never truly understand until you've spent a week alone at an outpost station, 30 miles from the nearest paved road, with nothing but the rustling canopy and the occasional, distant call of something that sounds almost but not quite like a human voice. I'd been assigned to Blackwater Ridge Station after 3 years as a seasonal ranger in more populated parks. My supervisor called it a challenging opportunity when he handed me the posting. Translation: nobody wanted it. The station had been through 4 rangers in 2 years. The official reasons ranged from personal circumstances to pursuit of other career opportunities, but the whispers around headquarters told a different story. "Hope you like your own company," Ranger Stevens had said, clapping me on the shoulder as I loaded my truck. "That place has a way of getting into your head." The cabin itself was sturdy enough, a 1950s Forest Service standard build with updated solar panels, a radio system, and satellite internet that worked about half the time when clouds didn't interfere. 1 bedroom, a small kitchen and living area, an office space dominated by topographical maps and wildlife guides. The porch faced east, catching the morning sun when it managed to break through the dense pine canopy. That first week was quiet. I settled into routines: morning patrols, trail maintenance, wildlife monitoring, report writing. I'd read Jack Ketchum's Off-Season before bed, a horror novel about cannibals in the Maine wilderness that my predecessor had left behind. Not the wisest choice for someone alone in the woods, perhaps, but I've always had a perverse comfort in fictional horror. It makes the real dangers seem more manageable. It was during the second week that I began noticing things. Small things at first. A branch would snap in the darkness beyond my porch light's reach. My backpack, which I always hung by the door, would be facing a different direction in the morning. The coffee can I kept outside for cigarette butts, a bad habit I'd promised myself to quit once settled, would be overturned. Its contents scattered not by wind or animals, but with an odd deliberateness. I assumed it was wildlife, curious bears were common enough, until I found the first set of prints. They were about 50 yards from the cabin in a muddy patch beside Creek Trail. I'd been a ranger long enough to identify every animal track in the region, and these weren't from any recognized species. They resembled human footprints in their basic structure, but were nearly 17 inches long, with a depth that suggested something weighing at least 500 pounds. I took photographs, made plaster casts, and filed a report coding it as unidentified large mammal. The response from headquarters was predictable. Probably bear tracks distorted by rain. Continue monitoring, but I knew bear tracks. These were something else. Reddit user Backcountry Bob had posted something similar in our park rangers 6 months earlier. Found weird tracks at my outpost, Cascades region. Too big for bear, wrong shape for moose. Anyone else encounter something like this? Management keeps dismissing my reports. The thread had been locked after devolving into Bigfoot jokes and cryptid theories, but the image Backcountry Bob shared looked eerily similar to what I'd found. I messaged him privately but never received a response. His account had been inactive for months. That night, as I sat on my porch with a cup of coffee, watching darkness swallow the tree line, I felt the distinct sensation of being watched in return. Not with the casual curiosity of wildlife, but with focused, intelligent intent. Just getting in my own head, I muttered, thinking of Stephen's warning. Then the screaming started. The sound that tore through the night wasn't entirely human. It had the basic structure of a human scream, the pitch, the modulation, but extended beyond natural capacity, sustaining for nearly 20 seconds before dropping into a series of rhythmic, guttural vocalizations that made the hair on my neck stand rigid. Training kicked in before fear could paralyze me. I grabbed my emergency pack, flashlight, and service weapon, then radioed dispatch. Blackwater Ridge reporting possible hiker in distress, northwest quadrant, approximately 2 miles from station, moving to investigate. The crackling response came back. Copy Blackwater. Be advised, no hiking permits issued for your area this week. Approach with caution. Backup is minimum 3 hours out. I knew what that meant. I was on my own. The forest at night transforms into a maze of shadows and false paths. My flashlight carved a feeble tunnel of visibility as I followed the rough direction of the scream. The temperature had dropped, bringing with it a ground-clinging mist that swirled around my boots. About a mile in, I found the first sign, a backpacking tent shredded as if by claws, its contents scattered across a small clearing. The sleeping bag inside was empty, still zipped up. There was no blood, but the scene radiated violence. Something had happened here with tremendous force. Hello? Park Service. Anyone here? My voice sounded small beneath the towering pines. What responded wasn't a human voice. It was a low, rumbling growl, so deep I felt it in my chest more than heard it with my ears. It came from the darkness beyond my light's reach, about 30 yards ahead. I drew my weapon and swept the light in an arc. Nothing. But I could feel it there watching. Identify yourself. The regulation challenge felt absurd as it left my lips, but procedure was a comfort in the face of the unknown. The growl came again, closer now, accompanied by the crack of breaking branches. Something large was moving through the underbrush. That's when I saw it. Just a glimpse as it crossed a small gap between trees about 20 yards away. Tall, at least 7 feet, with a massive barrel-shaped torso covered in dark fur. It moved with a fluid grace that belied its size, bipedal but with a slight stoop. I'd like to say I maintained my professional composure, but that would be a lie. I fired a warning shot into the air and started backing away, keeping my light trained on the spot where I'd seen the figure. "This is your only warning," I shouted, voice cracking. "Identify yourself or I will consider you a threat." The response was immediate and terrifying. A roar erupted from the darkness. Not a bear's roar or any sound I'd heard in my training or experience. It was almost like a scream played backward, descending into thunderous bass notes that seemed to vibrate the ground beneath me. Then it charged. I caught only impressions. Massive shoulders, long arms, a face hidden in shadows beneath a prominent brow. I fired again, this time not as a warning, and was rewarded with a pained howl. The creature veered off its direct path toward me, crashing away through the underbrush. I didn't wait to see if it would return. I retreated quickly but methodically, marking my path as I went. When I reached the cabin, I locked every window and door, reported the encounter as a potential wildlife attack on unregistered campers, and spent the rest of the night with my back to the wall, weapon ready. In the cold light of morning, I would return to search for the missing hiker. But as I sat there listening to the forest sounds, I remembered a post I'd read on our Creepy Encounters months earlier. My cousin worked as a forest ranger in the PNW. He quit after finding a campsite that looked like it had been hit by a tornado. Said he saw something in the woods that night that walked like a man but wasn't one. Family thinks he had a breakdown, but I've never seen someone so genuinely terrified. He refuses to even go hiking now. As dawn approached, I began to understand why so many rangers had left Blackwater Ridge Station before me. The morning brought heavy fog that clung to the treetops, turning the forest into a gray labyrinth. I radioed in my coordinates and intentions, then headed back to the destroyed campsite, this time equipped with my full kit, including a digital camera to document everything. In daylight, the scene was even more disturbing. What I'd missed in the darkness was the pattern of destruction. It wasn't random. The tent had been methodically torn apart with the entrance shredded last, suggesting the attacker had been looking for something. Or someone. More troubling were the items I found untouched. A wallet containing $230 in credit cards, an expensive GPS unit and protein bars. All things an animal would have either ignored or destroyed, and a human attacker would likely have stolen. I photographed everything, collected the ID from the wallet, Jonathan Mercer, 34 from Seattle, and began searching for tracks. The ground told a chaotic story. There were the clear boot prints of Mercer around the campfire, then a sudden change. Deeper impressions suggested he'd started running, and alongside his tracks were the same massive footprints I'd found near my cabin. Following both sets of tracks, I discovered they went about a quarter-mile north before Mercer's disappeared entirely, as if he'd been lifted from the ground. The large tracks continued another 100 yards before vanishing where the ground became rocky. I spent hours searching the surrounding area, calling Mercer's name, but found nothing more than a torn piece of flannel shirt caught on a branch about 6 feet off the ground. Back at the cabin, I filed a detailed report, attached the photographs, and requested immediate search and rescue support. The response was puzzling. Search team will deploy tomorrow morning. Continue monitoring situation. Do not engage. Request priority code. Standard procedure for a missing hiker was immediate deployment if weather permitted. I coded it Priority Alpha and added notes about the unidentified large animal that might have attacked Mercer. While waiting for a response, I searched for more information about the area. The official station records were sparse, but I found a hidden folder labeled Unofficial Incidents tucked behind the topographical maps. Inside were handwritten accounts from previous rangers, dating back to the 1970s. Most were brief notes about strange sounds, unexplained tracks or visual anomalies at the forest edge. One report from 1994 detailed a similar destroyed campsite and missing hiker who was never found. The most recent entry was from my immediate predecessor, dated just 3 months earlier. Third incident this summer. Management refuses to acknowledge pattern. The locals call it Tall One or the Watcher. Found hair samples today sent to University Contact unofficially. Not bear, not human. What the hell am I dealing with here? There was no follow-up entry. According to HR, the ranger had resigned the following week, citing personal reasons. I was uploading my photos when a response finally came through. Search team delayed due to weather conditions at base. ETA tomorrow 1400 hours. Maintain shelter protocols tonight. Regarding unidentified animal, forward images to Wildlife Division. Note: similar reports from your station have been inconclusive. Focus on locating missing hiker. The dismissive tone was clear. This wasn't the first time these reports had been filed, and previous ones had been effectively buried. As evening approached, I found myself scrolling through a Reddit thread on r/r stories where an anonymous user had posted, "Been in search and rescue 15 years. There's a reason we go in groups of 4 minimum in certain areas. Something's out there that we don't have a name for in our manuals. Most experienced guys know. Management pretends it's bears or mountain lions when the evidence doesn't fit. I've seen trees broken at 9 feet up. Found footprints that would make a Sasquatch researcher faint. We just don't talk about it officially." The post had thousands of comments, many from other SAR workers sharing similar experiences. As darkness fell, I secured the cabin and positioned myself where I could watch the approaches. The forest had fallen unnaturally silent. No insects, no night birds. Nothing but the whisper of wind through pine needles. Then, at the edge of my clearing, just beyond where my porch light reached, a shadow detached itself from the trees. It stood upright, impossibly tall, watching, waiting. The radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Blackwater Ridge, base here. Be advised, we've received an emergency signal from a GPS unit registered to Jonathan Mercer. Signal location is directly at your station coordinates. Please confirm." I looked back to the tree line. The figure was gone, but something was now moving on my porch. The scratching at my door wasn't frantic or aggressive. It was deliberate, methodical, almost like writing. I dimmed the interior lights and approached cautiously, weapon drawn. Through the small window I could make out something on the porch, but not what was making the sound. "Blackwater Ridge. Please respond," the radio squawked again. "Stand by," I whispered, not taking my eyes from the door. When the scratching stopped, I waited 5 full minutes before slowly opening the door, leading with my weapon. The porch was empty, but there on the wooden boards was Jonathan Mercer's GPS unit. The screen cracked but still powered on. Beside it, scratched deeply into the wood with what must have been tremendous force, was a crude but unmistakable message. "Not yours." I quickly retrieved the GPS unit and locked the door again, reporting back to base about the device while omitting the message carved into my porch. Some instinct told me that official channels weren't the place for everything I was experiencing. The GPS unit's tracking history showed Mercer had been hiking alone for 3 days, following established trails until yesterday, when he'd ventured off route toward my station. The last programmed waypoint was labeled Investigate Sounds. I plugged the device into my laptop to download its data and found something unexpected: voice recordings. With shaking hands, I played the most recent one, time-stamped just hours before I'd found his destroyed camp. Mercer's voice came through, breathless with excitement. Day 3 of expedition. I've been tracking vocalizations for 2 nights, and they match the patterns described in the forums. Classic wood knocks followed by whoops and what cryptozoologists call samurai chatter. I know the Park Service denies everything, but there's something out here. Tonight I'm going to set up the thermal imaging. The recording cut off with a sudden crash and what sounded like a distant guttural roar. I sat back, processing what I'd heard. Mercer wasn't just a hiker. He was actively searching for what locals called the Tall One, what I'd encountered in the forest. And somehow the creature had brought his GPS directly to my porch with a warning. Not yours. Not your territory. Not your business. Not your species to disturb. I searched Mercer's name online and found his profile on several Bigfoot research forums. He described himself as a field researcher who had been investigating sightings in the Pacific Northwest for over a decade. His last post, dated just a week earlier, mentioned heading to a hot zone with recent ranger reports for extended solo research. He had been looking for exactly what had found him. Sleep was impossible that night. I alternated between watching the tree line and combing through the station's records, finding patterns that had been overlooked or deliberately ignored. Every few years, hikers disappeared in this region. Every few years, a ranger reported unusual encounters, and every few years, those reports were classified as inconclusive. Those rangers transferred or resigned. Around 3 a.m., the forest erupted with sound, wood knocks echoing from multiple directions, followed by the same screaming vocalization I'd heard the night before, but now it seemed to be answered by similar calls from farther away, 2 of them communicating. I recorded everything, noting timestamps and estimated directions. The calls continued for 20 minutes, moving in a circular pattern around the station, before fading into the northwest. At dawn, I found new tracks, the same massive footprints, but now accompanied by a smaller set of the same type. 2 creatures had paced the perimeter of my clearing all night, just beyond the reach of my lights. On a hunch, I checked the weather station data for the past 3 years and discovered a pattern. Increased activity correlated with the first new moon of spring. Tonight would be the first new moon of this spring. A post on The Forest Has Eyes from 2 years ago resonated with uncomfortable familiarity. My grandfather was Yakima Tribal Police. He told me their territory had border walkers, beings that weren't human but understood human boundaries.
He said they only became hostile when their messages were ignored.
They always warn first, he told me. They mark what's theirs. If you stay away, they stay away. I returned to the scratched message on my porch. Not yours. The search team would arrive by early afternoon. I had until then to decide what to report officially and what to keep to myself. The evidence was mounting that something intelligent and territorial was active in these woods. Something that had taken Jonathan Mercer and was now communicating with me. As I was photographing the new tracks, my satellite phone rang, not the radio, but my personal emergency line that only headquarters had access to. Ranger, this is Deputy Director Chambers. I understand you've been experiencing some unusual situations at your post. His tone was carefully neutral, but there was an underlying tension that raised my suspicions. Yes, sir. I've documented everything in my reports. About those reports, I'm going to need you to amend them. The official position is that we're dealing with standard wildlife disturbances and a missing hiker who likely experienced some kind of accident. I watched a raven land on a nearby branch, its head cocking as if listening to our conversation. Sir, with all due respect, what I've seen doesn't match. I understand, he cut me off. That's why I'm personally leading the team coming to your location today. We'll discuss everything in detail then. In the meantime, maintain protocol and avoid any speculative documentation. The call ended, leaving me with a growing certainty that the Forest Service knew exactly what was in these woods and had been covering it up for decades. The raven launched from its perch, flying directly toward the northwest, where the vocalizations had faded earlier, as if delivering a message. The search team's arrival was heralded by the distant thrum of helicopter rotors breaking the afternoon silence. I'd spent the hours since the phone call organizing my evidence, photographs of tracks, audio recordings, Mercer's GPS data, and copies of the historical incidents I'd found in the station records. One set was visible on my desk for the official investigation, Another was hidden in a waterproof case beneath a loose floorboard under my bed. Deputy Director Chambers was first through the door. Tall, gray-haired, with the weathered face of someone who'd spent decades in the field before moving to administration. Behind him came 4 others, 2 search and rescue specialists, a wildlife biologist, and a woman who wasn't introduced but carried herself with the unmistakable bearing of law enforcement. "Ranger," Chambers nodded curtly, "walk me through the situation before we head out to the campsite." I provided the official version. Unregistered camper, signs of animal attack, unusual tracks, possible wildlife threat to future hikers. Chambers listened impassively, occasionally exchanging glances with the unnamed woman. "And you fired your weapon?" he asked. "Yes, sir. 2 shots. 1 warning, 1 defensive when the animal charged me." "Did you hit it?" "I believe so." There was a reaction consistent with injury. The wildlife biologist, Dr. Reyna, spoke up. "Was there blood evidence at the scene?" "No, but I'll show you exactly where it happened." As the team reviewed my official reports, I noticed the unnamed woman drifting toward my living area, her eyes scanning methodically, cataloging, assessing. The team geared up to visit the campsite, but Chambers pulled me aside. "I need to be very clear about something," he said quietly. "The official record will show we're investigating a wildlife attack, likely a bear. Any evidence that doesn't support this conclusion will not be included in the final report. Do you understand?" It wasn't a question. "May I ask why, sir?" His expression hardened. "Because panic doesn't help anyone. Because local economies depend on these forests being safe for recreation. Because some mysteries should remain mysteries." At the destroyed campsite, the team worked with professional efficiency, but I noticed troubling patterns. Dr. Reyna examined the large tracks, then covered them without taking proper casts. The search specialist focused exclusively on signs that could indicate Mercer had left the area alive under his own power. The unnamed woman photographed everything, but I never saw her sharing the images with the others. When I pointed out how the tent had been methodically torn apart, Chambers dismissed it. "Bears are incredibly dexterous. They can open car doors. This isn't unusual." "With respect, sir, bears don't leave warnings scratched in porches." The team went silent. Chambers' face darkened. "Show me." Back at the cabin, they examined the "not yours" message. Dr. Reyna ran her fingers over the gouges in the wood. "Bear claws could make marks this deep," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "And form perfect letters?" I challenged. The unnamed woman finally spoke. "People can create convincing hoaxes when they're seeking attention, or justification for discharging their weapon in a panic." The accusation hung in the air. "Are you suggesting I fabricated all of this?" Chambers stepped between us. "No one's suggesting anything. We're considering all possibilities." As dusk approached, the team prepared to leave, taking most of my evidence with them, officially for further analysis. They offered to evacuate me as well, citing safety concerns until the animal is identified. But something in their careful phrasing told me if I left, I'd never return to this post. "I'll remain at my station," I said firmly. Chambers nodded, unsurprised. "We'll have a team return tomorrow to continue the search for Mr. Mercer. In the meantime, maintain radio contact hourly and report any further developments." As the helicopter lifted off, I noticed the unnamed woman watching me through the window, her expression unreadable. That night, I posted anonymously to our park rangers. "To anyone stationed in remote outposts with unusual activity, they know. Management knows. What they don't know is whether the truth is more dangerous than the secrecy. Has anyone successfully documented what's out there without being reassigned or discredited?" The responses poured in. Dozens of rangers sharing similar experiences of evidence disappearing, reports being altered, and thinly veiled threats of psychiatric evaluation for those who persisted. One comment stood out. "The Blackwater Ridge incidents have been happening since the 1970s. My uncle was stationed there and saw one up close, over 7 feet tall, covered in dark hair, with eyes that looked too human. He said they're territorial but intelligent. They understand boundaries and warnings. They don't want exposure any more than management does. The problem is when civilians like that missing researcher go looking for them, they protect their own." As I read those words, the radio crackled to life. Blackwater Ridge, this is base. Be advised we've lost contact with Deputy Director Chambers' vehicle. Last known location approximately 5 miles from your station. Please respond. Before I could answer, the lights in my cabin went out. Through the window, I could see the entire forest had gone pitch black. The distant lights from the access road were gone. Too, something heavy landed on my porch roof with a thud that shook the entire cabin. Then came the knocking, 3 distinct, powerful blows that rattled the windows. It wasn't asking for permission to enter. It was telling me to come out. 3 more thunderous knocks rattled the cabin structure. This wasn't a request, it was a summons. I checked my weapon, switched on my body camera, and grabbed a powerful flashlight. Whatever happened next, there would be evidence that couldn't be explained away or confiscated. Blackwater Ridge, please respond, the radio insisted. Situation developing at my location, I replied tersely. Stand by. The porch creaked under tremendous weight as something moved toward the steps. I positioned myself to see through the window while remaining in shadow. What I saw froze the breath in my lungs. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, its powerful frame silhouetted against the night sky. Even in darkness, I could make out the broad shoulders, the long arms that hung to mid-thigh. The massive head set directly on those shoulders with almost no visible neck. It wasn't a man in a suit or a bear standing upright. Its proportions were all wrong for either. Behind it, at the forest edge, stood a smaller figure of similar shape, perhaps 7 feet tall but more slender. They weren't hiding. They were deliberately revealing themselves. The larger one raised its arm and pointed directly at me through the window, then gestured toward the forest behind them. They wanted me to follow. Every instinct for self-preservation screamed against opening that door, but deeper intuition told me this was why I'd been left alone at the station. This was what all those previous rangers had encountered, what the Forest Service had been covering up for decades. I made my decision. I stepped onto the porch, weapon holstered but accessible, camera recording. Up close, the creatures were even more imposing. The larger one's face had a pronounced brow ridge and deep-set eyes that reflected my flashlight with a reddish glow. But the face itself was surprisingly expressive. Not human, but not entirely animal either. Intelligence burned in those eyes. It gestured again toward the forest, then turned and began walking. Looking back once to ensure I was following, I radioed base, following unidentified subjects into Northwest Quadrant. They appear to be leading me somewhere. Coordinates to follow. I deliberately left my radio channel open, transmitting everything that happened. We walked for nearly an hour, moving deeper into the wilderness than I'd ever ventured. The creatures moved with surprising silence despite their size, occasionally stopping to ensure I was still following. They led me to a rocky outcropping that concealed the entrance to a small cave. The smaller one entered first, while the larger remained outside with me, its posture neither threatening nor entirely relaxed. A sentinel. From inside the cave came light, not firelight, but the blue glow of an electric lantern. My pulse quickened as I ducked into the entrance. There, in a space larger than it appeared from outside, was Deputy Director Chambers, seated on a rock beside the unnamed woman from the search team. Both appeared unharmed but deeply shaken, and beside them, looking both terrified and exhilarated, sat Jonathan Mercer. They're not what we thought, Chambers said without preamble. They've been trying to communicate for years. The woman, who finally introduced herself as Agent Wilson from a department she wouldn't name, elaborated. They brought us here after stopping our vehicle. They could have harmed us at any point, but instead they showed us evidence. Evidence was strewn around the cave. Decades of human items collected from the forest. Cameras, notebooks, backpacks, even old Forest Service badges. Not taken as trophies, but preserved as documentation. They've been watching us study them, Mercer explained, his researcher's enthusiasm breaking through his fear. They understand more than we realized. They know we've been hiding their existence. They know about the cover-ups. The larger creature ducked into the cave and approached a far wall, gesturing for us to follow. There, etched into the stone and enhanced with what appeared to be charcoal, were crude but unmistakable pictures, a timeline of human encroachment into their territory. Forest Service cabins, hiking trails, roads, each expansion marked with the same message I'd found on my porch. Not yours. They're not asking us to leave entirely, Chambers said quietly. They're asking for acknowledgement, boundaries, respect, and how do you know that? I asked. Mercer pointed to his recovered equipment spread on a natural stone shelf. They let me record them. They deliberately spoke into my equipment. It's not language as we understand it, but it's definitely structured communication. They brought Chambers here because they recognized his authority from previous encounters. Previous encounters? I looked at the deputy director. He nodded slowly. I was a ranger at Blackwater in 1994. I saw one of them take a hiker who had been harassing them, following them, trying to capture them. I reported it truthfully. After that, I was given a choice: promotion with silence or termination with a psychiatric evaluation. The agency has been tracking these beings for generations, Agent Wilson added. But official acknowledgement would create complications none of the involved departments wanted to deal with. Land rights, protection status, public panic. The smaller creature entered the cave carrying something wrapped in what looked like a Park Service jacket. It approached me directly, holding out its offering. In the bundle was a stack of papers, the missing reports from past rangers, preserved and hidden by these beings who understood far more about our bureaucracy than anyone had imagined. They're returning them to you, Mercer whispered. They want the truth known, but on terms that protect them. Chambers stood, decision visible in his posture. We're going to establish clear boundaries. Certain areas will be permanently closed to the public, officially for environmental restoration. The beings will remain undocumented in official records, but rangers will be properly briefed about the territory and protocols. And if I don't agree with this compromise? I asked. The larger creature made a sound, not threatening but resolute, and pointed to the pile of collected human belongings. The message was clear. They had been patient, but that patience had limits. They've shown remarkable restraint, Agent Wilson noted. They could have eliminated every human who entered their territory. Instead, they've been trying to establish boundaries while we pretended they didn't exist. Dawn was approaching as we hiked back to the station, the creatures following at a distance until we reached the edge of the clearing. There, the larger one stopped and made a series of gestures, pointing to its eyes, then to mine, then sweeping its arm across the forest before pointing back to the cabin. I think it's establishing a pact, Mercer translated. You watch your territory, they watch theirs. Mutual respect. In the weeks that followed, official reports documented a bear attack that claimed no victims, a hiker who decided to cut his research trip short, and a senior management team that experienced vehicle trouble during their investigation. The search was officially suspended when no further evidence could be located. Unofficially, new maps were drawn with expanded, environmentally sensitive areas, closed to public access. I received a commendation for exceptional wildlife management and a significant raise with my renewed contract at Blackwater Ridge Station. On the first night of each month, I leave printed reports detailing human activities near the boundaries on my porch. By morning, they're always gone, replaced sometimes with unusual objects, interesting stones, strangely shaped branches, once a perfect fossil of a leaf that shouldn't exist in this ecosystem. I've come to understand my role differently now. I'm not just a park ranger, I'm a diplomat at the border between worlds. The forest has its watchers, ancient and intelligent, who were here long before our national parks and will likely remain long after. They tolerate our presence as long as we respect their boundaries. That's the arrangement none of my predecessors could accept or explain, the knowledge that made them leave. But I've made my peace with it. The forest breathes differently at night, yes, but now I understand why it's never been ours alone. Has taught me that some stories shouldn't remain unwritten, even when authorities prefer them untold. So I share this now, anonymously, while sitting on my porch at Blackwater Ridge, watching the tree line where I know they're watching back, not with malice but with a wary understanding that has kept both our species safe in our uneasy coexistence. If you find yourself in remote wilderness and feel eyes upon you, remember the message carved into my porch. Know which territories are not yours, and respect the boundaries of those who were here first. My people called this land Lingit Ani, long before it became Alaska on white men's maps. I am Kalan of the Tlingit tribe, though most of my colleagues at the National Park Service know me as Carl. Names change, but the forest remains the same, ancient, watchful, and unforgiving. The ranger cabin sits perched on a ridge overlooking the Tongass National Forest, 17 miles from the nearest town. Built in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps, it's barely 600 square feet of weathered logs and creaking floorboards. The roof leaks when the southeast rains come, which is often. But the windows face east and the morning light filters through the towering Sitka spruce in a way that turns the interior gold for precisely 14 minutes each dawn. Those 14 minutes saved me through the darkest winters. I hadn't planned on becoming a ranger. After my father died, the medical bills left my mother destitute. My scholarship at the University of Anchorage vanished beneath a mountain of debt. The Park Service offered steady employment, housing, and a connection to lands my ancestors had traversed for centuries. My grandmother smiled when I told her, saying, "The land has called you home." I didn't tell her about the creditors or the repossessed car. The job paid enough to help my mother keep her small house in Juneau. Most rangers lasted 2 years before the isolation drove them back to civilization. I'd been here 7. My supervisor once asked why I stayed. I told him I enjoyed the solitude, which wasn't entirely false. I didn't mention how the forest spoke to me in ways the city never could, or how my grandfather had taught me to read the land's moods through the behavior of ravens. Some knowledge isn't meant for casual conversation. The first incident occurred during my second winter. A family of 4, tourists from Minnesota, ventured off trail despite the posted warnings about approaching storms. By the time their absence was reported, blizzard conditions had set in. Search and rescue operations were delayed, but I knew every hollow and ridge for miles. Against protocol, I set out alone. I found them huddled beneath a granite overhang, hypothermia already setting in. The parents clutched their children, eyes wide with relief when my flashlight cut through the darkness. As I administered emergency aid, the father kept repeating, "Something was following us." It walked like a man but moved like something else. I attributed his words to hypothermia-induced hallucinations. The forest plays tricks on outsiders' minds. That night, after delivering the family to medical personnel, I returned to my cabin. The storm had intensified, transforming familiar landscapes into alien terrain. Halfway home, my radio crackled with static. Through the white noise came a voice. Not the dispatcher's, but something older, speaking words I hadn't heard since my grandfather's stories around the hearth. "Yael Yasatk," it whispered. "Raven is hungry." I told myself it was interference, perhaps a cross-channel from one of the native communities miles away. But deep in my bones, I recognized the warning. Upon reaching my cabin, I found the door ajar, though I'd locked it before leaving. Inside, nothing was disturbed, yet everything felt wrong. The air hung too still. The shadows stretched too long. On my desk calendar, a single muddy print marked the date. Not human, not animal, but somehow both. I burned sage that night, reciting the protective prayers my grandmother had taught me. Outside, the wind carried sounds no storm creates. Rhythmic clicking, followed by something that approximated my name, stretched across too many syllables. By morning, the storm had passed. The tracks around my cabin belonged to recognized wildlife: elk, coyote, bear. But at the forest's edge, where the shadows lay thickest, one set of prints began as a wolf's before elongating, deepening, changing with each step until they stood upright and walked away on 2 legs. The elders speak of creatures that wear the skins of animals and men, beings that hunger for more than flesh. The Navajo call them skinwalkers, though every tribe has different names for those who crossed forbidden boundaries for power. I told myself I didn't believe the old stories. But that night I cleaned my grandfather's rifle for the first time since inheriting it, and hung his medicine pouch above my bed. Something had awakened in the forest, something that knew my name. The rhythms of rangering kept me grounded through spring. I maintained trails, documented wildlife sightings, and educated tourists about respecting the wilderness. My supervisor commended my detailed reports, unaware that I omitted certain observations: claw marks too high on trees, animal corpses arranged in unnatural patterns, the persistent feeling of being watched. Financial pressures mounted despite my frugality. My mother's healthcare costs increased, and the Park Service budget cuts meant fewer overtime opportunities. I supplemented my income by selling handcrafted walking sticks to tourists, carving traditional Tlingit designs into the wood. Each stick contained hidden protective symbols, a practice my grandfather would have approved. Most rangers lived for their days off, escaping to town for human contact and creature comforts. I preferred remaining in my cabin, where the boundary between me and the forest thinned. I'd sit on my porch at dusk, watching shadows stretch between trees like fingers reaching across the land. In late May, a hiker reported an unsettling encounter. "I saw a man watching me through the trees," she said, voice quavering. "But when he moved, it wasn't right. Like his joints bent the wrong way." I documented her statement professionally while my stomach knotted. 2 weeks earlier, I'd found a partially skinned deer carcass near my regular patrol route. The precision of the cuts ruled out natural predators. I hadn't included this in my official report. The incident logs showed a pattern invisible to those without context. Missing hikers who reappeared miles from their last known locations. Disoriented and unable to account for lost time, wildlife behaving erratically, locals from the nearest village refusing to enter certain areas after sunset. One evening, I received a call from my mother. Her voice sounded distant, distracted. "There was a man asking about you in town," she said. "Tall, wearing an old park ranger uniform. I thought he might be your supervisor." "What did he want?" I asked, alarm spreading through my chest. "He asked if I was proud of you. If I knew what you did in the forest." She paused. His voice wasn't right, Carl. It sounded layered. My blood froze. "Mom, if he comes back, don't speak to him. Call me immediately." After hanging up, I pulled out my grandfather's journal. The leather-bound book contained more than family history. It documented encounters with the unexplainable, recorded in a mixture of English and Tlingit. I found the passage I remembered from childhood. "The skin taker cannot cross thresholds uninvited. It wears familiarity like stolen clothes. It speaks with voices collected from victims. To hear your own voice from its mouth is to hear your death approaching." That night, the radio crackled awake at 3:17 a.m. Through static came my own voice, reciting the morning weather report I'd delivered 2 days earlier. Each word emerged perfectly replicated, yet fundamentally wrong, like an instrument tuned to dissonant frequencies. The next morning, I discovered fresh tracks circling my cabin, a complete loop, precise and methodical. They began as bear prints, shifted to wolf, then to something with too many toes, before completing the circle as recognizably human. Within the circle lay a dead raven, its wings arranged to point toward my door. I buried the bird with appropriate prayers, burning sweetgrass over the small grave. The old ways must be respected, especially in death. When I reported for duty that day, my supervisor mentioned complaints about unauthorized after-hours radio transmissions. "Probably interference from the military installation," he suggested. "But check your equipment anyway." I nodded, not telling him I'd disconnected my radio's power source before the transmission occurred. That afternoon, while inspecting a remote trail, I found a weathered Polaroid photograph pinned to a tree with a rusty nail. The image showed my cabin from a vantage point that didn't exist. No clearing or high ground provided this impossible perspective. In the cabin's window stood a figure that resembled me, looking outward. The photograph's edges were stained with what appeared to be dried blood. As I reached to remove it, a whisper emerged from behind me so close I felt breath on my neck. "Kalan," it said, using my true name with perfect pronunciation. "You see more than the others." I spun around, hand reaching for my sidearm, but found only empty forest. The shadows between trees seemed deeper than they should have been at midday. On the hike back, I took an alternate route, avoiding the densest parts of the forest. I couldn't shake the sensation of being followed not from behind but from all sides simultaneously. The forest had many eyes, and now they were fixed on me. In my 7 years as a ranger, I'd encountered bears, rescued lost hikers from precarious cliffs, and weathered storms that bent trees like blades of grass. Never had I felt the primal fear that now accompanied each snap of a twig or rustle of leaves. Something had identified me. Something was testing boundaries. That night, I reinforced the old protections around my cabin: salt across thresholds, iron nails above door frames, symbols carved into windowsills. Modern training taught me to trust in equipment, protocols, and rational explanation, but older knowledge whispered that some threats required older remedies. I cleaned my grandfather's rifle again, loading it with the special rounds he'd taught me to make. Bullets cast with mixed metals, carved with tiny symbols blessed under the moon. Superstition, my training would call it. My grandfather would call it preparation. June brought tourists flowing into the park like spawning salmon, predictable, vulnerable, and oblivious to dangers beyond their comprehension. I found myself watching them with a mixture of envy and concern. Their ignorance was a luxury I could no longer afford. The Henderson case began like many others, a routine missing persons report. James Henderson, 32, separated from his hiking group after arguing about the route. His friends reported him missing after he failed to return to their campsite. Standard procedure dictated immediate action. I organized search patterns, coordinated with volunteer groups, and established a command post. "He's an experienced hiker," his girlfriend told me, clutching his photograph. "He wouldn't just get lost." I nodded reassuringly while noting the location they'd last seen him, an area where I'd repeatedly found those unnatural animal arrangements, an area the local Tlingit elders called the Thin Place. The search extended 3 days with no results. No backpack, no clothing markers, no distress signals. On the 4th morning, as teams prepared to expand the search radius, my radio crackled. "Base, this is Henderson. I'm at the trailhead. Over." The command post erupted in confusion and relief. I arrived at the trailhead to find Henderson sitting calmly on a bench, his clothes surprisingly clean for someone who'd spent 3 nights in the wilderness. "Where have you been?" I asked, medical kit ready. Henderson's eyes fixed on a point above my shoulder. "I found a better path," he said, voice flat. "Someone showed me the way." "Who?" "A ranger." His eyes finally met mine. "He looked like you." Ice formed in my stomach. I administered the standard health check. Pulse normal, pupils responsive, no signs of dehydration or exposure. Physically, Henderson appeared unharmed, but something in his effect raised alarms. His movements seemed studied, as if he were learning how his body worked. "What did this ranger tell you?" I pressed. Henderson's lips twitched into an approximation of a smile. "He said you'd ask that. He said to tell you he's learning your roots." After Henderson reunited with his relieved group, I discreetly collected a sample of dirt from his boots and compared it with local soil compositions. The sediment contained mineral properties not found anywhere within our search radius, or anywhere in the documented geology of the park. That night, I called my mother. We spoke about ordinary things: her garden, her bridge club, the new medication reducing her pain. Normalcy felt like a lifeline. "There was a message for you," she mentioned before hanging up. "A man called saying he worked with you. Asked if I knew where you really go on your night patrols." "What man?" My voice sharpened. He didn't leave a name. I assumed it was park business. After our call, I pulled out topographic maps of the park and surrounding wilderness. I marked every location of unsettling discoveries from the past years. The unnatural animal arrangements, unexplained tracks, places where hikers reported lost time or strange encounters. The pattern that emerged centered on my cabin like a spiderweb. I was being studied, tested. 2 nights later, a tremendous storm lashed the forest. Lightning split ancient trees and thunder rolled through valleys like physical force. During a brief lull, someone knocked on my door. 3 precise taps followed by silence. Protocol mandated assistance to anyone seeking refuge in such conditions. Yet my hand hesitated on the doorknob as my grandfather's warnings echoed. "The skin taker cannot cross thresholds uninvited." "Who's there?" I called through the door. "It's James Henderson," came the reply. "My group got separated in the storm. I saw your cabin lights." The voice was perfect, the same timbre and cadence I'd heard at the trailhead. Too perfect, lacking the strain of someone who'd been battling storm conditions. I positioned myself beside the window, not directly in front of it, and peered through the edge of the curtain. A figure wearing hiking gear stood on my porch, face obscured by a rain hood. The posture was wrong, too still in raging wind, feet planted at an unnatural angle. "The ranger station is 3 miles south," I called out. "They have emergency accommodations." "Please," the voice shifted, multi-layered now. "I'm cold. Invite me in, Kalan." My true name from Henderson's mouth confirmed my suspicions. I reached for my grandfather's rifle. "I know what you are," I said through the door. "You have no power here unless invited." Silence followed, broken only by intensifying rain. Then came a sound I'll never forget, like wet leather stretching beyond its capacity, followed by a series of pops and cracks. The shadow visible beneath my door elongated impossibly, thinning and writhing. When I dared look through the window again, the porch stood empty. But the muddy ground around my cabin told a different story. Human footprints approached my door, then transformed into something that dug deep gouges into the earth as it departed. Something heavier, larger, no longer pretending to be human. The following day, the real James Henderson was found dead 5 miles from the search area, partially skinned, his face frozen in an expression of absolute terror. The official report cited animal attack. I knew better. Whatever walked the forest had claimed its first victim, and it had used my appearance, my role as protector, to lure him to his death. That night I buried protective amulets at the 4 corners of my property, reciting the prayers my grandfather had insisted I memorize. The old ways remembered what modern minds preferred to forget. Not all predators can be tracked with GPS, and not all dangers respond to bullets. In the distance, something moved between moonlit trees. Upright but not human, swift but not animal. For a moment it stood silhouetted against the night sky, antlers or branches extending from its head like a crown of thorns. It raised a too-long arm in greeting. I raised my rifle in response. The game had begun in earnest. The investigation into Henderson's death consumed the next week. I provided official statements, accompanied forensic teams to the site, and nodded at their conclusions about unusually aggressive wildlife behavior. What I couldn't share were the elements that would never appear in reports. How the body had been positioned facing my cabin 17 miles away, or how Henderson's eyes had been replaced with carved wooden replicas bearing Tlingit symbols, twisted into obscene configurations. After hours, I drove to the coastal village where my mother's cousin, an elder named Thomas, still practiced traditional ways. I brought offerings of tobacco and salmon as protocol demanded. Thomas's home smelled of cedar smoke and dried herbs. He listened without interruption as I detailed the events of recent weeks, his weathered face betraying no surprise. "You've disturbed something old," he finally said, pouring bitter tea into 2 cups, "or it has chosen to notice you. Either way, the outcome is the same." "What is it?" I asked. "The stories say different things," Thomas nodded. "Because it is different things. The one your generation calls Skinwalker is not precisely what my father's generation faced, nor what his father knew." He sipped his tea. "But there are constants. It hungers for more than flesh. It collects, it learns, it replaces what?" His eyes met mine. "Those it studies long enough. It wears their shape, their voice, their memories. Imperfectly at first, then with frightening accuracy." I described the tracks changing from animal to human, the impossible photograph of my cabin, Henderson's strange behavior before his death. Thomas nodded gravely. "It progresses through stages. First observation, then imitation, then—" He hesitated. "Replacement. You are being stalked as prey, but not merely for consuming. It wants your role, your place in the order of things. Why me? You walk between worlds, nephew. Native blood, government authority, modern training with ancient knowledge. You guard boundaries. That makes you valuable to replace." He reached for a wooden box on a high shelf. "Your grandfather anticipated this day." From the box, Thomas withdrew an amulet, a complex knot of sinew threaded through small bones, feathers, and carved wood pieces. "Wear this against your skin," he instructed. "It won't stop what hunts you, but it will prevent complete imitation. It cannot fully become what it cannot fully perceive." That night, driving back to my cabin, my headlights illuminated a figure standing in the road, a park ranger in official uniform. My uniform, my face. The doppelganger's expression remained blank as I braked hard, skidding on the gravel road. It raised a hand in my exact greeting gesture. When it smiled, the expression stretched too wide, revealing teeth that belonged in no human mouth. I accelerated directly toward it. The figure didn't move until the last possible second. When it dropped to all fours with impossible speed and scuttled into the underbrush, movement jerky like broken film footage, at the cabin, I enacted every protection Thomas had prescribed. A circle of purified ash around the property. Specific symbols carved into door frames. My grandfather's medicine bundle placed beneath the floorboards of the main room. The modern ranger would have felt foolish. The grandson of Thomas's generation knew better. The following day brought new assignments. The Park Service, responding to Henderson's death, implemented buddy systems for all rangers. My new patrol partner Davidson arrived from another district, young, eager, and blissfully ignorant of forest truths. "Heard you found Henderson," Davidson said as we hiked a boundary trail. Nasty business. Bear attack? That's what the report says, I answered carefully. But you don't think so? He grinned. Don't tell me you believe the local legends about forest monsters. I studied him, noting how he placed his feet, how he surveyed our surroundings. His movements were natural, his reactions appropriate, not an imitation. Not yet. Legends often contain warnings worth heeding, I replied. Even if the details get distorted, Davidson laughed. My grandmother used to say similar things. Scared me from wandering the woods alone as a kid. Smart grandmother. Our patrol took us near where Henderson's body had been discovered. I intentionally diverted our route, but Davidson checked his GPS. We're off course, he noted. The scheduled patrol goes through that valley. Mudslides from the recent storm, I lied. This route is safer. Davidson frowned but followed my lead. As we circled wide around the site, movement caught my eye. Something large shifting between distant trees, keeping pace with us. I placed my hand on my sidearm. Problem? Davidson asked, noticing my tension. Before I could answer, his radio crackled. Through static came my voice, a perfect reproduction of a weather advisory I'd issued that morning. Davidson's radio was tuned to the emergency channel, which should have been silent. That you? Davidson looked confused. Some kind of echo? I switched off my radio demonstratively. The transmission continued from his device. A slow smile spread across Davidson's face as realization dawned. You're pranking the new guy, right? Recording playing somewhere? The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, no wind through leaves. The transmission shifted from my weather report to disconnected words and phrases I'd spoken over the past weeks, assembled like a crude collage. Not a prank, I said quietly, scanning our surroundings. We need to move. Now. As we quickened our pace, the radio transmission degraded into inhuman sounds. Clicks, chittering, and wet, tearing noises. Davidson's amusement transformed into unease. Seriously, what the hell is that? A warning, I answered, guiding us toward higher ground. Something's hunting in these woods that isn't in your ranger manual. Davidson began to protest, then froze, staring past my shoulder. I turned slowly. Standing 50 yards away was a figure wearing my exact uniform, my exact face, but elongated, as if viewed through warped glass. Its limbs hung too long, joints bending subtly wrong. It raised a hand in greeting, mirroring my habitual gesture with disturbing accuracy. What the fuck? Davidson whispered. Who is that? The figure cocked its head at an impossible angle, then spoke with my voice. Perfect except for a subtle layering, as if multiple identical voices spoke in near unison. Ranger Kalan, it said. I've studied your roots. I drew my sidearm in a smooth motion. Davidson, back to the vehicle, now. The creature's face split into a too-wide smile. Davidson, it repeated, seeming to savor the name. New assignment. Partner system for safety. It took a step forward, movements jerky yet fluid. Smart protocol. I fired a warning shot into the ground before it. The creature didn't flinch. Firearms discharge outside of emergency situations violates Code 29B, it said, perfectly mimicking my professional tone. Then its voice shifted, becoming Davidson's. Don't tell me you believe the local legends about forest monsters. Davidson bolted. I maintained my aim as I backed away, keeping the creature in sight until terrain forced me to turn and run. The sound that followed wasn't footsteps, but something scraping and skittering across forest debris. Too fast, too irregular. We reached the vehicle breathless, Davidson's face pale with shock. As we pulled away, he kept checking the side mirrors. What was that? He demanded. Some kind of twisted twin. I considered how much to reveal. There are things in these forests older than the Park Service, Davidson. Things the local tribes have warned about for generations. Bullshit, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. That was a person. Maybe deformed, playing some sick game. Did it look like a person to you? His silence answered more honestly than words could have. That evening, I called my supervisor requesting Davidson be reassigned, citing his inexperience with our terrain. The truth, that he was now marked by something that collected identities, would never appear in any official document. As darkness fell, I sat on my porch with my grandfather's rifle across my lap, watching shadows move between trees. The creature had revealed itself directly, a significant escalation. According to Thomas, the final stage approached, Replacement. In the distance, something moved with deliberate purpose through the underbrush, neither fully animal nor human, but a nightmarish amalgamation evolving with each victim it studied. It was learning, adapting, preparing, and I was running out of time. After the encounter with my doppelganger, the forest changed. Wildlife vanished from my usual observation points. No moose tracks in creek beds, no eagles circling overhead. Even insects fell silent when I passed. The land itself seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the outcome of something ancient and terrible. I took emergency leave, citing personal issues. My supervisor didn't question it. My record entitled me to professional courtesy, and Henderson's death had rattled the entire service. What I couldn't explain was that I wasn't running from my post, but preparing for confrontation. Thomas helped me convert my cabin into a fortress against the unnatural. We reinforced thresholds with iron and salt, hung protective charms at strategic points, and established a formal circle of power in the main room, a last defense if barriers failed. "It will come soon," Thomas said as we worked. "The longer it studies you, the stronger its claim becomes. It doesn't just want your shape. It wants your place in the world." "How do I kill it?" I asked. Thomas's expression darkened. "Conventional weapons may harm its current form, forcing it to retreat and regenerate. But permanently destroying such a thing?" He hesitated. "Legends disagree. Some say fire purifies all. Others believe only weapons made from materials of its original homeland can deliver true death." "And where is its homeland?" "Not where, nephew, when." Thomas secured a bundle of herbs above the main entrance. "These beings walked when the world was younger, before boundaries between realms solidified. They resent their diminishment." That night, as Thomas departed, he left me with final instructions. "If conventional defenses fail, remember the most powerful protection lies in your true name and blood. Knowledge of self is the one thing it cannot perfectly steal." Alone in my fortified cabin, I reviewed my grandfather's journal by lamplight, focusing on passages I'd previously overlooked. The faded handwriting detailed encounters spanning generations, not with a single entity, but with what appeared to be a species or class of beings that periodically emerged to hunt. My grandfather had faced one in 1973, driving it back after it claimed 3 lives. His father confronted another in 1932. The cycle suggested dormancy periods followed by active hunting phases, like some twisted hibernation pattern. Hours into my research, a familiar sound broke the night silence. 3 precise knocks on my door. "Ranger Kalan," came Davidson's voice, strained with pain. "I need help. I'm injured." I approached the door cautiously, checking the protective line of salt remained unbroken. "Davidson was reassigned yesterday." I called through the door. "He's in Juneau." A pause followed. Then, "Carl, it's your mother. Please open the door." My blood froze. The voice was perfect. The same gentle tone, the slight breathiness from her respiratory condition. But my mother never called me Carl. To her I remained Kalan, named for my great-grandfather. "Whatever you are," I said evenly, "you have no power here uninvited." The response came in multiple voices simultaneously. Davidson's, my mother's, Henderson's, and others I didn't recognize, all layered into a disturbing chorus. "I've already been invited, Guardian, by those who wore your uniform before, by those who walked your paths." The temperature inside my cabin plummeted. Frost formed on the windows, spreading in patterns that resembled elongated handprints. The protective bundles above the door began to smoke and blacken without flame. I retreated to the inner circle, my grandfather's rifle loaded with the special rounds. Outside, something massive circled my cabin, heavier than any natural predator. Its movements a terrible combination of 4-legged gallop and upright stalking. The radio on my table activated without power, broadcasting a cacophony of voices, fragments of conversations, distress calls and routine reports I'd made over years of service. My life's work disassembled and reconstructed into grotesque communication. The windows rattled as pressure changed, like something massive pressing against the glass without touching it. Through frosted panes, I glimpsed a shape both familiar and horrifying. My uniform, my approximate height, but wrong in fundamental ways. The proportions shifted as I watched, the entity experimenting with different configurations of its stolen appearance. "I protect these lands now," the layered voices announced. Your watch ends tonight. The assault began in earnest, not through physical force, but through infiltration. The protective salt line near the door began to dissolve, as if invisible moisture worked systematically to break the barrier. The iron nails securing charms vibrated loose one by one. Reality itself seemed to warp around the intrusion of something that existed at odds with natural law. I fired through the window toward the shape outside. The glass shattered outward and a shriek pierced the night. Not animal, not human, but something that understood pain. Dark fluid spattered the porch, smoking where it touched wood. The attack paused momentarily. I used the reprieve to reinforce the inner circle, cutting my palm to seal the boundary with blood as Thomas had instructed. The ancient ways demanded sacrifice. You can't maintain these old protections forever. The voices taunted from the darkness. Your kind has forgotten too much. Diluted the knowledge. I remember the original words. The original bindings. To prove its point, it began reciting protective prayers in perfect Tlingit. Ancient variations more complex than what had been passed down to my generation. The sound of sacred words from this abomination felt like desecration. The door frame splintered without visible impact. The entity was testing barriers methodically, seeking the weakest point. I centered myself in the protective circle, rifle raised, reciting my lineage as a focus point. The names of ancestors stretching back to when the Tlingit first encountered these forests. I stand with those who stood before, I declared in my native tongue. I claim this threshold as mine to defend. A terrible laughter circled the cabin like wind. Those before you fell, the voices responded. I wear pieces of their knowledge, their authority. Horror struck as I realized the implication. This wasn't the first ranger it had replaced. Others before me had been studied, mimicked, consumed. Their disappearances attributed to wilderness accidents. Their replacements accepted without question until the entity moved on to fresh hunting grounds. A shadow darkened the broken window. Impossibly tall, impossibly thin, wearing fragments of ranger uniforms from different eras stitched together like grotesque patchwork. Its face shifted between approximations of human features, never settling, as if human appearance was an ill-fitting mask. I fired again. The entity jerked backward but didn't fall. Where the bullet struck, its false flesh rippled and reformed, the wound closing visibly. You can't kill what wasn't born, it said, voice now singularly mine. A perfect reproduction, but I can replace what was. The temperature dropped further as it gathered strength for another assault. Ice crystals formed in the air, suspended like frozen stars. The walls of my cabin groaned under supernatural pressure. I reached for my final defense, a small box containing soil from my ancestral homeland, mixed with cremation ashes from 7 generations of my family line. Thomas had called it the anchor of belonging, the one thing the entity could never perfectly replicate. As the creature breached my door in a shower of splinters and broken iron, I cast the mixture in an arc before me, where the particles contacted the entity's form. Its flesh sizzled and smoked. It recoiled, portions of its mimicked uniform bubbling away to reveal the horror beneath, not skin or fur or scales, but something that resembled all and none simultaneously. For one terrible moment, I glimpsed its true nature, a being composed of collected fragments, identities absorbed and incorporated over centuries of hunting, faces pressed outward from within its fluctuating mass silently screaming. Rangers, hikers, indigenous hunters from decades or centuries past. The sight nearly broke my sanity. I emptied my rifle into the abomination, each bullet carrying prayers, each impact forcing it further from my threshold. As dawn approached, the entity retreated, not defeated but wounded enough to require recovery. Its final message came as it dissolved into the forest shadows. I'll wear your skin better next time, Guardian, and your mother won't know the difference. When light finally broke, I surveyed the devastation. My cabin, my home for 7 years, stood partially destroyed, protective measures obliterated. But the inner circle remained unbroken, its power intact. I had survived the night. But the entity had escalated beyond stalking to direct confrontation, beyond study to attempted replacement, and it had threatened my mother. The final confrontation was inevitable now. I began gathering what I would need for the hunt, because our roles had reversed. I was no longer the watched but the watcher, no longer the hunted but the hunter. Whatever ancient evil stalked these forests had revealed too much of itself in its confidence. I now possessed knowledge of its weaknesses, its patterns, its hunger, and I intended to end its hunt permanently. The tracker in me recognized the advantage in the creature's retreat. Wounded predators leave trails, even supernatural ones. By mid-morning, I had identified its path through disturbances no casual observer would notice. Desiccated vegetation forming a line into the forest depths. Small animals lying dead with no visible injuries. Morning dew evaporating in a distinct pattern across the underbrush. I left my badge and official ID in the ruins of my cabin. What I was undertaking wasn't ranger business, it was older, more personal. I carried only what tradition and experience deemed necessary. My grandfather's rifle with the special ammunition, a pouch containing sacred materials, a knife forged from meteorite iron borrowed from Thomas, and my ancestral amulet now warm against my skin. The deeper I tracked into the wilderness, the more the forest changed. Familiar landmarks appeared subtly altered. Trees bent at unnatural angles. Rock formations arranged in configurations that violated geological principles. Reality itself seemed thinner here, compromised by proximity to something that existed partially outside natural law. My radio crackled without being activated. Through static, I heard Davidson's voice. "Ranger, I found something strange near coordinate point 47 requesting backup." I switched the radio off and continued forward. The entity was setting bait, trying to lure me off the true trail. I wouldn't be diverted. By mid-afternoon, I reached an area my people had long avoided, a circular clearing where nothing grew, surrounded by ancient spruce trees twisted into spiral patterns. The elders called it the Thin Door. Park Service maps marked it as a geological anomaly, its perfect circularity attributed to unique soil composition. Both explanations recognized the place's wrongness without acknowledging its true nature. At the clearing's center lay a freshly killed deer, arranged with deliberate care, its body positioned to face the direction of my approach. Its eyes had been removed and replaced with crudely carved wooden replicas bearing my initials. A ranger's hat, my spare from the cabin, rested between its antlers. The message was clear: a challenge, a mockery, an invitation. I circled the clearing, establishing my approach. The entity's arrogance would work against it. Believing itself superior to human hunters, it hadn't bothered concealing its lair. Broken branches and disturbed earth indicated something large had dragged itself into a ravine beyond the clearing. Following these signs led to a cave entrance partially concealed by vegetation. The plants surrounding it had withered, as if proximity to what dwelled inside poisoned the very soil. The air emerging from the opening carried an unnatural chill and the scent of copper and wet leather. "I know you're wounded," I called into the darkness. "I know you're vulnerable until you've fully integrated what you've stolen." My voice echoed, returning distorted, as if the cave itself altered sound. From the depths came a response in multiple voices, including perfect reproductions of people I'd known. "The Guardian arrives as expected, predictable despite your grandmother's teaching." I secured the meteorite knife at my belt and loaded my rifle. "You're the predictable one, always hunting the same way, taking the same trophies, making the same mistakes." A sound like wet movement came from the darkness. "What mistakes, Kalan?" "I've walked these lands since before your bloodline existed. I've worn 100 skins. Rangers, hunters, lost travelers, all have fed my collection." "Yet you're hiding in a cave, bleeding and weakened," I replied, edging closer to the entrance. "Because you fundamentally misunderstand what you imitate. You can steal shapes, voices, memories, but not the essence that makes them real." The creature laughed, a terrible chorus of familiar and unknown voices merging and separating. "I understand humanity better than you understand yourself. I've warned many rangers before you. Some fought. Some begged. All were replaced, their absence attributed to wilderness dangers." A chill ran through me as pieces connected. The missing rangers from the 70s, the ones from the 90s, those weren't accidents or bear attacks. "Very good," the entity purred. "Their knowledge serves me still. Their fear nourishes me always." I stepped into the cave entrance, allowing my eyes to adjust to the gloom. The interior walls glistened with moisture that moved against gravity, flowing upward and across the ceiling in patterns resembling written language. "You won't add me to your collection," I stated firmly. "You're already part of it," the creature responded, its voice now coming from multiple directions. "I've studied you for years, tasted your fear, learned your patterns. The final absorption is a formality. The cave narrowed into a passage that descended at a steep angle. I followed it cautiously, each step taking me further from natural law into the entity's domain. The air thickened, becoming difficult to breathe, not from lack of oxygen, but from wrongness, as if reality itself rejected what existed here. The passage opened into a larger chamber where phosphorescent fungi provided eerie, blue-green illumination. What I saw there nearly broke my resolve. The cavern walls were lined with trophies, desiccated human skins stretched and displayed like macabre tapestries, ranger uniforms from different decades pinned to stone like museum exhibits, personal effects arranged in precise patterns, watches, wedding rings, badges, photographs, a collection spanning what appeared to be centuries. At the chamber's center writhed the entity itself, no longer bothering with perfect human mimicry. Its form fluctuated between shapes, part ranger uniform, part animal hide, part something that belonged in no terrestrial biology. Where I'd wounded it, its false flesh hung in tatters, revealing glimpses of its true nature beneath, a shifting amalgamation of everything it had consumed and incorporated. As it sensed my presence, it attempted to stabilize its form, pulling itself into an approximation of my appearance. But the mimicry remained incomplete, flawed by injury and interrupted consumption. "Welcome to my collection, Guardian," it said, using my mother's voice now. "You'll have a place of honor." I raised my rifle. "This ends now." The creature's laugh rumbled through the cave. "With those special bullets? They hurt, yes. Disrupt my form temporarily. But I've survived worse from better hunters than you." I fired anyway, striking it squarely. The entity convulsed, portions of its false flesh sloughing away, but the wound began regenerating almost immediately. It launched itself toward me with impossible speed. I dodged, but its elongated limb caught my shoulder, tearing through jacket and skin. Pain blazed white-hot as something in its touch burned beyond physical injury, a spiritual corrosion that threatened more than flesh. "I taste your lineage," it hissed, drawing back for another strike. 7 generations of guardians. How fitting that their line ends with you. I scrambled behind a natural stone column, reloading. "You know nothing about endings," I called out. "Or you'd have recognized the signs." "What signs?" The creature's voice held genuine curiosity beneath its mockery. "My grandfather wrote about your kind, how you emerge in cycles, hunting until satiated or driven back, how each emergence grows weaker as the old ways fade." I moved positions as I spoke, circling toward the chamber's rear. "You're not growing stronger. You're dying out," the entity roared, a sound containing fragments of every voice it had stolen, distorted by rage. It surged across the chamber faster than human reflexes should allow me to avoid, but ancestral knowledge guided my movements. I sidestepped at precisely the right moment, bringing the meteorite knife across its extended limb in a fluid arc. The blade severed the appendage completely. Unlike the bullet wounds, this injury didn't regenerate. The severed portion writhed independently on the cave floor, dissolving into black ichor. The creature recoiled, genuine fear entering its layered voice. "Iron from the sky," it hissed. "The old weapon. Where did you—" "My people remember what works against your kind," I interrupted, advancing with newfound confidence. "We pass down knowledge that matters." For the first time, the entity retreated rather than attacked, its form compressing and shifting as it sought escape. I pursued relentlessly, knife in one hand, rifle in the other, forcing it deeper into the chamber where stalagmites created a natural dead end. Cornered, the creature abandoned pretense. Its form expanded, shedding layers of mimicry to reveal its true essence. A writhing darkness older than human presence in these lands, clothed in fragments of everything it had consumed across centuries. "You cannot unmake me," it declared, voice now so layered it barely resembled speech. "I am collection. I am consumption. I existed before names and will continue after your bones are dust." I set down my rifle and removed the pouch from my belt. "Names have power," I responded, emptying its contents in a circle around me. Ash, earth, and iron filings forming a protective barrier, especially the true ones. From memory, I began the ceremonial words Thomas had insisted I learn. Not the watered-down modern version, but the original language, the binding that had driven this entity back in previous generations. With each phrase, I added my blood to the circle, connecting my lineage to the power of the ritual. The creature shrieked, its form destabilizing further as the ancient words took effect. It launched a final, desperate attack, stretching across the protective circle to wrap elongated limbs around my throat. "Wear your skin," it gurgled through a mouth that constantly reformed. "Take your place. Be Kalan when Kalan is no more." Its touch burned like acid, but I continued the recitation through constricted breath, driving the meteorite blade into what approximated the creature's core. The effect was immediate and catastrophic, its form collapsing inward. The stolen identities it had, incorporated, tearing free in a cacophony of screams and whispers. The chamber filled with swirling darkness as the entity unraveled, centuries of consumption releasing in moments of destruction. Fragments of lives, memories, and forms spiraled through the air like terrible confetti before dissipating into nothingness. When silence finally fell, all that remained was a small withered object, something resembling a desiccated heart, but composed of materials that defied identification. I wrapped it in a cloth inscribed with protective symbols, securing it within an iron box Thomas had prepared. The walk back through the forest took hours, but the land felt different, lighter as if freed from a long shadow. Wildlife gradually reappeared, ravens circling overhead, deer watching cautiously from ridgelines, insects resuming their constant communication. At the forest's edge, I made a fire according to the old ways. I burned sage and sweetgrass, offering prayers for those the entity had claimed over generations. As flames consumed the sacred plants, I added the iron box containing the creature's remains, watching until only ash remained. Some things belong only to fire and memory. 2 months have passed since that night. My resignation from the Park Service raised questions I couldn't honestly answer. Official reports attribute the destruction of my cabin to bear activity, the cave's contents to the disturbed workings of previous rangers who succumbed to isolation psychosis. I've moved to my mother's small house in Juneau, using my savings to expand it slightly. My wounds have healed, though scars remain, physical marks where the creature touched me, psychological shadows from what I witnessed in that cave. Thomas visits weekly, helping me document everything properly for future generations. The cycle will repeat someday, he believes. Perhaps not in my lifetime, but eventually. When it does, someone will need the knowledge I've gathered. Sometimes at night I wake believing I hear 3 precise knocks at the door, or my radio crackling with impossible transmissions. On those nights I touch the scars on my shoulder and remember, I am Kalan, guardian of boundaries. I know my true name and purpose, and in the forests of Alaska the trails remain safe for now. The whispers have gone silent. The Skinwalker's collection has ended until the next cycle begins. My grandmother named me Denali, after the great mountain that watches over our people. Mountain that stands tall, she would say, like you will one day. The irony isn't lost on me now as I crouch in the darkness of my cabin, listening to something circle outside that I cannot name, cannot face, and certainly cannot stand tall against, but I'm getting ahead of myself. 4 years ago, I took the ranger position at Denali National Park after my stint in the Army left me with little appetite for city life and even less for people. The economy had tanked, crushing the small construction business I'd tried to build in Anchorage. With mounting medical bills from my father's final illness, the steady government paycheck and provided housing seemed like salvation. I remember the day I drove up to the cabin that would become my home, a sturdy one-room affair with a stone fireplace, nestled against the shadow of spruce trees older than this country's constitution. It sat in a clearing about 7 miles from the nearest ranger station, positioned to monitor the less-traveled north trails where tourists occasionally wandered off and needed rescuing. You'll be alone out here. Denali, my supervisor Mike, had warned. Some rangers can't handle the isolation, especially during winter darkness. I just smiled. It's what I'm looking for, and it was. After the chaos of war and the noise of failure, the silence felt like medicine. My people have always understood the healing power of solitude, of communion with the land. My grandmother, before cancer took her, taught me to listen to the forest, to read the animals, to respect the spirits that dwell in wild places, skills that served me well in my new role. The work wasn't complicated, I maintained trails, documented wildlife, assisted lost hikers, and occasionally enforced park regulations when campers left trash or built illegal fires. During summer, I'd interact with maybe 3 to 5 groups of tourists weekly. Winter months, I might go weeks seeing only the occasional cross-country skier or wolf researcher. I loved everything about it. The crystalline mornings when mist rose from the valleys like spirits, the midnight sun casting golden light through summer leaves, the pristine silence of winter, broken only by the crunch of my snowshoes. Even the brutal cold became a companion of sorts. Each day brought new tracks to identify, new patterns to observe, new quietudes to absorb. My cabin gradually became a reflection of me. Bookshelves lined one wall, everything from ranger manuals to Teeling folk tales. I carved wooden figures during long winter nights, bears, wolves, ravens that watched over me from windowsills. A ham radio connected me to the outside world, alongside the satellite phone for emergencies. A topographical map covered one wall, marked with my annotations of animal sightings and seasonal changes. My needs were simple: warmth, food, good coffee, and occasionally the bottle of whiskey shared with Mike when he made his monthly supply runs. My grandfather's old rifle hung above the door, not my preferred tool but necessary in bear country. The first 2 years passed uneventfully. I rescued 3 lost hikers, documented a surprisingly healthy wolverine population, and weathered a particularly vicious winter that brought snow up to my windowsills. I sent my ranger reports by radio, collected my paychecks via direct deposit, and slowly paid down my debts. The rhythm of the seasons became my heartbeat. But last October, something changed in my forest. I first noticed it when the ravens disappeared. Ravens are constant companions in the Alaskan wilderness, intelligent, curious birds that often follow humans. They've saved lost travelers by leading them to shelter, and they've picked clean the bones of those who didn't make it. The indigenous elders say ravens carry messages between worlds, so when they vanished overnight, I noticed. Then came the silence. If you've never lived in true wilderness, you might think it's naturally quiet. It isn't. Forests hum with life. Birds call, insects buzz, branches creak, small animals rustle through underbrush. But suddenly, walking my usual patrol route, I found myself in pockets of absolute silence, as if I'd stepped into a vacuum. The hair on my neck would rise, and I'd feel watched, studied, measured. That's when the nightmares began. Dreams of something moving just beyond my field of vision. Dreams where I ran endlessly through distorted trees. Dreams where something wearing my grandmother's face whispered words I couldn't quite catch. I should have left then. But the mountains had become my home, and I'd never been one to flee from fear. So I stayed, and I listened as the silence grew around my little cabin like ice in winter. And I began to understand why my people tell stories of things that should not be named. Growing up in Anchorage, I heard my share of skinwalker stories. Not from my immediate family. My father had abandoned traditional ways, preferring the promise of construction contracts and American prosperity, but from my grandmother who raised me after my mother's death. The mind walker, she called it in her native tongue. The one who steals faces. As children, my cousins and I would terrify ourselves with these tales during summer fishing trips, when darkness briefly fell over our midnight campfires. We'd invent elaborate protections against these mythical threats, special knots in our shoelaces, whispered charms, makeshift amulets of beach glass and driftwood. I outgrew those superstitions, or thought I had, until that first winter in the cabin when something began stalking my territory. December had brought heavy snows, transforming the landscape into a monochrome dreamscape. My daily routine adapted to winter conditions, checking emergency shelters along the trails, monitoring for avalanche risks, tracking wildlife movements. The park received few visitors, but snowmobilers occasionally ventured onto the land, and every winter someone needed rescuing after underestimating the Alaskan wilderness. My cabin stood as a sanctuary against the elements. I'd stocked cords of split wood along the north wall, installed storm shutters on the windows, and maintained a root cellar stocked with preserves and emergency supplies. An efficient cast-iron stove kept the interior surprisingly comfortable, even when temperatures plunged to 40 below. One evening, returning from checking the Western Trail markers, I noticed something odd about the tracks surrounding my cabin. My own boot prints led away toward the trail as expected, But returning to the cabin door were two sets of prints, mine and something else's that perfectly overlapped them. As if someone had meticulously stepped in each of my outbound footprints, I followed the mysterious tracks backward, seeing how they shadowed mine precisely until they simply stopped. 50 yards from my cabin, in untouched snow, the second set of tracks vanished. Nothing had walked away. Nothing had approached from another direction. The tracks simply began in the middle of pristine snow, perfectly matching mine back to my door. I stood frozen, my breath clouding around my face as the fading winter light cast long shadows across the snow. For the first time since arriving, I locked my cabin door that night. 3 days later, I found the first animal. It was a large bull moose, or what remained of one, splayed across the trail half a mile from my cabin. At first, I assumed wolf predation, not uncommon, though wolves rarely brought down healthy adult moose. But approaching the carcass, I realized no wolf pack had done this. The moose had been turned inside out, perfectly. Its skin lay beneath it like a gruesome blanket, intact but inverted with the fur facing inward. The organs were arranged in a precise circular pattern around the corpse, unfrozen despite the frigid temperature. 20 years of wilderness experience hadn't prepared me for that sight. I documented it, as was my duty, and reported it via satellite phone to headquarters. Probable bear attack with scavenger activity, I said, knowing they'd accept this explanation. How could I describe what I'd actually seen? That night something scratched at my cabin walls. Not the familiar sound of branches in wind, but deliberate, rhythmic scratching that moved systematically around the perimeter. I sat motionless in my chair by the fire, my grandfather's rifle across my knees, listening as whatever it was tested each wall, each window, the chimney, the roof. The scratching continued for hours before stopping suddenly. In the abrupt silence that followed, I heard what sounded like my own voice, distorted and wrong, whisper my name just outside the door. Denali. It called softly. I'm cold. Let me in. My satellite phone stopped working the next day. The battery, though fully charged, drained to nothing whenever I attempted a call. The ham radio emitted only static, punctuated by what sounded like distant backward singing. I wasn't entirely cut off. I could still reach the ranger station by snowmobile in an emergency. But as February's darkness stretched into 16-hour nights, the knowledge of my isolation settled into my bones deeper than any cold. I began keeping a journal, documenting the escalating strangeness, tracks that led in impossible directions, half-glimpsed movements at the forest's edge that vanished when directly observed, the unsettling silence that had swallowed the natural sounds of the wilderness. My sleep became increasingly disturbed. I'd wake to find myself standing at the window, with no memory of leaving my bed. Twice I discovered the door unlatched in the morning. Snow drifted across the threshold, though I was certain I'd secured it. Then came the morning I found perfect imprints of human hands and face pressed into the snow beneath each window of my cabin, as if someone had lain there all night. Listening, the impressions were identical to my own. The radio crackled to life on a Tuesday morning in late February, breaking weeks of static. Mike's voice came through, distorted but comprehensible. Denali, you there? We've got a missing hiker. College kid named Thomas Abernathy separated from his group yesterday afternoon in your sector. They were doing winter photography near Reflection Pond. Search team is mobilizing, but you're closest. I acknowledged the call, secretly relieved to have human contact and a concrete mission. Whatever had been stalking my territory, I wouldn't leave a kid to face it alone. The snowmobile roared to life, and I set out with emergency gear, my tracking skills, and a growing sense of dread. A storm system was moving in, temperatures dropping rapidly. An inexperienced hiker wouldn't survive long. I found Thomas's tracks near Reflection Pond, identifiable by the distinctive pattern of his snow boots. The trail was straightforward at first. He'd clearly been walking in circles trying to reorient himself before picking a direction that unfortunately led further from the marked trails. About 2 miles in, I noticed something peculiar. A second set of tracks had begun to parallel his, keeping a consistent distance of about 20 feet to the left. These new tracks weren't from his group. They appeared to be made by feet wrapped in cloth, leaving indistinct impressions that reminded me of traditional Athabascan winter wrappings. The storm hit faster than forecast. Visibility dropped to mere feet. the temperature plummeting as wind howled through the trees. I continued following the increasingly snow-covered tracks until they vanished altogether, near a stand of ancient spruce. "Thomas," I called, my voice swallowed by the swirling snow. "National Park Service, Thomas Abernathy," something answered. Not the lost hiker, but a sound like my own voice, echoing back my calls from multiple directions simultaneously. I found shelter in a small cave formed by fallen timber and snow, established a temporary camp, and waited for the worst of the blizzard to pass. As darkness fell, I kept my headlamp off to preserve battery, sitting in blackness listening to the storm. That's when I heard footsteps circling my shelter. Heavy, deliberate steps crushing snow, moving in a perfect circle around me. "Thomas?" I called, knowing it wasn't him. The footsteps stopped directly in front of the entrance. Through the howling wind came a voice. My voice, but wrong somehow, like someone learning to use vocal cords for the first time. "I found him," my voice said from the darkness. "I'm wearing him now." I fumbled for my flashlight, heart hammering, and when the beam cut through the entrance, nothing was there except swirling snow and a single set of cloth-wrapped footprints leading away. The storm broke shortly before dawn. I followed those strange footprints, telling myself I was still searching for the missing hiker, though a part of me knew I was being led. The tracks ended at a small clearing where the snow had been meticulously cleared in a perfect circle. In the center sat Thomas Abernathy's backpack, camera equipment, and neatly folded clothes. His boots were placed precisely side by side. There was no blood, no signs of struggle, just the abandoned possessions, and beside them, what looked like a bundle of tightly wound birch bark. I approached cautiously and saw the bark contained something. Unrolling it carefully, I found myself staring at what appeared to be a human face, not flesh, but a perfect impression, like a mask molded from clay showing every detail of a young man's features frozen in an expression of absolute terror. As I stood transfixed by this impossible object, I noticed the silence had returned, that perfect, vacuum-like absence of sound that had plagued my territory for months. Looking up slowly, I saw them. Hundreds of similar bark packages hanging from the surrounding trees, gently swaying though there was no wind. I reported finding evidence of the hiker's equipment, but no sign of Thomas himself. The search continued for 5 days before being called off. His disappearance became another Alaska mystery, attributed to the dangers of winter hiking and the vast wilderness that swallows people every year. I never told anyone about the face in the birch bark, or how in the silent clearing, I heard whispers from hundreds of voices speaking simultaneously, each one telling me its name. But I recognized one of the voices. It was my grandmother's warning me of what comes next when the Mindwalker takes interest in you. "It learns you," her voice had whispered from the trees. "Then it becomes you." The disappearance of Thomas Abernathy triggered an investigation that briefly populated my quiet corner of wilderness with search teams, park officials, and eventually 2 state troopers. I found myself simultaneously relieved by human presence and anxious for them all to leave, feeling somehow that their presence aggravated whatever force had staked its claim to my territory. March arrived with its lengthening days, the relentless winter darkness finally receding. I should have felt the familiar surge of optimism that accompanies the return of light to Alaska, but the growing illumination only made the shadows sharper, the anomalies more difficult to dismiss. During the investigation, Mike stayed at my cabin for 3 nights. On the second evening, as we sat beside the fire sharing my dwindling supply of whiskey, he studied me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You don't look well, Denali," he said finally. His weathered face creased with concern. "Been up here alone too long, maybe." I offered vague explanations about winter insomnia and the stress of the search, but couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd been experiencing. Even to a fellow ranger who'd spent 30 years in the Alaskan wilderness, how could I explain tracks that appeared from nowhere, animals turned inside out, or faces preserved in birch bark? "Thinking about rotating you to the visitor center for a few months," he continued. "Get you around people before you start talking to trees." He laughed, but his eyes remained serious. I should have accepted. Should have packed my few possessions that very night and returned to the relative safety of Ranger headquarters. Instead, I insisted I was fine, that I preferred my solitude, that the coming spring would improve my spirits. The morning after the search was called off, I stood on my porch watching the last vehicles vanish down the snow-packed service road. Silence reclaimed the forest immediately, but it was the natural silence of wilderness, not the vacuum quiet I'd grown to dread. I felt a momentary optimism. Perhaps whatever had haunted these woods had been driven away by human activity. Perhaps it had followed the search party out. That afternoon, checking trail markers along the eastern perimeter, I spotted movement through the trees. A human figure moving parallel to my path. Another ranger, I assumed, until I glimpsed the distinctive blue of my own winter parka. I changed direction abruptly, cutting through dense forest to intercept the figure. Emerging into a small clearing, I found myself staring at myself. Not someone who resembled me, it was me. Perfect in every detail, my ranger uniform, my backpack, my father's carved bone necklace, the scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood fall. The copy stood motionless 20 yards away, head slightly tilted, observing me with my own eyes. My first irrational thought was that I was hallucinating from stress or isolation, but the snow crunched beneath my boots as it took a single step forward, and I caught the distinctive scent of wood smoke and pine that I knew clung to my clothing. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper. My duplicate's face remained expressionless for a moment before stretching into a smile too wide for a human face. When it spoke, the voice was mine, but the cadence was wrong, too measured, as if carefully assembling my vocal patterns. "I am Denali," it said. "I watch the mountain. I help the lost." It took another step toward me. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. "I've been studying you," it continued, its too wide smile never faltering. "Learning your movements, your patterns, your voice." Its head tilted further, an impossible angle. "But I need to learn more." From inside, I ran. For hours I crashed through the forest, changing direction frequently, crossing frozen streams, doubling back on my trail. Finally, as dusk approached, I circled back toward my cabin, approaching cautiously through the trees. Smoke rose from the chimney. Through the windows, I could see movement inside, my routines. As the thing wearing my shape prepared an evening meal, checked supplies, added wood to the fire, all with a mechanical precision that was almost but not quite natural. I retreated to an emergency shelter 3 miles south, a simple structure stocked with basic supplies. There I spent a sleepless night, the rifle across my knees, starting at every sound from the surrounding forest. By morning, I'd convinced myself I needed evidence, photos or video of my duplicate, something to show Mike or the authorities, something to prove I wasn't suffering delusions of isolation. I approached my cabin again, camera ready. It was gone. The cabin stood empty. Fire burned down to ash, no sign of the copy. But pinned to my door with my own hunting knife was a perfect birch bark impression of my face, capturing an expression of terror I didn't recognize. Below it, scratched into the wood with what appeared to be fingernails, were words in my native language. Words my grandmother had taught me, the ancient prayer for protection against the Mindwalker. I stood frozen, staring at this impossible message. The entity hadn't just copied my appearance, it had accessed memories I'd nearly forgotten. Linguistic knowledge buried deep in my mind. That night, I abandoned the cabin to my duplicate, retreating again to the emergency shelter. Sleep eventually claimed me despite my terror, and I dreamed of my grandmother standing in a forest clearing surrounded by hanging faces. "It doesn't just want your skin," she said in my dream. "It wants to become you so completely that even the spirits are fooled. It wants your soul." I awoke to scratching outside my shelter, rhythmic, patient scratching that continued until dawn, when I emerged to find no tracks in the fresh snow, only crude stick figures arranged in a circle around the shelter, each one bearing a tiny birch bark face. My face. In my people's stories, the Skinwalker isn't just a monster, it's an ancient evil, one that has existed alongside humans since before memory. My grandmother spoke of it rarely and only in daylight, believing that night conversations about such entities invited their attention. They were human once, she told me when I was 12, after I'd pressed her for the real stories, not the sanitized versions shared with tourists. Medicine people who turned from healing to harming, who performed rituals too dark to name. They gained the power to wear animals like clothing, then eventually to wear people. I remembered her words as I made my way back to Ranger headquarters, abandoning my post for the first time in 4 years. I needed to report the doppelganger, needed human contact and reinforcement. The 10-mile journey took me most of the day, hampered by frequent stops to scan my surroundings, convinced I was being followed. Several times I glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision, a figure matching my pace through distant trees. But when I turned, nothing was there. Late afternoon brought me to the ranger station, a welcome sight with its sturdy construction and solar panels glinting in the low sun. Smoke rose from the chimney and I nearly sobbed with relief at the evidence of human presence. "Mike," I called, pushing open the door. "It's Denali. I need to talk to you about something strange." The common room was empty but warm, radio equipment humming softly. Coffee sat freshly made, steam still rising from the pot. I called out again, moving toward the back offices. I found Mike in the communications room, slumped over the radio console. Relief flooded through me. He was just napping, overtired from the search efforts. I reached to shake his shoulder. He was cold. Had been dead for hours, and not just dead, changed. His skin hung loose on his frame, as if the underlying muscles had somehow contracted. His eyes were open but clouded, staring at nothing, and his mouth was stretched in a grimace that exposed too many teeth. On the desk beside him lay a sheet of birch bark, peeled and flattened. The inner surface was blank, waiting. I backed away, bile rising in my throat when the radio crackled to life. Through bursts of static came my own voice. "Denali to headquarters. I'm bringing in the lost hiker." Found him disoriented but alive. Hit at 20 minutes over. Terror froze me in place as I realized the implications. The skinwalker wasn't just mimicking my appearance, it was taking my place, integrating itself into my life. And now it was coming here. I had perhaps 15 minutes before it arrived. Moving quickly, I searched the station, finding the other 2 rangers on duty in similar states to Mike. Not violently killed, but somehow deflated, their essence stolen. In the equipment room, I gathered supplies. A more powerful rifle than my own, emergency flares, a satellite phone, and cold weather survival gear. My people's stories were frustratingly vague about how to kill a skinwalker. Some said burning. Others claimed only weapons blessed by medicine people would work. My grandmother had mentioned iron and ash as protective elements, so I grabbed a fire poker and filled a pouch with ashes from the wood stove. The sound of an approaching snowmobile sent me retreating to the back door. Through the window, I watched as a perfect copy of myself dismounted from the vehicle. There was no lost hiker with it. That had been a ruse to explain its arrival. It moved with inhuman grace toward the station entrance. My face arranged in a neutral expression that looked profoundly wrong, somehow, like a mask worn by something that didn't quite understand facial movements. I slipped out the back door and circled around, toward the vehicle parking area. My plan was simple desperation. Steal a snowmobile and get to the nearest town, Healy, 30 miles south. Find help. Bring back authorities. I had just reached the parking area when I heard my own voice call out from alarmingly close behind me. "I know you're afraid," it said, "but there's no need. This transition happens to all your kind eventually. Your stories remember us because we've always been here, helping humans evolve." I turned slowly to face it. In the fading light, its appearance was perfect, indistinguishable from my reflection. But its stillness betrayed it. It didn't shift weight or blink or breathe unless deliberately mimicking human movement. "What do you want?" I asked, though I already knew. It smiled, the expression almost correct this time. "To become. Your people named us skinwalkers, but that's simplistic. We don't just wear skin, we absorb. We become." It took a step closer. "I've been alone too long, dormant. But when you came to these woods, so perfectly isolated, so attuned to this place, I recognized an ideal vessel. Why me?" My hand crept toward the flare gun in my pocket. "Because you listen to the silence. Because your blood remembers the old ways." Another step closer. "Because you're connected to this land in ways most humans no longer are." "I need that connection." I raised the flare gun and fired directly at its chest. The magnesium flare struck with a hiss, igniting its parka. For a moment, triumph surged through me, then horror, as I watched the flames spread across its body without seeming to cause pain or damage. It looked down at the fire consuming its clothing with mild curiosity, then back at me. "Physical methods won't work, Denali. I'm not flesh. I'm idea, pattern, memory." As it advanced, still burning, I remembered my grandmother's final teaching about the mind walker. It fears not what destroys the body, but what preserves the soul. Identity is your only weapon. Understanding flooded me as I reached for the pouch of ashes, flinging them into the air between us. In my native tongue, I began to recite my lineage, the names of my ancestors, my connection to this land, the stories that defined my people and myself. The entity hesitated, flame still licking harmlessly at its form. Its perfect copy of my face rippled slightly, like water disturbed by wind. I am Denali, son of John, grandson of Lily. I continued, my voice growing stronger. My people have walked this land since the ice retreated. My blood knows the language of ravens. My hands carry the memory of 10,000 years of survival. With each declaration of identity, the creature's form became less stable. The flames burning its clothing turned blue, then white, consuming it more rapidly. You cannot become what refuses to surrender. I finished, my grandmother's words finding new meaning. My soul is not yours to take. It made a final lunge toward me, and in that moment its disguise faltered completely. What reached for me was neither human nor animal, but a terrible shifting collage of faces, dozens of stolen identities struggling against each other beneath a translucent membrane. I glimpsed Thomas Abernathy's features among them, and Mike's, contorted in silent screams. The white flames engulfed it entirely, and it uttered a sound no human throat could produce, a multi-toned wail that contained voices spanning centuries. The snow beneath it melted in an instant as it collapsed into itself, leaving nothing but a perfect circular impression in the ground and the lingering scent of burnt birch. In the sudden silence, I heard a raven call, the first bird sound in my forest in months. The official report stated that a propane leak caused an explosion at the ranger station, killing Mike and the 2 seasonal rangers. I was listed as the sole survivor, credited with discovering the leak too late to save my colleagues, but in time to prevent further tragedy. The body of Thomas Abernathy was never found, officially another victim of Alaska's unforgiving wilderness. What could I have told them instead? That an ancient entity had stalked my forest for months? That it had studied me, copied me, intended to absorb my essence and replace me? That I had destroyed it using nothing but ash and the power of identity? I testified at the inquests, attended the funerals, accepted the psychological counseling mandated by the Park Service. I provided rational explanations for irrational events, describing trauma responses and isolation-induced stress to explain my hallucinations about doppelgangers and inside-out animals. They offered me a transfer to Glacier Bay, a busier park with more human contact. I declined and requested reinstatement to my original posting. After much discussion and several psychological evaluations, they reluctantly agreed, attributing my decision to survivor's guilt and a need for familiar surroundings to process my trauma. I returned to my cabin as winter loosened its grip on the land. Spring brought the expected renewal. Birds returned to the forest, animals emerged from hibernation. The silence that had plagued my territory was replaced by the natural sounds of wilderness. I rebuilt my life in small increments, repaired the damage to my cabin door, restocked supplies, resumed my patrols. Each normal day helped erase the memory of what had happened, though I kept my grandfather's rifle closer than before, and maintained new protective habits. Ash sprinkled across thresholds, my lineage recited each morning like prayer, iron nails hammered into the cabin's foundation. 2 months after my return, during a routine patrol of the eastern boundary, I found a perfect circle of dead vegetation, about 20 feet in diameter. At its center lay a bundle of birch bark, unfurled to reveal emptiness. No face impression, just blank inner bark, waiting. I burned it where it lay and scattered the ashes across running water, as my grandmother had taught. The incident reports from other parks began shortly afterward. A ranger in Olympic National Park reporting perfect footprints that appeared from nowhere. A disappearance in Yellowstone where only neatly folded clothes remained. A wildlife researcher in Denali's southern section describing animals found turned inside out. I've requested transfers to each location, using my experience with wilderness survival and search techniques as justification. My supervisors seem relieved by my apparent recovery, my willingness to move beyond tragedy and isolation. They don't know I'm tracking it, or perhaps more accurately, tracking them. My grandmother's stories never mentioned multiple skinwalkers, but the patterns are unmistakable. The entity I confronted wasn't unique. Perhaps it was never truly destroyed, merely fragmented, scattering pieces of itself across the country's wild places. Or perhaps they've always been out there, dormant until someone suited to their needs enters their territory, someone attuned to silence and solitude, someone with connections to ancient understanding. I record each incident, map the spreading pattern of encounters, and prepare myself. I've made contact with elders from various tribes, gathering their knowledge about the ancient enemy under the guise of cultural research. Each has their own name for it, their own protective rituals, but the essence remains consistent. These entities seek to replace, to become, to absorb. Last week I found a birch bark face hanging from my cabin porch, not my face, but Thomas Abernathy's, his features now peaceful rather than terrified. Beneath it lay a single raven feather. I understand the message. He has been released. The others may yet be freed as well. Tonight, as I write these words in my journal, I hear the forest breathing normally around my cabin. Ravens call occasionally from nearby trees, resuming their ancient role as messengers between worlds. The fire burns well, keeping the spring chill at bay, but I know better than to feel safe. Something fundamental has changed in my relationship with wilderness. The forests and mountains I love have revealed their deeper nature, the ancient intelligence that watches from behind the trees. I remain Denali, mountain that stands tall. I remain myself, my identity intact, but somewhere beyond the firelight, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the moments between sleeping and waking, they are waiting, learning, becoming, and I will be ready when they return. I never wanted to be the kind of person who runs from their problems, but that's exactly what I was doing when I took the job as a park ranger in Denali. My name is Dakota Blackwolf. My grandmother was Denaina Athabaskan, and she always told me our name meant friend to all in the old language. Some friend I turned out to be, $43,000 in debt and ghosting everyone I knew in Seattle. The cabin they assigned me sits at the edge of a vast wilderness, 20 miles from the nearest ranger station. It's small but solid. 1 bedroom, a bathroom with temperamental plumbing, and a main room that serves as kitchen, office, and living space. The previous ranger left behind a wooden chair with a wobbly leg and a stack of field guides that smell like mildew. The isolation was exactly what I wanted, what I needed. My first week, I stood on the porch each morning watching the mist rise from the valley below, coffee mug warming my hands, thinking I'd made the right choice. The mountain stretched endlessly, ancient and indifferent. I'd always loved wilderness. The way it strips you down to essentials makes your human problems seem small. You'll get lonely out there, my supervisor had warned during orientation. It happens to everyone eventually. I'd laughed it off. After the collection agencies, after Emily left, after Dad's funeral, loneliness seemed like a blessing. The cabin came with a radio for emergencies and weekly check-ins. Cell service was non-existent, internet a distant memory. My duties were straightforward. Patrol designated areas, assist lost hikers, monitor wildlife activity, report environmental violations. The pay wasn't great, but living expenses were minimal and they couldn't garnish what they couldn't find. On my 8th night, I woke to scratching at my door. Not the casual scrape of a curious animal, but deliberate. 3 slow drags, paused 3 more. I grabbed my flashlight and knife, heart thundering against my ribs. "Who's there?" I called, voice steadier than I felt. The scratching stopped. I counted to 30 before opening the door. Scanning the darkness with my flashlight, nothing, just the wind through the pines and that peculiar silence that follows. Disruption in the wild. I was about to close the door when I noticed them, footprints in the soft earth. Human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Elongated and deeper at the toes. As if whatever made them walked on the balls of its feet. They led from the forest edge to my door, then disappeared. Not disappeared as in faded away. Disappeared as in stopped abruptly, mid-stride. I told myself it was a bear walking oddly, or a moose. I told myself a lot of things as I locked the door and sat awake until dawn, knife in hand. The next morning, the footprints were gone. Melted away in the morning dew, I figured. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had stood outside my cabin, listening to me breathe. Grandmother used to tell stories when I was young, stories I'd dismissed as superstition. Tales of creatures that wore human skin like clothing, that could mimic human voices to lure the unwary. Hinaldlushi, the Navajo called them. Skinwalkers. Just stories, I muttered to myself as I prepared for my day's patrol. just the wind and an animal. But deep down in that ancient part of our brains that remembers predators in the night, I knew I was lying to myself. Something had found me, and I had the sinking feeling that my isolation, which had seemed like salvation, might become my undoing. Before Alaska, my life had been a steady descent into financial ruin. Credit card debt from helping Dad through his final years. Student loans for a biology degree that qualified me mainly for jobs that couldn't cover both rent and loan payments. After Emily left, taking the car and leaving me with our shared credit card debt, I spiraled further. The ranger job was escape and penance rolled into one. $36,000 a year with housing included, health benefits, and enough isolation that I could live on almost nothing and chip away at the debt. Plus, 6 months in the backcountry meant 6 months without looking at everyone else's perfect lives on social media. What I loved most about the job was the rhythm. Wake at dawn, coffee as the sun crested the mountains, then hours of walking trails, monitoring wildlife patterns, checking campsites. I loved the way my body grew stronger, the way my mind cleared, the way problems that had seemed insurmountable in the city shrank beneath the vast Alaskan sky. 2 weeks after the scratching incident, I was checking a remote trail when I found the hiker. He was sitting on a fallen log, shoulders slumped, staring at nothing. Mid-40s, expensive gear, city soft despite his rugged clothing. "Sir, are you all right?" I approached slowly, hand near my bear spray. He turned and something in his eyes made me stop. They were empty, like looking into still water and seeing nothing reflected back. "I'm lost," he said, his voice flat. "Can you help me find my way?" Standard procedure with lost hikers. Check for injuries, offer water and food, get their information, guide them to safety. I went through the motions automatically. "Where were you headed?" I asked, offering my canteen. "Home," he said, not taking the water. "I need to get home. Where are you staying?" "Which campground or lodge?" He stared at me for a long moment. "You're not from here either," he said finally. Not a question. A chill crawled up my spine. "I work here." "I'm Ranger Black Wolf." "Black Wolf," he repeated, tasting the name. "But not Wolf." "Not yet." I took an involuntary step back. "Sir, are you feeling all right? Do you need medical attention?" He smiled then, too wide, teeth too white against his weathered face. "You hear them at night, don't you?" "Outside your cabin. They're curious about you." "I need your name and information," I said firmly, trying to regain control of the situation. "Where did you start your hike?" He stood and somehow seemed taller than before. "The Dena'ina have a word for what waits in these woods. Your grandmother would know it." He stepped toward me. "You shouldn't be alone out here, Dakota. The lonely ones are the easiest to replace." I reached for my radio. "Sir, I'm going to call for assistance." "Don't worry," he said, suddenly normal. Suddenly just a tired, middle-aged hiker. "I know my way back now. Thank you for your help, Ranger." He turned and walked into the trees before I could stop him, moving with an ease that seemed impossible on the rough terrain. I followed, calling after him, but within moments he was gone. I searched for an hour, finding no trace, not a footprint, not a broken branch. That night I reported the incident. Search and rescue found nothing. No missing person reports matched his description. My supervisor suggested he might have been a poacher trying to distract me, or just a hiker who didn't want to admit he was off trail in a restricted area. I didn't mention what he'd said about my grandmother, about being replaced. I didn't mention how, for just a moment, I thought I saw his shadow move independently of his body. That night, the scratching returned. 3 slow drags, pause, 3 more, and then softly, a voice that sounded like mine but wasn't calling my name. The daily radio check-ins became my lifeline, a reminder that beyond my isolated pocket of wilderness, normal life continued. Supervisor Keller's voice, crackling through static each morning at 9 a.m. sharp, anchored me to reality. "Anything unusual to report, Black Wolf?" he asked 3 weeks after my encounter with the strange hiker. I hesitated. The scratching had continued nightly, sometimes accompanied by whispers that slipped through the cracks around my door. Twice I'd found small arrangements of bones on my porch, delicate avian skeletons arranged in spiral patterns. Once, all my carefully stacked firewood had been reorganized into a pyramid while I slept. Nothing significant, I lied. Usual tourist infractions. Couple trying to feed a moose had to issue a warning. Who would believe me? I barely believed myself. Each morning, I'd convince myself the previous night's events were dreams. stress hallucinations, or normal wilderness occurrences misinterpreted through my isolation-warped perception. Until the cameras. I'd set up trail cameras around my cabin, standard equipment for monitoring wildlife activity. Checking the memory cards became part of my morning routine. Coffee, radio check, and camera review. Most days yielded nothing but deer, the occasional moose, once a magnificent wolverine. That morning, camera number 3 showed something different. The timestamp read 2:47 a.m. The infrared image showed a figure standing at the edge of the clearing where my cabin stood. Human-shaped but wrong, too tall, limbs too long. It stood perfectly still, facing my cabin. The next image, time-stamped 1 minute later, showed the same figure, closer now, head tilted at an impossible angle. The third image showed nothing but trees. My hands trembled as I checked camera number 4, positioned near my front door. 2:51 a.m. The figure again, now at my porch, its back to the camera. Its head was turned completely backward, face staring directly into the lens despite its body facing away. Its face was wrong. Features stretched and distorted like melted wax. Mouth a jagged slash extending too far up its cheeks. Its eyes reflected the infrared light like an animal's. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering. This was evidence. Proof I wasn't losing my mind. That afternoon, I hiked to the spot where I'd met the strange hiker. Something drew me there. A need to connect the pieces of whatever was happening. The forest seemed different, quieter, as if the wildlife had vacated the area. Even the birds were silent. At the fallen log where he'd sat, I found a small leather pouch. Inside was a yellowed piece of paper with faded writing in what looked like Athabascan. I recognized only one word, the word for skinwalker. As a child, I'd rolled my eyes at grandmother's stories. Skinwalkers were once human, she'd told me. Medicine people who broke sacred laws using their power for selfish ends. They traded their humanity for abilities beyond human limits. They can take animal forms, mimic human voices, move impossibly fast. But there's always something wrong with their appearance, something unnatural that gives them away. How do you stop them? I'd asked, despite my skepticism. Speak their true name, she'd said, or wound them with a knife dipped in ash and salt. Standing in that unnaturally silent forest, I suddenly wished I'd listened more carefully to her stories instead of dismissing them as primitive superstition. As I pocketed the pouch, the silence broke, a whisper from directly behind me. Takoda. I spun around, heart lurching. Nothing. Takoda. The voice came from my left now, pronouncing each syllable with unnatural precision. It sounded like my own voice, but with something else underneath, a rasping, hungry undertone. Who's there? I called, drawing my knife. The forest had grown darker, though my watch showed only 3:30 p.m. The shadows between the trees seemed to pulse, to breathe. You came back. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. What do you want? I demanded, turning in slow circles, knife extended. A laugh. My laugh, but twisted, broken. What you have? The shadows moved. Something stepped forward. A figure like the one in my trail camera, but clearer now. It had my face, or a crude approximation of it, like something that had studied me but couldn't quite get the details right. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in extra places. Its mouth didn't move when it spoke again. Your life looks warm. I ran. I ran as I've never run before, blind with terror, crashing through underbrush, lungs burning. I didn't stop until I reached my cabin, locking myself inside as the sun began to set. That night I woke to my own voice calling to me from the darkness outside my window. Let me in, Takoda. I'm cold out here. I'm so cold. The isolation began eating away at my sanity. I stopped reporting the incidents in my daily check-ins, afraid they'd pull me from my post, not out of dedication to the job, but fear of what might follow me back to civilization. Instead, I fortified my cabin. Salt lines at thresholds and windows, ash rubbed on my knife, symbols copied from my grandmother's old journal, which I'd brought as a keepsake but now studied like a survival manual. My supervisor noticed something was wrong. You sound ragged, Black Wolf. Everything okay out there? Just not sleeping well, I said. Weird dreams. This wasn't entirely a lie. When I did manage to sleep, I dreamed of running through endless forest, pursued by something wearing my skin like an ill-fitting suit. In the dreams, I could hear it breathing behind me, always just out of sight. Sometimes I dreamed I was back in Seattle, living my old life, except everyone I encountered had those same wrong eyes. Empty, hungry. I started keeping a journal, documenting everything. If nothing else, I wanted evidence of what was happening to me, whether it was supernatural or a descent into wilderness-induced psychosis. Day 47. Footprints again this morning. They start at the tree line and stop at my door. Always the same. Something stands at my door for hours each night. The trail cameras no longer work. All show static or black screens. Day 49. Found another bone arrangement today, larger bones. Analysis suggests deer femur fox skull, arranged in a symbol similar to my name in Dana script. Day 52. 3 hikers reported missing in my sector. Search and rescue found nothing. I found a torn backpack near the stream, contents scattered. One item, a photo of me from my Seattle days. How? I patrolled with religious dedication, partly from duty, partly from a desperate need to understand what was happening. I began finding signs of the missing hikers. A watch here, a torn jacket there, never in places search and rescue had checked. Each item placed deliberately as if left for me to find. On day 54, I found a camera. One of those disposable tourist ones, half buried near the fallen log where I'd first encountered the strange hiker. I took it back to the cabin and, using my emergency kit, developed the film myself. 23 photos of me. Me patrolling. Me sleeping through my cabin window. Me reading on my porch. The final photo. Me developing these very photos. Taken through my cabin window minutes earlier. I smashed the camera and burned the photos. Hands shaking so badly I nearly set fire to my sleeve. That night the radio woke me. It was 3:17 a.m. according to my watch. Through waves of static I heard my supervisor's voice. Black Wolf, emergency at your location. Come in, Black Wolf. I grabbed the radio. Keller, what's happening? We've got 3 hikers missing in your vicinity. Last known position was near Raven Creek. Need you to check it out immediately. Something felt wrong. At 3 a.m.? Shouldn't this wait until daylight? Static hissed. Then negative. Emergency beacon activated. Coordinates coming through. Numbers flickered on my radio's small screen. The location was only 2 miles from my cabin, the fallen log. I'll check at first light, I said. Too dangerous to navigate that terrain in darkness. Negative, Ranger. Keller's voice had changed subtly. Immediate response required. They mentioned a ranger was with them. Might be a case of ranger impersonation. My blood ran cold. Someone impersonating me? Confirm your identity, Keller. Authorization code. Each ranger had an emergency code for verification, static, then silence. Then in a voice that was no longer quite Keller's, no longer quite human. Don't you want to meet them, Dakota? The ones who think I'm you? I threw the radio across the room. It continued speaking, though now disconnected from power. They're waiting, Dakota. They think they're safe because a ranger is with them. Because I'm with them. Wearing your face, learning your ways. I grabbed my emergency pack and knife. Whatever was happening, there might actually be hikers in danger. People who thought they were safe with something pretending to be me. The logical part of my brain screamed that this was exactly what it wanted, to lure me out into the darkness. But I couldn't take the chance that innocent people were out there, trusting a monster wearing my face. As I stepped onto my porch, the full moon illuminated a figure standing at the tree line. My doppelganger. In the moonlight, I could see the imperfections in its mimicry. Limbs slightly too long, smile too wide. Eyes reflecting light like an animal's. They're waiting, it said in my voice. Hurry, Ranger Blackwolf. They need your help. It turned and loped into the forest, movements fluid yet wrong like a puppet with too many joints. Against every instinct for self-preservation, I followed. The forest at night was a different world. Familiar trails transformed into labyrinthine passages, landmarks distorted by shadows and moonlight. I followed the creature wearing my face, keeping just enough distance to track its movement without getting too close. My headlamp illuminated a narrow path ahead, the beam swallowed by darkness beyond. It moved unnaturally fast, pausing occasionally as if making sure I still followed. Twice I nearly lost it, only to hear my own voice calling mockingly from ahead. This way, Ranger. They're waiting for you. After what felt like hours but was likely less than one, we reached a small clearing. My headlamp revealed a campsite, a tent, a smoldering fire, 3 backpacks neatly arranged. No people, no skinwalker, hello? I called, knife ready. Park ranger. Anyone here? Nothing. The camp looked recently abandoned. Coffee still warm in a mug by the fire, a book open on a camp chair. I examined the backpacks, finding ID in one. 3 hikers from Oregon, 2 women and a man, all in their 20s. Their tent was empty, sleeping bags still rolled. As I turned to leave the tent, my light caught something on the canvas wall, dark smears forming crude symbols. The same symbols from my grandmother's journal. Protective wards. These hikers knew something was hunting them. A twig snapped behind me. I spun, knife raised. Ranger Blackwolf? A young woman stood at the edge of the clearing, relief washing over her face. Thank God. We heard something outside our camp. Jake went to check and... She stopped, staring over my shoulder, expression collapsing into terror. I turned slowly. Standing directly behind me was... me. Or rather, the skinwalker wearing my form. In the firelight, the wrongness of it was even more apparent. Its proportions subtly distorted. Its smile too wide, eyes reflecting red like a nocturnal animal's. Found you, it said to the woman, in my voice but with that underlying rasp. Run, I shouted, lunging at the creature with my knife. It moved with impossible speed, sidestepping my attack and seizing my wrist in a grip that felt like iron bands. Its skin was cold and dry like old leather. 2 Rangers, Blackwolf, it said, grinning its terrible grin. 1 too many. The woman fled into the trees, screaming for her friends. The skinwalker seemed unconcerned, focused entirely on me. What do you want? I gasped, struggling against its grip. To be warm again, it said. To belong again. Your life looks so warm, Dakota. Your skin looks so new. It leaned closer, sniffing me like a curious animal. But you're lonely too, like me, cast out, running from debts. No one would miss you. My grandmother's stories came back in a rush. Skinwalkers were once human, transformed by breaking sacred taboos. They could be killed, wounded by weapons treated with ash and salt, banished by speaking their true names. I'd prepared my knife with ash and salt, but the creature held my wrist immobile. Its true name? I had no idea what it had been called in its human life. You're wrong, I said, playing for time. People would look for me. My supervisor, the search teams, it laughed, a sound like branches breaking. 6 weeks before they'd find your body. By then, I'd be living your life in the city, paying your debts, loving your Emily. The mention of Emily triggered something. Rage, desperation, a surge of strength. I twisted suddenly, breaking its grip, and slashed with my knife. The blade caught its arm, opening a wound that didn't bleed but seeped a black tarry substance. It shrieked, the sound like metal scraping metal. Your name, I demanded, circling it now, knife ready. What were you called before? It hissed, clutching its wounded arm. Names have power. You know this, grandson of Tallulah Blackwolf. The mention of my grandmother's name startled me. How do you... I knew her, it said, eyes gleaming. She knew me, before, when I was ranger here. Pieces clicked into place. The cabin that had felt lived in when I arrived. The field guides left behind. The way it knew the forest so intimately. Calvin Bell, I said, remembering the name on the faded service photograph in the ranger station, the ranger who'd gone missing 20 years ago. Your name is Calvin Bell. The creature convulsed as if struck, its form rippling, features becoming less stable. No, it hissed. Not anymore. That name is dead. Calvin Bell, I repeated, advancing with the knife. That's your true name. It screamed, the sound raising the hair on my neck. Its form was degrading now, skin sloughing off like wax melting, revealing something underneath that wasn't human, wasn't animal, something ancient and hungry. You can't send me back to the darkness, it rasped. Less in my voice now, more in something older, rougher. I won't go back. From the trees, the woman's voice, Here, fire! 2 figures burst into the clearing, her companions, one carrying a flaming branch. The skinwalker looked from me to them, calculating. Then it smiled one last time, that too wide grin splitting its melting face. Another time, Dakota Blackwolf, it said, I'll wear your skin yet. It turned and fled into the forest, movements jerky now, as if the speaking of its true name had damaged something fundamental in its structure. One moment it ran on 2 legs, the next on 4. Then it seemed to flow like liquid between the trees until it vanished into darkness. The hikers rushed to me, breathless with fear. What was that thing? one asked. It looked like you, but wrong. I stared into the darkness where the creature had disappeared. Something that doesn't belong here anymore, I said. Something that forgot what it means to be human. The search for Calvin Bell, or whatever remained of him, found nothing. The hiker's report corroborated my story of being stalked by something mimicking a park ranger, though official records labeled it an unidentified assailant rather than a skinwalker. My supervisor arranged for a helicopter extraction of the hikers and suggested I take leave. I refused. Whatever that thing was, it was still out there, and somehow I knew it remained fixated on me. The next week passed in uneasy quiet. No scratching at my door, no bone arrangements, no whispers in my voice. The trail cameras functioned normally again, showing nothing but ordinary wildlife. I began to wonder if speaking Bell's true name had banished it permanently. Then came the letter. It arrived with my monthly supply drop, a plain envelope addressed to me in handwriting identical to my own. Inside was a single sheet of paper containing 2 words, "Still waiting." That night I sat on my porch with my ash-rubbed knife, watching the tree line. "I know you're there, Calvin," I called into the darkness. "I'm not afraid anymore. A lie, but a necessary one." Fear gave it power. The forest remained silent, but I felt it watching, waiting. The relationship between predator and prey had shifted. It had revealed itself. I had wounded it. I knew its name. But it hadn't given up. 2 months later, when my rotation ended, I requested an extension. My supervisor was surprised. Most rangers are desperate to get back to civilization after 6 months of isolation. "I'm not finished here," I said simply. The truth was more complicated. Part of me knew the skinwalker was still hunting me. If I left, it might follow, might bring its hunger to populated areas. Or worse, it might successfully take my place, wearing my face among unsuspecting people. As long as I remained in its territory, I could contain the threat. But there was another reason, one I barely admitted to myself. In facing the skinwalker, in speaking its true name and seeing its essence, I had glimpsed something profound. An ancient power, a connection to beliefs I'd dismissed as superstition. My grandmother's world had broken through into mine, validating her warnings, her wisdom. I began studying her journals in earnest, learning the old words, the old ways. I hung protective charms around my cabin, learned to read the signs in nature that indicated the skinwalker's presence. I made peace with my isolation, finding purpose in my vigil. Occasionally, I'd find signs that Calvin Bell was still watching. A strand of my hair carefully placed on a tree branch, my name spelled with twigs outside my door, the distorted reflection of my face in a still pool when I was alone, reminders that our game continued. On my grandmother's birthday, I built a small fire and performed the ceremony she described in her final journal. A ritual to honor ancestors, to ask for their protection. As the sweet smoke rose into the night sky, I felt a presence. Not the cold hunger of the skinwalker, but something warmer, familiar. "I understand now, grandmother," I whispered. "I'm listening." The wind shifted, carrying away the smoke, and for just a moment I thought I heard her voice in the rustling leaves. "Remember who you are, Dakota. Remember your name." That night I dreamed of the skinwalker, not as the horror it had become, but as Calvin Bell, the ranger who had preceded me. In the dream, he stood at the edge of a great darkness, looking back with human eyes full of regret. "It wasn't for power," he said. "It was for belonging. The forest accepted me when nothing else would." I woke with tears on my face and a deeper understanding. The skinwalker had once been a man, lonely and desperate as I had been. He had sought belonging in forbidden ways, crossing boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. His fate could have been mine. 6 months became a year. A year became 2. I paid down my debts with my modest ranger salary. I wrote to Emily, not seeking reconciliation but offering forgiveness. I spoke with my supervisor about training programs for local youth, connecting them with their cultural heritage while teaching modern conservation methods. And always, I kept watch. Each night before sleep, I placed ash and salt at my threshold and spoke Calvin Bell's name. Not as a weapon now, but as a reminder. A reminder of what happens when loneliness consumes us, when we forget our true names, our true selves. Sometimes, on still nights when the moon is full, I see it at the forest's edge, my shadow self, my almost fate. It no longer wears my face, having been denied that prize, but it watches with patient hunger, waiting for me to slip, to forget, to become vulnerable. I wave to it on those nights, acknowledging our strange connection. "Not today, Calvin," I call softly. "Not ever." The skinwalker remains, and so do I, guardian of the boundary between worlds, between what we are and what we might become when we lose ourselves to darkness. My name is Dakota Blackwolf, friend to all Shadowwalker, keeper of names, and as long as I remember who I am, the creature in the forest cannot claim me. My grandmother named me Makya, meaning one who hunts in our Atna Athabascan tradition. At 32, that name felt more like irony than prophecy. I wasn't hunting anything except maybe a way out of my crushing debt. The lease on my Anchorage apartment was up. Student loans were 6 months behind, and my bachelor's degree in wildlife biology had led to nothing but a string of seasonal gigs and temp work. So when the posting appeared for a year-round ranger position in Wrangell St. Elias, I applied immediately. The job description mentioned remote conditions and self-sufficiency required. Euphemisms for isolation that would drive most people away. For me, it was perfect. "You won't last 2 months," my ex-girlfriend said when I called to tell her. "Remember how you almost had a breakdown when your internet went out for a weekend?" She was right about that, but not about everything. My grandmother had taught me things about surviving in the Alaskan wilderness that no university course covered. She'd also told me stories that kept me awake at night. Tales of things that moved between worlds. Creatures that wore skins not their own. The ranger station was a renovated trapper's cabin, 30 miles from the nearest town. When my supervisor drove me there in early October, snow already dusted the ground. "Radio check-ins twice daily," he reminded me, pointing to the ancient equipment. "Supply runs once a month, weather permitting. Remember, you're primarily search and rescue during winter, plus monitoring for poachers." He paused at the door. "Last guy quit after 3 weeks. Said he kept hearing things." He laughed, but it sounded forced. Probably just wolves. After he left, I explored my new home. One main room with a wood stove, a tiny bedroom, and a storage area. The bathroom was an outhouse 30 paces away, a distance that would feel much longer at 30 below. Solar panels powered the bare essentials, supplemented by a generator for emergencies. That first night, unpacking my meager belongings, I found the small leather pouch my grandmother had given me when I graduated. Inside, juniper berries, owl feathers, and a small carved bone. Protection, she'd called it. I hung it by the door, feeling foolish but comforted. Outside, darkness fell early, and the wind picked up, whistling through imperfect seals around the windows. I built a fire in the wood stove and sat creating a map of the area, marking trails and known hazards. At 11:17 p.m., the radio crackled. Static, then nothing. I checked the settings, made a test call. No response. I told myself it was just interference, but at 2:43 a.m. I jolted awake. Something had screamed. Not an animal sound, but not quite human either. It echoed across the valley, raising the hairs on my neck. Standing at the window, peering into absolute darkness, I remembered a post I'd seen on a ranger forum. A veteran ranger in the Southwest had written about sounds that shouldn't exist, about shapes seen from the corner of your eye, about tracks that changed as you followed them. There are things in the wilderness older than our understanding, he'd written. Things that remember when we were prey. I dismissed it as campfire talk then. Now, listening to the unnatural silence that followed that scream, I wasn't so sure. As if responding to my thoughts, something heavy shuffled across my porch. The floorboards creaked beneath deliberate weight. Then came a scratching at the door, light, almost polite, like a neighbor's knock. But I had no neighbors for 30 miles. Morning came with merciful clarity. Daylight revealed nothing unusual on the porch, no tracks, no scratches on the door. I convinced myself I'd dreamed it all, my mind playing tricks in a new environment. My first week as Ranger Makya fell into a routine. Radio check-ins at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Patrol routes through the snow-laden forest. Maintenance on the cabin and equipment. At night, I'd read survival manuals by lantern light or whittlewood figures like my grandfather taught me. The cabin, though Spartan, became home. I lined the walls with shelves for the few books I'd brought and hung my grandfather's old snowshoes above the door. The previous ranger had left behind a half-finished carving of a bear, which I placed on the mantel. My bank called twice about missed payments, but here, those problems seemed distant. On day 9, I got my first emergency call. 2 hikers had strayed from the main trail as an early blizzard rolled in. With visibility near zero, they were disoriented and dangerously cold. I loaded my pack with emergency supplies and set out on snowshoes, following their last known coordinates. The storm intensified, snow falling so heavily it seemed to swallow sound itself. 3 hours in, I found their trail, footprints already filling with fresh snow. The tracks led into a dense thicket of black spruce, trees so closely grown they formed natural walls. As I pushed through, something odd happened. The wind stopped, completely. Snow still fell, but in absolute silence, as if the world had been muted. I called out, hearing my voice fall flat in the dead air. A response came from my left, faint, barely audible. I turned, pushing through branches toward the sound. I found them huddled against a fallen log, a man and woman in their 20s, poorly equipped for these conditions. The woman was conscious but dazed with hypothermia. The man had a broken ankle, swollen to twice its normal size. Something was following us, the man whispered as I wrapped emergency blankets around them. We could hear it mimicking our voices. Just the wind, I assured him, though I wasn't convinced myself. As I worked to stabilize his ankle, the woman suddenly stiffened, eyes fixed on something behind me. "It's watching us," she said. I turned slowly. 20 yards away, partially hidden behind a tree, stood what I first took to be a person. Tall, unnaturally thin, motionless despite the falling snow. But as I stared, I realized no snow was landing on it at all, as if it existed somehow separate from our reality. When I blinked, it was gone. "We need to move," I said, helping the man to his feet. Now, the return journey took twice as long. The man needed constant support, and the woman kept stopping, turning to look behind us. I felt it too, the sensation of being followed, of eyes on our backs. Once when we paused for water, I distinctly heard footsteps circling us, but no matter which way I turned, I saw nothing. At the edge of a clearing, 10 minutes from the cabin, the woman grabbed my arm. "It's there," she whispered. Against the tree line stood a figure, this time clearly visible. It had the general shape of a man, but was wrong in ways my mind struggled to process. Its limbs seemed too long, joints bending at impossible angles. It wore what looked like animal skins, but they hung oddly, as if not properly attached. Worst of all was its face, or rather, its lack of one. Where features should have been was only a smooth, pale expanse. As we watched, frozen in place, it tilted its head at an angle no human neck could achieve. Then it smiled, a tear opening where no mouth should be. I'd read the Reddit threads about skinwalkers. I dismissed them as creepypasta fiction, but my grandmother's stories came flooding back. Beings that could take human form but never quite get it right. "Don't run," I told them, voice steady despite my terror. "Back away slowly." The thing took one step forward, then another. After getting the hikers safely to my cabin, I radioed for emergency evacuation. The storm had passed, making a helicopter extraction possible by morning. That night, none of us slept. The man with the broken ankle, Derek, kept asking what we'd seen. "A bear," I lied. "They can stand on hind legs, look almost human in poor visibility." His girlfriend, Lauren, just stared at me, knowing better. At dawn, the helicopter arrived. As they were loaded on stretchers, Lauren pressed a crumpled paper into my hand. "I found this in my pocket after we saw it. I didn't put it there." After they departed, I unfolded the paper. On it was a crude drawing of a stick figure with unnaturally long limbs. Below it, in childlike handwriting, "I wear many skins." I burned the paper in the wood stove and tried to forget it. But 3 days later, walking my eastern patrol route, I found something that froze my blood. A perfect circle of dead animals, 7 rabbits arranged with heads pointing inward. At the center lay a ranger hat, my spare, which had been hanging in my cabin. I reported the incident as potential poaching activity, omitting the hat. My supervisor sounded skeptical. "Probably wolves left the kills," he said. "As for the hat, must have fallen from your pack, but I hadn't brought the hat with me. And wolves don't arrange their kills in perfect circles." That evening, recording my daily log, I found myself writing, "Something is stalking the territory. Something that knows I'm here." I scratched it out, writing instead, "All quiet. Routine patrol completed." After dinner, I searched online forums using my satellite connection, looking for similar experiences. On a thread titled, "Rangers, what's your creepiest wilderness story?" I found a post from username Deep Woods Watcher. It mimics voices. If you hear someone you know calling from the woods, ignore it. It learns what's important to you, uses it against you. The Native Americans around here call it Skinwalker. My grandfather called it the Hungry One. It doesn't just want your body. It wants your essence, your identity. I closed the laptop, trying to dismiss it as internet folklore. But that night, as wet snow tapped against my windows, I heard it. My name called in my grandmother's voice. "Makya, come outside. I need help." Her voice was perfect, the slight breathiness, the way she always emphasized the second syllable of my name. But my grandmother had died 3 years ago. I placed my hands over my ears, but the voice grew louder, more desperate. "Please, Makya, I'm cold out here." Something scratched at my door, gentle at first, then increasingly frantic. The windows rattled in their frames as if something was testing each one for weakness. I grabbed my rifle, though some deep instinct told me bullets would be useless against whatever was out there. Instead, I remembered my grandmother's teachings. I took juniper berries from the pouch she'd given me, crushing them in my palm. I sprinkled them across the threshold, reciting the protection words she'd taught me. The scratching stopped immediately. In the sudden silence, I heard what sounded like frustrated breathing. Heavy, wet animal, yet not. Then a new sound, laughter, soft and knowing. Morning revealed fresh tracks around my cabin. Human barefoot prints that suddenly transformed mid-stride into something else. Something with long, splayed toes ending in sharp points. I followed them to the edge of the forest, where they simply stopped, as if whatever made them had vanished or taken flight. That day, I received a radio call about an overdue hiker, a solo backpacker who'd missed 2 scheduled check-ins. His last known location was near Blackwater Ridge, exactly where I'd found the circle of dead rabbits. As I packed rescue gear, dread settled in my stomach. This wasn't coincidence. The entity was bringing me back to its territory. It was hunting, and not just the missing hiker. It was hunting me. The Blackwater Ridge Trail lived up to its name, a shadowy corridor through dense pines where even midday light struggled to penetrate. I moved carefully, scanning for signs of the missing hiker, a 40-year-old experienced outdoorsman named Paul Driscoll. 4 miles in, I found his first trace, an abandoned campsite with a tent still standing. Inside, his sleeping bag was unzipped, a headlamp still switched on, batteries nearly dead. His pack leaned against a tree, food properly hung in a bear bag. No signs of animal attack, no blood. Just an empty camp of someone who had stepped away and never returned. I called out his name, my voice swallowed by the dense forest. As I examined the perimeter, I found a single track, a boot print heading north away from the trail. Just one print, as if he'd taken one step and vanished. Following procedure, I marked the location and radioed in my findings. My supervisor authorized an expanded search, with a team arriving the next day. I should secure the scene and return to my cabin, but something caught my eye. A flash of color where there should be none. 20 yards from the campsite, hanging from a branch, was a red bandana. Not torn or snagged, but carefully tied in a perfect knot. Beyond it, another piece of fabric and a blue sock. They formed a trail, items of clothing spaced exactly 20 yards apart, leading deeper into untracked wilderness. Every instinct told me to wait for backup, but if Driscoll was still alive, hours could matter. I followed the macabre breadcrumb trail for over a mile. Each item appeared more personal than the last. A wallet, a wedding ring, finally a driver's license photo. The items formed a perfect straight line, impossible to dismiss as random scattering. The trail ended at the entrance to a narrow ravine. At its mouth lay a ranger hat, my own, which I'd been wearing when I left the cabin. I removed it from my head again, confirming I was not hallucinating. There it was, simultaneously on my head and on the ground before me. A trick of light, I told myself. A similar hat, but when I picked it up, I found my own handwriting on the inner band, my name in faded marker. Something rustled in the ravine. Clutching my rifle, I entered the narrow passage, walls of sheer rock rising on either side. The air grew noticeably colder, carrying a sickly sweet smell like decaying vegetation. 50 yards in, the ravine widened into a small clearing. In its center stood a crude structure, a shelter made of bent saplings covered with animal hides and what appeared to be torn camping equipment. Outside it, arranged in another perfect circle, were backpacks, 7 of them, from different eras. An ancient external frame model that might have been from the 70s, a modern ultralight pack, and 5 others between. I recognized one as matching the description of Driscoll's gear. I approached cautiously, calling out. No response. The shelter entrance was low, requiring me to crouch. Against every instinct, I shone my flashlight inside, empty, save for a bed of pine boughs and photographs. Dozens of them pinned to the shelter walls. Each showed a person, hikers from their gear, walking alone on various trails. In every photo, barely visible in the background, was a blurred figure watching from the trees. With shaking hands, I found what I was looking for, a photo of me, taken yesterday on my patrol route. Behind me in the image, half hidden behind a tree, stood a tall, emaciated figure. As I stared, trying to process what I was seeing, a voice spoke directly behind me. Ranger Makia, you found my collection. I whirled around, bringing up my rifle. The clearing was empty. I've been watching you, the voice continued, now from a different direction. You're different from the others. You can sense me. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, neither male nor female, both young and ancient. What did you do to them? I demanded. To Driscoll and the others. A laugh echoed through the ravine. I wore them for a while. Then I needed new skins. Something moved at the edge of my vision, a figure darting between rocks with impossible speed. Your grandmother knew about my kind, the voice said. She carried protection. So do you. I clutched the leather pouch at my belt. But protection fades, it continued. And I am patient. The temperature plummeted suddenly, my breath clouding. From the shadows of the ravine emerged a figure, tall, skeletal, dressed in what looked like pieces of ranger uniform, stitched together with animal hide. Its face was the worst part, features that shifted subtly, as if multiple faces were trying to emerge from the same skin. For a moment, I thought I recognized Paul Driscoll's eyes. Then they changed, becoming something inhuman, pupils elongating vertically like a snake's. I need a new skin, it said, smiling with too many teeth. Yours is strong. It will last. It took a step toward me. I fired, the sound deafening in the narrow space. The bullet passed through it as if through smoke. I ran. Blind panic propelled me through the ravine, boots slipping on loose rocks, branches whipping my face. Behind me I heard not footsteps but a dry sliding sound, like something heavy being dragged across stone. I can smell your fear. Makia! The voice called, somehow both distant and right beside my ear. It's delicious. Breaking from the ravine into the forest, I frantically tried to orient myself. The sun was setting, shadows lengthening, every tree looking identical. I dropped my map in the panic and my compass spun uselessly, the needle rotating in complete circles. My radio crackled to life, not with the usual static, but with my own voice. Mayday. Mayday. This is Ranger Makia. I'm being attacked by something. Send help. But I hadn't spoken. I hadn't even reached for my radio. Breathing heavily, I ducked behind a massive fallen log, trying to silence my gasping breaths. In the stillness, I heard movement, deliberate, unhurried steps circling my position. I've worn many rangers before, the voice said conversationally. Their training makes the skin stronger, more resilient, but none had your connection to the old ways. I closed my eyes, trying to think. My grandmother had told me stories about these entities. What were her words? They feed on fear. Turn their hunger against them. Opening my pouch, I took out the small carved bone. A raven's skull, my grandmother had said. I crushed the remaining juniper berries in my palm, smearing their oil across the bone. The footsteps stopped. An interesting trick, the voice said, now tinged with caution. But minor medicine won't save you. My radio crackled again, this time with my supervisor's voice. Ranger Makia, we've received your distress call. Rescue team departing now. Stay where you are. Hope surged, then died as I realized the rescue team would be walking into a trap. More skins coming, the entity said, as if reading my thoughts. More for my collection. Something snapped in me then, not fear but anger. This thing had killed before. It would kill again unless stopped. My grandmother's final teaching came back to me. To defeat a skinwalker, you must know its true name. Not the human name it once had, but the name of its corrupted soul. An impossible task unless... The photographs in the shelter. The backpacks. Years, maybe decades of victims. I made my decision. Instead of running away, I would run back to the shelter, to search for clues about what this entity truly was. Rising from my hiding place, I oriented myself using the North Star now visible in the darkening sky. The ravine lay southeast. Taking a deep breath, I sprinted toward it. Behind me, I heard startled movement, then a howl of rage as the entity realized what I was doing. "Stop," it commanded, no longer sounding human at all. I ran faster than I'd ever moved, leaping over fallen trees, splashing through icy streams. The entity pursued, no longer bothering with stealth. Branches snapped behind me as it gave chase. Reaching the ravine, I slid down the embankment, half running, half falling toward the shelter. Inside, I tore through the photographs, looking for the oldest ones. The first victims. At the bottom of the pile, I found it, a yellowed newspaper clipping dated 1951. The headline read, "Ranger Jonathan, Blackwood missing in wilderness," and below was a photo of a stern-faced man in an old-style uniform. The article mentioned he'd been investigating poaching before disappearing. Local Athabascan guides had refused to join the search, claiming the area was haunted by Utsi, the one who takes faces. That name resonated with something my grandmother had told me. A warning about a ranger who had stayed too long in the wilderness, who had learned forbidden hunting magic and transformed himself. Outside, something crashed against the shelter, sending saplings cracking. The animal hides covering the structure began to smoke and curl, as if subjected to intense heat. "You have no right," the voice roared, no longer even attempting to sound human. I stood in the center of the shelter holding the newspaper clipping. "I know what you are," I called out. "I know your name, Jonathan." A shriek of rage answered me, and the entire shelter shook. "You were Ranger Blackwood once," I continued. "But now you're Utsi, the one who takes faces." The assault on the shelter stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard what sounded like painful breathing. "You cannot name me," it finally said, voice cracking with what almost sounded like fear. But I could. My grandmother had prepared me, though I hadn't understood until now. She'd known about this entity, had perhaps encountered it herself. I stepped outside, clutching the bone carving. In the moonlight stood the creature, no longer attempting to maintain a human appearance. Its true form was a twisted, elongated thing of shadow and stolen fragments, bits of uniforms and animal hides barely containing a shape that seemed to bend reality around it. "Jonathan Blackwood," I said firmly. "Utsi, I name you and bind you." It screamed, a sound so terrible I felt blood trickle from my ears. It lunged toward me, fingers elongating into claws. I held up the bone carving, reciting the words my grandmother had made me memorize years ago. Words I'd thought were just part of our cultural heritage, not literal protection. The entity froze mid-lunge, its form rippling like heat waves above asphalt. "This is not over," it hissed. "I have patience. I have time. Leave these mountains," I commanded. "These are not your hunting grounds anymore." For a moment it seemed to grow larger, darkness spreading around it like wings. Then with a sound like tearing fabric, it collapsed in on itself, leaving nothing but a cold wind that scattered the photographs across the clearing. I stood alone, shaking with adrenaline and relief. Then my radio crackled, for real this time. "Ranger Makia, this is Rescue Team Alpha. We're approaching your last known coordinates. Do you copy?" I raised the radio with trembling hands. "I copy the missing hiker. He's gone. Been gone for a long time. What about your distress call? You reported an attack." I looked around at the empty clearing, at the circle of backpacks, evidence of a predator that had hunted here for decades. "False alarm," I said finally. "I'm safe now." But as I turned to leave the ravine, I noticed something that made my blood freeze anew. The photographs that had scattered in the wind were arranging themselves, sliding across the ground without any breeze to move them. They formed a perfect circle. In the center lay my ranger hat. 3 weeks have passed since my encounter in the ravine. The search for Paul Driscoll was officially suspended after 7 days. Another wilderness disappearance chalked up to exposure. Wildlife or fatal accident? I filed my report, carefully edited to exclude anything unexplainable. The backpacks I'd found were logged as evidence in multiple cold cases, some dating back decades. Investigators were baffled by their pristine condition and the perfect circle in which they'd been arranged. Almost ceremonial, one detective noted. My supervisor recommended psychological evaluation after finding me burning juniper berries at each corner of my cabin. I declined, citing personal religious practices. He didn't push, but I catch him watching me during radio check-ins, concern evident in his voice. I remain at my post. Some might call it foolish, but I stay for a purpose. Whatever I encountered, Skinwalker, Utsi, or the corrupted spirit of Ranger Blackwood, it hasn't left these mountains. I feel its presence still, more distant now, but watching. Waiting. Some nights I wake to find perfect handprints pressed into the snow outside my windows. Hands too large, fingers too long. Twice I've found small circles of dead mice on my patrol routes. Messages, perhaps. Reminders I've strengthened my grandmother's protections. The entire cabin perimeter is now lined with crushed juniper and carved symbols. I wear the bone charm day and night. My dreams are haunted by a tall figure standing just at the edge of firelight, its face constantly shifting between human and something else. Last week, a hiker reported seeing a ranger walking parallel to the main trail. A ranger wearing an outdated uniform who vanished when approached. The description matched Jonathan Blackwood's 1951 photograph perfectly. I requested all historical records about Blackwood. What little survived revealed a troubled man, disciplinary issues, complaints about excessive force against poachers, and journal entries describing ancient hunting methods learned from a shaman he'd arrested. The final entry, dated 1 week before his disappearance. The transformation requires sacrifice, but the power is worth any price. Tonight marks the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. My grandmother called it the time when barriers thin. I've fortified the cabin as best I can, loaded my rifle, useless as it may be, and prepared for another confrontation. As darkness falls, the radio crackles. Through static, I hear a voice, not quite human, reciting coordinates. They match a location deep in the mountains, far from any trail. Come alone, the voice says, or I will wear a new skin each night until you do. I know it's a trap. I also know I can't ignore it. This morning, I radioed my supervisor with a gear request. Not standard issue items, but things from my grandmother's people, sweetgrass, white sage, specific stones from sacred mountains. He was puzzled but approved it. Anything else? He asked before signing off. Yes, I said after a long pause. If I don't check in for 3 days, don't send anyone after me. Seal off the eastern trails, all of them. Makya, what's going on up there? I considered telling him everything. About Blackwood, the entity he'd become, the decades of disappearances. But some knowledge is a burden. Some truths are too heavy. Just a precaution, I said instead. Winter storm's coming. Tonight I'll face what waits in the mountains. I've studied my grandmother's teachings, prepared as she would have wanted. I understand now why she gave me my name. Makya, one who hunts. She knew what legacy awaited me. In my backpack, juniper, sage, the bone charm, and a final item I found hidden in my grandmother's pouch. A small obsidian knife, its handle carved with symbols matching those in Blackwood's journal. The entity believes it's the hunter. It doesn't realize the hunt goes both ways. As I write these final notes, the sun is setting. Snow falls heavily outside, but the air feels wrong. Too warm, too still. From the forest comes a sound like my name, called in a voice that shifts between human and inhuman with each syllable. I know the stories on those Reddit threads now. Understand the warnings in those creepypasta tales. They weren't fiction, but desperate warnings. Breadcrumbs left by those who glimpse these truths and live to tell fragmented pieces. If you're reading this, I've either succeeded in my task or become another skin in its collection. Either way, remember, the wilderness holds secrets older than our understanding. Some corners of the world remain untamed not because we haven't reached them, but because something else already claims that territory. Listen to the silence between wind gusts. Watch the shadows that move against the breeze. And if you hear your name, called from empty woods, no matter how familiar, the voice, walk the other way, for we are not alone in the wild places. And not all who wander these mountains are lost, some are hunting. My name is Victor Kovalchuk. I'm a park ranger stationed deep in the Boundary Waters wilderness of Minnesota. It's a place where the trees grow so thick you can barely see the sky, and the lakes are carved by glaciers that left their mark thousands of years ago. In winter, it's a frozen hell. 20 hours of darkness, temperatures so cold they bite through your bones, and storms that can bury everything in sight. I've lived here for years now, alone with the wilderness. People don't understand why I'd choose this life, but I trust these woods more than I trust people. Maybe it's because I've seen what people can do, what monsters they can become. I grew up in the Soviet Union during Stalin's purges. My family didn't make it out alive, but I did. Barely. And then there was the Korean War. Let's just say I've seen enough blood to last 10 lifetimes. I don't talk much about my past, but it follows me everywhere. Sometimes when the nights are long and quiet, I hear their voices. My wife, my parents, even the men I fought beside. It's like they're still here, whispering inside my head. That's why I drink. Not because I enjoy it, but because it keeps the whispers away. 3 days ago, my supervisor radioed me about a missing trapper family. Parents and 2 kids who hadn't been heard from in weeks. Their cabin sits 50 miles from the nearest town, and with the blizzard rolling in, no one else could get out there to check on them. It was up to me. The timing couldn't have been worse. The skies had been acting strange lately. Flashes of green and red light dancing across the horizon at night, brighter than any aurora borealis I'd ever seen before. My compass had been acting, up too, spinning wildly like it didn't know which way was north anymore. Old-timers around here call it Wendigo Winter, a time when something ancient wakes up in these woods. I don't believe in local legends or ghost stories, not really, but something about this felt off from the start. As I packed my gear for the trip, I kept thinking about the last time I'd seen that trapper, Eric Stillwater. He'd come into the ranger station back in October, his children playing outside while he reported a strange animal he'd spotted near his trap lines. He described it as too tall, too thin, and moving wrong. I wrote it off as a malnourished moose, or perhaps a bear on its hind legs, but the fear in his eyes had stayed with me. "You don't understand," he'd said, leaning close. "It was watching us for days, I could feel it." I told him what I tell everyone, to keep his rifle close and remember that most animals are more afraid of us than we are of them. But part of me wondered if I should have listened more carefully. The radio crackled as I finished packing, and I grabbed it from the charger. The voice on the other end was barely audible through the static. "Victor? You read me?" It was Frank, the nearest ranger, stationed 60 miles south. "I read you," I answered. "What's up?" "Weather Service says this storm's going to be worse than they thought. You sure you want to head out there now?" I glanced out the window at the darkening sky. The snow was already starting to fall, thick flakes swirling in the wind. "Those kids might still be alive," I said, more to convince myself than Frank. "I can't leave them out there." Frank was quiet for a moment then. "Be careful, Vic. Something about this doesn't sit right with me." I tucked my wife's bracelet, the one made from her hair before the illness took her, into my breast pocket. My good luck charm. The last piece of her I had left. "I'll check in when I reach the cabin," I promised, though we both knew the radio probably wouldn't work out there, not with the storm interfering. As I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a physical blow. My breath crystallized instantly, and my nostrils stuck together when I inhaled. The thermometer by my door read -35, and with the wind chill, it would be closer to -50. Weather that could kill in minutes if you weren't prepared. I strapped on my snowshoes and adjusted my pack, the familiar weight settling against my spine. The rifle went over my shoulder, loaded with enough ammunition to deal with any ordinary predator. My fingers lingered on the flask in my pocket. Part of me wanted to take a swig before setting out, but I needed my wits about me. The whiskey would have to wait. The trip to the trapper's cabin was brutal. The snow came down so hard it felt like the sky was trying to bury me alive. My snowshoes crunched through knee-deep drifts, and the wind howled like a living thing, screaming in my ears. Every step felt heavier than the last, but I kept going. I had a job to do. About halfway there, I stopped to rest beneath a large pine, its branches providing minimal shelter from the driving snow. As I took a sip of water from my canteen, I noticed something odd. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, not even the usual creaking of trees in the wind. Just absolute stillness, despite the howling storm. I stood there listening when something caught my eye. Movement in the trees about 50 yards away. I squinted through the snow trying to make out what it was. For a split second I thought I saw a figure standing there, impossibly tall and thin, almost like a tree itself, but wrong somehow. Before I could focus on it, a gust of wind blew a sheet of snow between us, and when it cleared, there was nothing there. Just your imagination, old man, I muttered to myself, but my heart was racing. I pushed on, forcing myself through drifts that sometimes reached my waist. The daylight was fading fast, and I knew I needed to reach the cabin before dark. These woods were dangerous enough in daylight. At night, with the temperature dropping even further, they became deadly. It took me most of the day to get there. By the time I saw the cabin through the trees, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow. The place looked quiet, too quiet. No smoke from the chimney, no lantern. Light in the windows, just a dark, lonely shape sitting in the middle of nowhere. I called out as I approached, my voice muffled by the wind. "Hello? Anybody home?" No answer. The door wasn't locked, so I pushed it open and stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath my boots. I knew immediately that something was very wrong. The first thing I noticed was how warm it was. Too warm for a place with no fire burning. It felt wrong, like stepping into someone else's dream. The second thing I noticed was the table. Dinner was still sitting there, untouched. A pot of stew, 2 plates of bread, and a small bowl of berries for the kids. The food wasn't frozen or spoiled, it was fresh like they'd just sat down to eat. But there was no one there. "Hello?" I called again, moving deeper into the cabin. "Eric? Sarah? It's Victor Kovalchuk, Forest Service." My voice sounded hollow in the empty space. A kerosene lamp sat on the table unlit. I struck a match and lit it, the warm glow spreading through the room, casting long shadows on the walls. I checked every room in that cabin twice but found nothing. No signs of a struggle, no blood, no footprints leading away from the house despite the fresh snow outside. It was like they'd just vanished into thin air. In the bedroom, the parents' bed was neatly made, but a Bible lay open on the nightstand. It was turned to the book of Job with a verse circled in red. "For the thing which I greatly feared is come upon me, and that which I was afraid of is come unto me." The children's room was worse somehow. 2 small beds with handmade quilts, a wooden toy box in the corner, and crayon drawings pinned to the walls. Normal things that now felt sinister in the empty cabin. One drawing showed 4 stick figures, the family, standing in front of their cabin, but looming behind them was a 5th figure, impossibly tall and thin, with antlers sprouting from its head. That's when I saw it, the teddy bear lying on one of the kids' beds. At first glance, it looked normal, a little worn out, but nothing unusual. Then I picked it up and froze its mouth. Its mouth wasn't stitched with thread like most toys. It had teeth, real human teeth, embedded in its fabric like some kind of sick joke. I dropped it and backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. My first thought was that someone had been here. Someone dangerous, but there were no signs of forced entry, no tracks outside. Nothing made sense. Back in the main room, I noticed a trapdoor in the floor that I'd overlooked before. It led to a small root cellar beneath the cabin. With my rifle ready, I pulled it open and shined my flashlight into the darkness below. The cellar was filled with preserves and canned goods, normal supplies for a family living this far from civilization. But in the corner, someone had arranged pine branches in a strange circular pattern. In the center sat small figurines made of twisted twigs bound with human hair. 4 of them, 1 for each family member. I climbed back up quickly, slamming the trapdoor shut. My hands were shaking as I poured myself a cup of water from their pitcher, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had Eric gone mad out here? Was this his doing? Or had someone or something come for them? The shutters banged against the window as the wind picked up outside. Night had fallen completely now, and the storm was getting worse. I knew I couldn't leave until morning. I decided to stay in the cabin for the night. It was too late and too dangerous to head back in the storm. I barricaded the door with furniture and kept my rifle close by, but sleep didn't come easy. Every creak of wood or gust of wind outside made me jump. I stoked the fire in the stove, trying to drive away the chill that had settled in my bones despite the unnatural warmth of the cabin. As I sat there watching the flames dance behind the iron grate, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. From the corner of my eye, I kept seeing movement, shadows shifting in a way that didn't match the flickering firelight. When I turned to look directly, there was nothing there, but the sensation persisted. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I pulled out my flask and took a long swig, welcoming the burning sensation as the whiskey went down. Maybe it would help me sleep. Maybe it would keep the shadows at bay. In the kitchen area, I found Eric's journal. The entries started normally enough. Reports on weather, trapping success, notes about the children's homeschooling. But about 3 weeks ago, the tone changed. November 30th saw it again today, standing at the edge of the clearing. The kids didn't notice, thank God. Sarah says I'm working too hard seeing things, but I know what I saw. December 3rd, found one of our traps torn apart. Whatever did it was strong. No animal I know could bend steel like that. Found strange marks carved into a nearby tree, almost like writing, but not any language I've ever seen. December 7th, the kids are having nightmares. Both of them the same dream. A tall man with a deer's head watching them through the window. Sarah's starting to believe me now. December 10th, it's getting closer. Every night, a little nearer to the cabin. We've been hearing voices outside. Voices that sound like people we know calling for help. But there's no one there when we check. Sarah wants to leave, but the pass is snowed in. We're trapped until spring. The final entry was dated just 3 days ago, December 15th. It knows our names now. God help us, I closed the journal, my mouth dry. Outside, the wind had died down, leaving an unnatural silence. At some point during the night, I thought I heard something. A faint sound coming from outside. It sounded like a child's voice calling for help. Daddy, help me. I shot out of bed and grabbed my flashlight, shining it through the frosted window. The beam cut through the darkness, but all I could see was snow falling thick and fast. Daddy, please. The voice came again, clearer this time, and closer. I threw on my coat and boots and stepped outside, scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Where are you? I shouted into the storm. No answer. Then I saw them. Tiny footprints leading away from the cabin into the woods. They looked fresh, like they'd been made only minutes ago. My gut told me not to follow them, that something wasn't right. But what if one of those kids was still alive? What if they needed help? I followed the tracks for about 50 yards before they just stopped. No sign of where they went, no drag marks, nothing. Just a perfect line of footprints ending in an empty patch of snow. That's when I heard it again. The voice. But this time it wasn't coming from one direction. It was coming from all around me. Daddy, help us. I turned in circles, shining my flashlight into the trees, but there was nothing there, just shadows moving with the wind. My hands were shaking as I stumbled back to the cabin and locked myself inside. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal. The next morning I woke up to silence. The storm had passed, but the air outside was so still it felt unnatural, like the world was holding its breath. I packed my gear quickly, eager to get out of that cabin. But as I stepped outside, something stopped me in my tracks. Lying in the snow just a few feet from the door was a child's teddy bear, the same one I'd seen inside the cabin the night before. The one with human teeth. I knew I'd left it on the bed, but here it was, half buried in the snow, staring up at me with its crooked smile. I didn't touch it. I just stepped around it and started walking back toward the trail. The snow was deep and every step felt like a struggle, but I kept moving. I told myself I'd done all I could. The family was gone and there were no signs of them anywhere. It wasn't my fault. But then I saw something that made my stomach turn. About 100 yards from the cabin, I came across a deer, or what was left of one. Its body had been gutted clean, its ribs sticking out like broken fingers. But that wasn't the worst part. Its insides, they weren't normal. Instead of organs, its chest cavity was stuffed with pine needles, packed so tightly they looked like they'd been woven together. I crouched down to get a closer look, but as soon as I did, I heard a sound behind me, a low crunching noise like someone stepping on snow. Slowly, I turned around, half expecting to see another animal or maybe even one of the missing family members. But there was nothing there. I stood up quickly and scanned the trees with my rifle raised. My breath came out in short puffs of steam as I tried to steady myself. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I stayed there for a few minutes listening to the silence, but nothing else happened. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination and kept moving. The trail back to the ranger station wasn't easy to follow. The storm had covered most of the markers, and the landscape looked different under so much snow. I found myself checking my compass more often than usual, though it still spun erratically, never settling on a true direction. Around noon, I stopped to eat some of the food I'd packed: dried meat, hard cheese, and a thermos of coffee that had long since gone cold. As I sat on a fallen log brushing snow from its surface, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sun hung low in the sky, never truly rising, just skimming the horizon and casting an eerie golden light through the trees. Shadows stretched long and dark across the snow, some of them moving in ways that didn't match the swaying of the branches above. I was about to continue when I noticed something carved into the bark of a nearby pine, a symbol, similar to the ones described in Eric's journal. It looked like a stick figure with too many limbs, its head replaced by a set of antlers. Below it, someone had written a single word in what looked like blood: hungry. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Everywhere I went, I felt like something was watching me, something just out of sight. The forest seemed darker than usual, even though the storm had cleared, and every now and then I'd catch glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye, shadows darting between the trees. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. By late afternoon, I decided to set up camp for the night. There was no way I'd make it back to town before dark, and being caught out here without shelter wasn't an option. I found a small clearing near a frozen stream and pitched my tent as quickly as possible. As I worked, I kept glancing over my shoulder, unable to shake the sensation of being observed. Once I thought I saw a figure standing among the distant trees, tall and still watching me. I raised my rifle and shouted a warning, but when I blinked, it was gone. "You're losing it, old man," I muttered to myself, hammering the last tent stake into the frozen ground. Just the cold getting to you, but deep down I knew better. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath froze on my scarf as I huddled inside my sleeping bag, trying to stay warm. But sleep didn't come easily, not with the sounds outside. At first, it was just faint whispers, so soft I thought it might be the wind playing tricks on me. But then they grew louder. "Victor." My heart stopped when I heard my name. It wasn't just any voice. It was hers, my wife's voice. "Victor, why did you leave us?" I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, clutching my rifle tightly. "Who's there?" My voice cracked as I shouted into the darkness. No response. I unzipped the tent slowly and shone my flashlight outside. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but snow-covered trees and shadows that seemed to stretch too far. Then something caught my eye. My own footprints in the snow, except they weren't leading away from camp. They were circling back toward me. It didn't make sense. I hadn't walked anywhere since setting up camp. But there they were, perfect boot prints looping around my tent like someone or something had been watching me all night. I stayed awake until dawn with my rifle in hand, too scared to close my eyes for even a second. When morning finally came, I packed up camp and started walking again, desperate to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever was out there. But no matter how far I went or how fast I walked, that feeling never left me. The feeling that something was following me, waiting for me to slip up. At one point, I passed by a stand of birch trees and noticed something hanging from the branches. Small bundles of twigs and hair, similar to the ones I'd found in the root cellar. They swayed gently in the breeze, though there was no wind. By midday, I came across another strange sight, a perfect circle of dead animals arranged in the snow. Rabbits, foxes, even a small owl, all laid out with their heads pointing inward. At the center of the circle was a child's mitten, the same one I'd seen in the Stillwater cabin. It seemed impossible that it could be here, miles away from where I'd started. Then I heard laughter, a child's laughter, coming from somewhere ahead of me. It echoed through the trees, bouncing back until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse from the cold. "Is someone there?" The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so complete it hurt my ears. That's when I saw them, footprints in the snow ahead of me, small ones like those of a child, leading deeper into the forest. They were so fresh they couldn't have been made more than minutes ago. Against my better judgment, I followed them. By the third day, I was exhausted. My legs felt like lead and my head was pounding from lack of sleep. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. Every time I stopped to catch my breath, I'd hear something, a branch snapping, snow crunching, or that faint whispering just beyond the trees. I kept telling myself it wasn't real, that it was just the stress and cold getting to me. But deep down I knew better. Something was out there, and it wasn't going to let me leave these woods alive. The child's footprints led me through thickets so dense I had to force my way through, the branches tearing at my coat and face. Several times I lost the trail only to find it again in places where it shouldn't have been, across a ravine too wide for a child to jump, or continuing perfectly, despite having passed through a patch of bare rock where no prints should be visible. Around midday, I stumbled across a clearing. At first I thought it was just another empty patch of forest, but as I got closer I saw them. The Stillwater family, or what was left of them. Their bodies had been changed. The parents were stretched out between two trees, their skin pulled so tight it looked like leather. Their arms and legs were twisted into unnatural angles, almost like they'd been tied into knots. The children were worse, their small bodies were frozen inside blocks of ice, their faces locked in expressions of pure terror. But that wasn't all. Around them were strange shapes carved into the snow, circles and symbols that didn't make any sense to me. Pine branches were stuck into the ground like markers, and the air smelled sharp and metallic, like blood mixed with frost. I wanted to run. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get out of there, but my feet wouldn't move. I just stood there staring at the horror in front of me, and then I heard it, a low growl, so deep it seemed to rumble through the ground beneath me. Slowly, I turned around and that's when I saw it for the first time. It was tall, at least 9 feet, its body impossibly thin but somehow strong-looking at the same time. Its skin was pale and almost translucent like frost-covered glass. Through it I could see what looked like frozen organs, lungs that didn't breathe and a heart that didn't beat. Its head was a deer skull with empty black sockets for eyes and antlers that stretched out like jagged branches. It didn't move right away. It just stood there at the edge of the clearing watching me, but then it opened its mouth, or what should have been its mouth, and spoke. Victor. The voice wasn't its own. It was my mother's voice. The same voice I hadn't heard since she died all those years ago. Victor, why did you leave us? I couldn't breathe. My chest felt tight like someone had wrapped a rope around my lungs and pulled hard. Stay back, I shouted, raising my rifle with shaking hands. The creature tilted its head slightly, almost like it was curious about me. Then it stepped forward slowly at first, but with a deliberate purpose that made my stomach churn. I fired a shot straight at its chest. The sound echoed through the trees like thunder. But when the smoke cleared, the thing was still standing there, completely unharmed. It let out a sound then, a horrible screeching noise that made my ears ring and my vision blur. Before I could fire again, it lunged at me with impossible speed. I barely managed to dive out of the way as its clawed hand swiped through the air where I'd been standing a second earlier. Scrambling to my feet, I ran as fast as I could back into the woods, not daring to look back. The thing didn't chase me, not right away, but I could feel its presence behind me, stalking me like a predator playing with its prey. My mind raced as I crashed through the undergrowth. Wendigo. The word came to me unbidden, a memory from long ago conversations with local Ojibwe hunters. A spirit of winter and starvation. A creature that had once been human but had been transformed by cannibalism and dark magic. A being of pure hunger that could never be satisfied. I'd always thought they were just stories meant to keep people from turning on each other during the harsh northern winters. Now I wasn't so sure. As I ran, the forest around me seemed to change. The trees grew taller, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. The sky darkened despite it being midday, and the temperature dropped so rapidly I could feel the sweat on my face freezing into a thin mask of ice. I don't know how long I ran or in what direction. My compass was useless, spinning wildly in my pocket. The sun, what little of it was visible through the thick canopy, seemed to jump positions in the sky as if time itself was broken. Eventually, I came to a small brook, its surface frozen solid. I stopped there, gasping for breath, my lungs burning from the exertion and cold. When I looked back the way I'd come, I saw them. Dark shapes moving through the trees, too many to count. Some walked on all fours, others stood upright, but all moved with the same unnatural jerking motion. I knew then that there was more than one of them. Whatever had taken the Stillwater family had spread, like a disease, through the forest. As the shapes drew closer, I could make out more details. Some had animal features mixed with human ones. Others were simply wrong in ways I couldn't describe, and they were all coming for me. I turned to run again, but stopped short when I saw what was waiting across the brook. A familiar figure standing in a small clearing. Lincoln. My fellow ranger. A man I'd worked with for years. Seeing him standing there felt like a miracle. "Victor," he called, waving me over. "This way, hurry!" I didn't hesitate. I scrambled across the frozen brook, the ice creaking beneath my weight, and ran toward him. Behind me I could hear the creatures closing in, their howls like wind through dead branches. "Lincoln," I gasped as I reached him. "Thank God there's something in these woods." "I know," he said quietly, his face grave. "I've seen them too." He led me through the trees toward what looked like an old hunting cabin. As we walked, I noticed something odd. His tracks in the snow weren't deep enough. Despite being a larger man than me, his boots barely left an impression. "Lincoln," I said cautiously, "how long have you been out here?" "Long enough," he replied without turning around. "The ranger station sent me to look for you when you didn't check in. Lucky I found you, huh?" But luck had nothing to do with it. In these vast woods, with a blizzard having covered most traces, the chances of him stumbling across me were virtually non-existent. "How did you know where to find me?" I asked, my hand moving slowly toward my rifle. He stopped walking then, his back still to me. For a long moment he didn't move or speak. Then slowly he turned. I'll never forget what I saw. Lincoln's face looked normal at first glance, but as he fully turned toward me, I could see that something was terribly wrong. His skin had a bluish tinge, and his eyes weren't right anymore. They were milky white, like ice had formed over them from the inside out. "Long enough," he said in a voice that wasn't his own, a voice that sounded eerily familiar, like mine. I stared at Lincoln, my heart pounding harder than it ever had before. His pale skin, his milky white eyes, the way his breath didn't fog in the freezing air, it all clicked in that moment. Lincoln wasn't alive. He hadn't been for a while. "What are you?" I whispered, gripping my rifle tighter. He tilted his head just like the creature had done in the clearing. Then he smiled, a slow, unnatural grin that stretched too wide across his face. "You already know," he said. But it wasn't his voice anymore. It was my wife's voice again. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the broken branch behind me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Lincoln, or whatever was inside him, took a step closer, his movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet being yanked on strings. "You can't run," he said, this time in my mother's voice. "You can't hide." I raised my rifle and aimed it straight at his chest. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice shaking. He didn't stop. I fired once, the shot deafening in the dense forest. Lincoln's body jerked backward and collapsed onto the snow, motionless. For a moment I thought it was over, that whatever had taken him was gone. But then his body started to move again, slowly. Impossibly. He got back up. The bullet hole in his chest didn't bleed. It just oozed something black and thick like tar. His head snapped toward me and his mouth opened wide enough to show rows of jagged teeth that hadn't been there before. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed my pack and bolted deeper into the forest. Behind me I could hear Lincoln, or the thing wearing his skin, pursuing me. His movements were strange, sometimes inhumanly fast, other times slow and deliberate, like he was savoring the chase. "Victor," the voices called out again, louder this time. My wife's voice, my mother's, even my own voice echoed through the darkness. They weren't just coming from Lincoln anymore. They seemed to be all around me, as if the forest itself was speaking. Night was falling fast, the brief daylight already fading to a dull gray. I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. My legs were giving out, and the cold was biting deeper into my skin with every passing second. Then I remembered something. Something from the Ojibwe stories I'd heard growing up in these parts. The Wendigo couldn't cross running water where sacred rituals had been performed. Ahead of me I could see the glimmer of a frozen lake, its surface shining dully in the fading light. It wasn't running water, but maybe it could still work. I changed direction, heading straight for the lake. The ice would be thick this time of year, thick enough to hold a man's weight. but maybe not something as unnatural as what was chasing me. By nightfall, I found myself near an old ice fishing hut on the edge of the frozen lake. It wasn't much, a small wooden shack barely big enough for one person, but it was shelter. I barricaded myself inside with whatever I could find, broken chairs, old fishing gear, and tried to catch my breath. That's when Lincoln showed up again. I could see him through a crack in the wall, standing on the shore, staring at the hut with those milky eyes. "Victor," he called, his voice changing mid-word from his own to my wife's. "You can't hide from us. We're hungry, so hungry." I gripped my rifle tighter, knowing it wouldn't do much good, but comforted by its familiar weight. Lincoln took a step onto the ice, then another. The frozen surface didn't even creak beneath him despite his size. Whatever he had become, it didn't obey the normal laws of nature. He came closer, his movements becoming more fluid as he approached, as if he was growing stronger. When he reached the fishing hut, he didn't try to break down the door or walls. He simply stood there, breathing heavily, his breath not fogging in the cold. A reminder that whatever was inside that body wasn't alive. "Victor," he whispered through the cracks, "let me in. I'm so cold." This time it was my son's voice. My son who had died in the Soviet Union before he was even old enough to walk. A voice I couldn't possibly remember, yet somehow recognized instantly. I gripped the flask in my pocket, tempted to drain it, to dull the fear and confusion. But I needed a clear head. Instead, I reached into my breast pocket and pulled out the one thing that mattered most to me, the bracelet made from my wife's hair. It was all I had left of her, and all I could think to use. "Help me," I whispered under my breath as I held it tightly in my hand.
Please.
The wind around me seemed to shift then, growing stronger but warmer somehow, like a presence was wrapping itself around me. Lincoln, or the Wendigo, suddenly let out an ear-piercing screech and began tearing at the walls of the hut, its fingers elongating into claws that ripped through the wood like paper. I knew I couldn't stay. Grabbing my rifle, I kicked out the back wall of the hut and scrambled onto the ice, running for the center of the lake. The creature was on me in seconds, no longer bothering with Lincoln's appearance. Its form shifted and twisted as it moved, sometimes resembling a man, other times a deer or wolf, but always wrong in some fundamental way. I stopped in the middle of the ice and turned to face it. Lincoln's body was barely recognizable now. His skin had turned gray and cracked like old bark, and his eyes glowed faintly in the dark. What was left of his clothes hung in tatters around a frame that had stretched to an impossible height. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the bracelet again, holding it up like a shield. "Help me," I whispered again. "Please." The wind picked up, swirling around us in a frenzy of snow and ice. The creature lunged toward me with an ear-piercing screech just as I slammed my boot down hard on the ice beneath us. The crack spread quickly, a jagged line racing outward until it reached the creature. For a moment everything froze, the wind, the creature, even time itself seemed to stop. Then the ice gave way with a thunderous roar, swallowing the Wendigo whole into the freezing water below. I scrambled backward, watching as the creature thrashed beneath the surface, its limbs breaking through the ice again and again as it tried to escape. But something was holding it down, something I couldn't see but could feel in the sudden stillness of the air. Eventually, the thrashing stopped. The lake went quiet except for the soft cracking of ice reforming over the broken surface. For a moment, everything went silent, except for the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then I felt it, the ice beneath me starting to give way too. I scrambled backward just in time as another section of ice collapsed into the water where I'd been standing moments before. Somehow, by some miracle, I made it back to solid ground before everything fell apart. By the time I reached safety back in town days later, no one believed what had happened out there. Not really. They chalked it up to exhaustion or hallucinations from the cold. A search party found Lincoln's body, what was officially ruled as the real Lincoln, 30 miles from where I'd last seen him, frozen to death in what looked like an ordinary accident. As for the Stillwater family, they were never found. The official report listed them as missing, presumed dead from exposure. No one wanted to investigate the clearing I described, and by the time I could guide another ranger there, all evidence was gone, buried under fresh snow. But I knew better. Even now, weeks later, something doesn't feel right. My appetite has changed. I'm always hungry no matter how much I eat. And sometimes when I look at my reflection in the mirror, My eyes don't look like mine anymore. They're starting to turn milky white. And late at night, when everything is quiet, I swear I can hear whispers calling my name from deep within the woods. They sound like my wife, my mother, Lincoln, but sometimes they sound like me. I've requested a transfer south, somewhere warm where the snow never falls. The Forest Service approved it without question. They think the isolation has gotten to me, that I've cracked under the pressure. Maybe they're right, but as I pack my belongings, I can't help but glance at the window, where frost has formed despite the heat blasting from the radiator. In that frost, if you look carefully, you can see patterns that look almost like words. I'm still hungry. Tomorrow I leave these woods forever. At least that's what I tell myself. But deep down, I know the truth. You can't escape a Wendigo once it knows your name. And it knows mine now. It knows yours too. My name is Eleanor Mitchell, but most people just call me Ellie. I'm 35 years old and I work as a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's a beautiful place. Ancient forests, rolling hills and valleys that feel like they've been untouched for centuries. But it's also a place that holds secrets, things you can't explain no matter how hard you try. I wasn't always a park ranger. Before this, I was a nurse in Vietnam. I saw things there that no one should ever have to see. People dying in my arms, screaming for their mothers. The smell of blood and smoke. It stays with you even when you think you've left it behind. When I came back home, I couldn't handle the noise of the city or the stares of people who didn't understand what I'd been through. So I came here to the mountains to heal. Or at least that's what I told myself. The truth is, I'm still haunted by the war. Some nights I wake up drenched in sweat, hearing voices of soldiers I couldn't save. To calm myself down, I play a flute my grandfather made for me years ago. He was Cherokee, and he told me music could chase away bad spirits. I don't know if that's true, but it helps me breathe when the memories get too heavy. This morning began like any other. I woke before dawn, made a pot of coffee strong enough to stand a spoon in, and sat on my cabin porch watching the mist creep down from the mountain ridges. There's something comforting about the routine, knowing exactly what comes next. But that comfort was short-lived. The radio crackled to life on my belt. It was Jim, my supervisor. "Ellie, you there? Need you to come in early." Jim never called before 7 unless something was wrong. The coffee turned bitter in my mouth. "What's happened?" I asked, already reaching for my boots. "Got some strange reports coming in from hikers on the eastern trails." "Probably nothing. But with the storms washing out roads and our radio system on the fritz, we're short-handed. Need someone to check it out." "Strange how?" I pulled on my jacket, tucking the flute into my inside pocket out of habit. "Folks saying they've seen unusual things. Stones moving on their own, patches of fog that don't act right. Some even claim they lost hours of time without realizing it." I should have felt skeptical, should have laughed it off as tall tales from jumpy tourists. Instead, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "I'll head out right away," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Knew I could count on you. Ellie, you're good at keeping your head in strange situations." What he didn't say, but we both knew, was that with our limited staff and damaged infrastructure, no one else wanted to go out there alone. The sun was just breaking over the mountains as I drove to the ranger station. The forests looked different this morning, the familiar green slopes shrouded in mist that seemed thicker than usual. I'd seen 1,000 foggy mornings in these mountains, but something about today's felt deliberate. At the station, I gathered my gear methodically. First aid supplies, compass, topographic maps, extra batteries for my flashlight, food and water for 2 days, though I only planned to be out for 1. Better prepared than sorry, as my grandfather used to say. Jim handed me the incident reports, his weathered face creased with concern. "Most of these came from around Deer Creek Trail and the old Cherokee burial grounds," he said, pointing to marks on my map. "Could be nothing, but you don't think so?" I finished for him. He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. "Just be careful out there, Ellie. Radio back every 2 hours. If we don't hear from you by sundown, we'll send someone after you." I nodded, shouldering my pack. "I'll be fine. Probably just some hikers letting their imaginations run wild." But as I walked out toward the trailhead, that chill returned, settling deep in my bones. The birds had gone quiet, and the usual morning chorus was replaced by an oppressive silence. The fog clung to everything, thick and unmoving despite the gentle breeze. I checked my watch, 7:32 a.m., and set off down the trail. With each step, The forest seemed to close in around me, the mist swallowing the path ahead and erasing my footprints behind. I felt like I was walking into another world, one where the rules I understood no longer applied. An hour in, I found the first anomaly. A perfect circle of stones laid out on the ground near the main trail junction. They hadn't been there during my patrol 2 days ago, and no one had reported placing them. The stones were smooth river rocks, each about the size of my fist, arranged with precision that seemed impossible for a random hiker. I crouched down, studying them without touching. Despite the warm spring morning, the air around the circle felt unnaturally cold. When I finally reached out to touch one, the stone felt like ice against my fingertips, and something like electricity shot up my arm. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and muffled in the thick fog. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered me, a silence so complete it seemed to swallow even the sound of my breathing. I marked the location on my map and took several photographs, trying to ignore the growing unease in my gut. Then I continued down the trail, deeper into the mist. The deeper I ventured into the forest, the more the world around me changed. The familiar trails I'd walked hundreds of times now felt alien, as if I were traversing them for the first time. The fog grew thicker, moving against the wind in ways that defied natural explanation. 2 hours in, I reached for my radio to check in as promised. Static hissed back at me, punctuated by fragments of words too distorted to understand. I tried again from higher ground, but the result was the same, just crackling static and silence. That's when I saw it, the deer. At first glance, it appeared to be standing perfectly still in a small clearing just off the trail. But as I approached, my breath caught in my throat. The deer wasn't standing at all. It was frozen mid-stride, one leg raised as if in flight. Its body was gray and rough like granite, but its face was twisted in an expression of pure terror, eyes wide and nostrils flared. It wasn't a statue. The detail was too perfect, the posture too natural. Somehow, impossibly, this was a real deer turned to stone. My hands trembled as I raised my camera, the shutter click sounding obscenely loud in the unnatural quiet. I circled the petrified animal slowly, documenting every angle. Its fur maintained the texture of hair despite being solid stone. Even the smallest details, eyelashes, the soft inner ears, were perfectly preserved, as if the transformation had happened in an instant.
"What could do this?"
I whispered, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. I reached out, half expecting my fingers to pass through an illusion, but they met cold, solid stone. This was real. I marked the location on my map and forced myself to continue, though every instinct screamed at me to turn back. The further I walked, the more unsettling things became. My compass needle spun wildly. Regardless of which direction I faced, my watch began to run backward, the hands moving counterclockwise at varying speeds. Even my own footprints behind me seemed wrong somehow, deeper than they should be, with strange markings around the edges that I hadn't made. By mid-afternoon, I'd found 3 more stone animals, a raccoon, a fox, and a hawk that had been frozen mid-flight, now lying shattered on the forest floor. Each one bore the same expression of terror, caught in their final moment of panic. I stopped to check the photographs I'd taken, needing some tangible evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. The images of the petrified animals appeared normal enough, captured exactly as I'd seen them, but the other photographs, landscapes, trail markers, the stone circle, contained anomalies that made my blood run cold. In the background of several images, barely visible through the fog, were human-shaped figures watching me. They weren't there when I took the pictures, I would have noticed. Yet there they stood, featureless silhouettes with unnaturally long limbs half hidden behind trees or partially obscured by mist. I deleted the photos in a panic, then immediately regretted it. Without evidence, who would believe what I was seeing? But the damage was done, and all I could do was press on, hoping to find a rational explanation for the inexplicable. As the afternoon waned into evening, I reached the edge of an ancient Cherokee burial mound, a place marked on our maps as sacred ground. The fog here was so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face, yet it seemed to part before me like a curtain as I approached the mound. The air felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of my own footsteps on the leafy ground. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. That's when I noticed the footprints in the soft earth before me, my own distinctive boot prints, the left one slightly deeper due to an old injury. But I hadn't been here before. Not today. Not ever. I stared at those footprints for what felt like eternity, my mind struggling to make sense of what my eyes were seeing. Slowly, I followed them, watching as they led directly to the base of the burial mound before stopping abruptly, as if whoever made them had simply vanished. The sun was setting now, painting what little sky I could see through the fog in shades of blood and rust. I should make camp, I thought distantly, even as another part of my mind screamed that I should run back to the ranger station and never return to this place. Instead, I found myself setting up my tent near the mound, movements mechanical as I hammered stakes into ground that felt strangely resistant. The fog pressed against the thin fabric like curious fingers as darkness fell completely. Inside my tent, I lit my small camp lantern and tried the radio once more. This time, instead of static, I heard voices, distant at first, then growing clearer. Not Jim or any of the other rangers, but voices I recognized from another time, another place. "Nurse Mitchell, we need you in triage. They're coming in fast. Ellie, hold pressure here, don't let go. Please, I don't want to die, please." Voices from Vietnam, voices of the dead. I dropped the radio like it had burned me, watching as it continued to emit those impossible sounds before falling silent once more. Outside, something scraped against stone, a slow, deliberate sound that sent chills racing down my spine. I held perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe as it moved closer to my tent. Sleep was impossible. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, clutching my grandfather's flute to my chest like a talisman as the sounds continued outside. Scraping, shifting, like stones being stacked or dragged across the ground. Occasionally I heard whispers too faint to make out words, but carrying the unmistakable cadence of human speech. The fog pressed against my tent, casting strange, elongated shadows against the nylon walls when my lantern caught it just right. Sometimes those shadows seemed to form shapes, hands reaching, faces pressing forward as if trying to get in. Around midnight, the scraping grew louder, more insistent. My heart hammered against my ribs as I unzipped the tent with trembling hands and forced myself to look outside. The burial mound was glowing. Not brightly, a subtle phosphorescence that outlined its shape against the darkness, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Around it, the fog had formed a perfect circle, swirling slowly clockwise. But what froze the breath in my lungs was the figure standing at the mound's base. At first glance, it appeared to be a roughly humanoid shape made entirely of stacked stones, river rocks, chunks of shale, smooth pebbles, assembled in an impossible balance. Where a face should be, there were only patches of lichen and moss shifting subtly as if alive. As my flashlight beam caught it, the figure turned slowly toward me. The stones made no sound as they moved against each other, rotating with a fluid grace that defied physics. Where eyes should be were only deep, empty voids that seemed to draw in light rather than reflect it. One stone arm raised, pointing directly at me. The fog responded, curling away from the mound and flowing toward me like water finding the path of least resistance. I stumbled backward, nearly falling as my boot caught on a root. The figure didn't advance, but the pointing gesture remained fixed on me, unwavering. The fog reached me first, curling around my ankles with an almost sentient intent. Where it touched, I felt a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to reach bone. Looking down, I watched in horror as the ground beneath my feet began to change, dirt and leaves turning gray and rough, the transformation spreading outward from where I stood. Stone. It was turning to stone. Just like the animals I'd found, panic surged through me. I scrambled away, breaking contact with the advancing fog. The cold sensation receded immediately, but my legs felt numb, heavy as I dragged myself back to the tent. The stone figure remained motionless by the mound, still pointing. Then, with a sound like gravel sliding down a hillside, it began to disassemble, stones separating and falling to the ground, the structure collapsing until nothing remained but a scattered pile of rocks. But the fog. The fog remained, flowing around the stones and then advancing toward my tent with purpose. I zipped myself inside, as if the thin fabric could provide any protection from what was out there. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold my flashlight. In the narrow beam, I examined my legs for signs of petrification, but found only normal skin, pale with fear but still flesh and blood. The fog pressed against the tent from all sides now, seeping through the smallest openings despite my frantic attempts to close every vent. It brought with it that bone-deep cold and something else. Images flashing before my eyes like fever dreams. Vietnam. The field hospital. Bodies laid out in rows, some still moving, others terribly still. Blood soaking through makeshift bandages. The sounds of helicopters and distant explosions. Faces of the dying looking up at me, pleading for help I couldn't give. No, I gasped, pressing my hands to my ears, though the images weren't sounds. That's over. I'm not there anymore. But the visions continued, becoming more vivid, more personal. I saw Thomas Running Wolf, a local guide who'd helped me learn these mountains when I first arrived. In the vision, his skin was gray and cracked like stone, spreading from his hands up his arms as he reached toward me. I saw Jim, my supervisor, his face half transformed, one eye still human and filled with terror, the other a lifeless orb of granite. I saw myself standing before the burial mound, playing my grandfather's flute as the forest turned to stone around me. The visions came faster, blurring together until I couldn't separate memory from nightmare. At some point, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion. When I woke, sunlight filtered weakly through the fog-shrouded forest. My tent was intact, showing no evidence of the previous night's visitation. The burial mound stood silent and ordinary in the gray morning light. I packed quickly, refusing to look toward the spot where the stone figure had stood. My radio remained silent no matter how many times I tried it. The compass still spun uselessly, and my watch had stopped entirely, the hands fixed at 3:47. As I shouldered my pack to leave, something caught my eye, a small formation of stones near the edge of my campsite. 3 rocks balanced precariously, the top one smaller than my thumb. It looked intentional, placed rather than naturally occurring. While I stared at it, the top stone moved just slightly, rotating perhaps a 1/4 inch clockwise. There was no wind, no vibration that could account for the movement. As I watched, breath held, it moved again, more decisively this time. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran, abandoning the careful documentation that was supposed to be my purpose here. The trail seemed different in daylight, narrower and more overgrown than I remembered. Landmarks I should have recognized were either missing or altered, as if I were traveling through a distorted reflection of the forest I knew. The fog followed me, always just at the edges of my vision, sometimes forming shapes that vanished when I turned to look directly at them. Twice I thought I heard my name called, the voice distressingly familiar. My grandfather, dead 7 years now. I'd been hiking for perhaps an hour when I realized I was going in circles. The same lightning-struck oak appeared before me for the 3rd time, its scorched trunk unmistakable. Yet I'd been following the trail markers religiously, never deviating from the path that should have led me back to the ranger station. Stopping to catch my breath, I felt watched from all sides. The forest had gone silent again, not even the whisper of wind in the leaves breaking the unnatural quiet. "What do you want?" I called out, voice cracking with strain. "Why are you doing this?" The fog thickened, coalescing before me into a column that rose nearly to the treetops. Within it, shadows moved and shifted, suggesting human forms that never quite solidified. And then, horribly, it spoke. Not in words, but in sounds I recognized from the field hospital in Vietnam. The wet, gurgling breaths of punctured lungs, the sharp crack of broken bones, the soft, desperate whimpers of the dying. My knees buckled, sending me sprawling onto the trail. The damp earth beneath my hands began to change, hardening and graying as the petrification spread. I scrambled to my feet, backing away as the transformation continued, a wave of stone replacing living forest in a widening circle, trees, underbrush, even a startled rabbit caught in the effect, all turning to lifeless gray rock. In desperate panic, I reached for the only thing that felt safe, my grandfather's flute. My fingers found the smooth wooden surface, and without conscious thought, I raised it to my lips and began to play. The melody came unbidden, an old Cherokee song my grandfather taught me when I was a child. He claimed it was a protection song, meant to ward off malevolent spirits that haunted these mountains long before European settlers arrived. The notes hung in the air, unexpectedly clear and bright in the oppressive silence. Where they reached, the fog recoiled, curling back like a living thing in pain. I played harder, pouring every ounce of fear and defiance into the music. The spreading stone slowed, then stopped entirely a few feet from where I stood. For a moment, I thought I'd won, that whatever ancient force dwelled in these mountains had retreated before the power of my grandfather's music. Then the fog returned, not from the forest around me, but rising from the ground itself, seeping up through the newly made stone-like water through parched earth. It moved with purpose, swirling into humanoid shapes that reached for me with ephemeral limbs. I backed away, still playing, watching in horror as the mist figures took on features I recognized. Soldiers I'd failed to save, nurses who'd died beside me, patients lost despite my best efforts. Their faces formed in the fog, expressions accusatory and mournful. "You lived when we died," they seemed to say without words. "You escaped when we could not." My back hit something solid, a tree that had escaped the petrification. I pressed against it, feeling bark dig into my skin as the fog figures advanced. Then, breaking through the wall of mist, came a solid form, Thomas Running Wolf, looking exactly as he had in my vision. His skin was gray and cracked, the petrification having claimed most of his body except for his eyes, still dark and alive in his stone face. "Ellie," he said, his voice grating like rocks grinding together, "you shouldn't have come here." Thomas's stone face held an expression of profound sorrow as he looked at me. Cracks spread across his features with each movement, small fragments breaking away like dust. "What happened to you?" I asked, still backing away, though I knew there was nowhere to run. "The stones," he replied, each word clearly painful to form. "They've been waiting for someone like you, someone marked by death." The fog swirled around us both, keeping its distance from my flute but never retreating entirely. Beyond Thomas, I could see the stone figures taking more solid form, assembled from the rocks that littered the forest floor. "I don't understand," I said, fingers never leaving the flute holes, ready to play again at the first sign of attack. Thomas gestured toward the forest with a crumbling hand. "These mountains remember everything, Ellie, every death, every grief, every war. The Cherokee who died here, the settlers who killed them, the soldiers who marched through during the Civil War. All that pain soaks into the land." He took a halting step toward me, stone legs moving awkwardly. "Some places the pain collects, grows, takes form." "The fog," I whispered. "The stones." He nodded, more fragments falling from his chin. "Old Cherokee stories talk about them. Spirits trapped between worlds, looking for bodies to inhabit. They're drawn to those already touched by death." "Vietnam," I said, understanding dawning horribly. "The people I couldn't save." "You carry them with you," Thomas confirmed. "Their deaths, their pain. The spirits sensed it when you first came to these mountains. They've been waiting for the right moment, when the barrier between worlds is thinnest." Behind him, one of the stone figures stepped forward, a rough approximation of a human form, taller than any man, its head a featureless oval. The fog flowed around and through it like blood through veins. "What do they want with me?" I demanded, raising the flute to my lips again as the figure approached. "A way out," Thomas said simply, "a body already haunted by ghosts. One more spirit among many would hardly be noticed." I began to play again, the notes shaky at first but growing stronger as the melody took hold. The stone figure hesitated, the fog around it rippling as if in discomfort. Thomas winced, his stone features contorting. "Your grandfather's magic only delays them, Ellie. It can't stop what's coming." "Then what can?" I asked between phrases, never letting the music completely stop. "Sacrifice," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Someone must stay. Become the guardian. Keep the spirits bound to this place." The implications hit me like a physical blow. You stayed to keep them here." He nodded, more of his face crumbling away to reveal solid stone beneath. "For years. But I'm failing. The stone spreads a little more each day. Soon there will be nothing left of me, and they will be free to seek another." The stone figure had stopped its advance, but others were forming now, emerging from the fog and earth like terrible births. Some took human shape, others animal, all with that same blank featurelessness that was somehow more terrifying than any expression could be. "I won't let them take me," I said, the words braver than I felt. Thomas's stone lips curved in what might have been a smile. "There is another way. Not freedom, but peace. For both of us." My fingers faltered on the flute as understanding dawned. "No, Thomas, there has to be—" "There isn't," he cut me off, his voice stronger now, more resolved. I chose this path long ago, Ellie. Let me finish walking it. Before I could stop him, Thomas turned and charged toward the assembled stone figures. His body moved with surprising speed for something so brittle, leaving a trail of stone fragments in his wake. The fog surged toward him, abandoning its pursuit of me to meet this new threat. I watched in horror as Thomas collided with the tallest figure, his petrified body shattering on impact like glass against concrete. But the stone figure shattered too, both forms exploding into fragments that fell to the forest floor in a rain of debris. The fog churned wildly as if in pain or confusion, then began to dissipate, thinning until I could see the trees beyond. I stood frozen, the flute forgotten in my hand as silence once again descended on the forest. Where Thomas and the figure had collided, nothing remained but scattered stones and a fine, gray dust that the wind was already beginning to carry away. The petrification had stopped spreading, the circle of stone now defining a perfect boundary around the spot where Thomas had fallen. Beyond it, the forest remained alive and untouched. I approached cautiously, half expecting the stones to reassemble or the fog to return. But there was only stillness and the gentle sound of wind through leaves, the first natural sound I'd heard since entering this cursed place. Kneeling beside the scattered remains, I found a single intact stone, a smooth river rock that fit perfectly in my palm. It was warm to the touch, unlike the icy coldness of the stones I'd encountered before. "Thank you," I whispered, curling my fingers around it. The way back to the ranger station was suddenly clear, the trail unmarked by fog or strange phenomena. My compass worked again, the needle pointing steadily north. My watch had resumed its normal function, though it showed I'd lost nearly 6 hours, time that had passed without my awareness. The forest around me felt different, lighter somehow, as if a burden had been lifted. Birds called from the branches overhead, and small animals rustled in the underbrush. Life had returned to these woods, at least for now, but as I walked I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Not with the malevolence of before, but with a sad, patient attention that followed my every step. Twice I turned quickly, certain I would catch someone standing just off the trail. Each time I found only empty forest and dancing motes of dust in the sunlight. When I finally reached the ranger station, Jim rushed out to meet me, relief evident on his weathered face. "Ellie, thank God. We were about to send out a search party. You've been gone nearly 2 days, 2 days. Not the single day I'd experienced. More lost time." "I'm fine," I said automatically, though I was anything but. Just got a little turned around in the fog. Jim's eyes narrowed as he took in my appearance, clothes dirty and torn, face scratched from branches I didn't remember encountering. "Did you find anything?" "Anything to explain those reports?" I opened my mouth to tell him everything. The stone animals, the fog that moved with purpose, Thomas's sacrifice. But the words stuck in my throat. Who would believe such a story? Who could understand what I'd seen without experiencing it themselves? "Nothing conclusive," I heard myself say. "Probably just hikers getting spooked by the weather. You know how thick that fog can get?" Jim didn't look convinced, but he nodded anyway. "Well, you should get some rest. You look like you've been through hell." If only he knew how accurate that assessment was. That night, alone in my cabin, I examined the stone I'd taken from the forest. In the lamplight, I could see tiny flecks of quartz that caught the glow, twinkling like distant stars. It remained unnaturally warm, as if it contained some inner heat source. Setting it on my bedside table, I picked up my grandfather's flute instead, turning it over in my hands. The wood felt different somehow, heavier, more substantial. When I put it to my lips to play, the notes seemed to resonate more deeply, filling the small cabin with sound that made the windows vibrate slightly. I fell asleep with the flute beside me and dreamed of Thomas Running Wolf, his body whole again, standing at the edge of a misty forest. He didn't speak, just raised one hand in farewell before turning to walk into the trees, disappearing into fog that parted to receive him. When I woke, the stone on my bedside table was gone. In its place lay a small pile of gray dust, fine as ash. A week passed, then 2. Life at the ranger station returned to normal, or what passed for normal these days. I filed my report on the strange occurrences, carefully edited to exclude the more unbelievable elements. Unexplained phenomena attributed to unusual weather patterns. Thomas Running Wolf reported missing, search ongoing. No one questioned my account. No one connected my increasingly distracted behavior with whatever had happened in those woods. If they noticed the premature gray streaking my once dark hair or the new lines etching themselves around my eyes, they were too polite to mention it. But I knew. I felt the changes within me, not just physical, but deeper. Something had followed me out of that forest, something ancient and patient that had made a home in the hollow spaces of my grief. The dreams came nightly. Sometimes I was back in Vietnam, moving among the wounded and dying. But the field hospital would shift, the canvas walls becoming trees, the cots transforming into forest floor. The soldiers' faces would blur, becoming featureless stone masks that watched me with empty eyes. Other times, I dreamed of Thomas, his body half flesh, half stone, speaking words I couldn't quite hear over the sound of wind through leaves. He seemed to be warning me, trying to tell me something important that remained just beyond my understanding. I began to notice other changes. Birds fell silent when I walked beneath them. Small animals froze in my presence, not in fear but in a strange, expectant stillness. Once a deer stood in my path, regarding me with ancient eyes before deliberately lowering its head as if in deference. Most disturbing were the stones. I'd find them in places they shouldn't be. Perfect circles on my porch steps in the morning, balanced cairns outside my office window, river rocks arranged in spirals on the forest trails I patrolled. Never when anyone was watching. Never when I might catch them being placed. 3 weeks after the incident, Jim called me into his office, concern evident in his furrowed brow. "Ellie, we need to talk," he said, gesturing to the chair across from his desk. "Some hikers reported something unusual yesterday. Said they saw a woman playing a flute deep in the woods near that old burial mound." My mouth went dry. Lots of people play flutes, Jim. That's what I thought. But they were pretty specific about who they saw. He slid a sketch across the desk. A remarkably accurate drawing of me, though with hair fully gray and skin bearing the fine network of cracks I'd seen on Thomas. They said she disappeared when they tried to approach her. Just vanished into the fog. Jim leaned forward, eyes searching mine. "Any idea what they might have seen?" I swallowed hard, mind racing for a plausible explanation. "Maybe someone who looks like me? Or the fog playing tricks on their eyes?" Jim nodded slowly, clearly unconvinced. "Maybe. But that's not the only report we've had. 3 different groups in the past week, all describing the same woman, all near that burial mound. The implications hung in the air between us. Jim had been working these mountains for 20 years. He knew there were things in these forests that defied rational explanation, though he'd never admitted openly. "I need to go back there," I said finally, the words escaping before I could stop them. Jim's expression softened. "Ellie, whatever happened out there, whatever you're not telling me, you don't have to face it alone." But I did. That was the one thing I understood with complete certainty. This was my burden now, passed from Thomas to me through some ancient mechanism I couldn't begin to comprehend. That afternoon, I returned to the burial mound alone. The trail seemed to welcome me now, the path clearer than it had ever been, almost as if the forest was making way for my passage. The fog rolled in as I approached the sacred ground, but it no longer felt threatening, more like a familiar blanket settling around my shoulders. The stone circle where Thomas had made his sacrifice remained untouched, a perfect ring of petrification in the living forest. At its center, something new had formed, a cairn of balanced stones rising nearly to my height, assembled with impossible precision. As I approached, the fog thickened, swirling around the cairn and then reaching toward me with tendrils that felt almost like greeting. I removed my grandfather's flute from my pocket and raised it to my lips. The melody came without conscious thought, notes flowing into the mist and causing it to pulse with harmonious rhythm. The fog responded, shaping itself into recognizable forms, Thomas first, then others I didn't recognize. Ancient faces with high cheekbones and solemn eyes, spirits of this place from long before my time. Guardian, they seemed to say without words, keeper of the boundary. I understood then what Thomas had tried to tell me. Someone had to stay. Someone had to keep the ancient spirits bound to this place, prevent them from seeking vessels beyond the forest, a living anchor for the dead. He had carried that burden until it turned him to stone. Now it was my turn. I continued playing, watching as the fog figures danced to my melody. With each note I felt myself changing, not turning to stone as Thomas had, but becoming something different. Something between worlds. When I finally lowered the flute, the fog remained. curling around me like a living thing. I felt its coolness against my skin, but there was no fear now, only acceptance. I returned to the ranger station that evening, knowing it would be for the last time. My resignation letter was brief: family emergency, immediate departure necessary. Jim didn't question it, just hugged me tightly and made me promise to stay in touch. A promise I knew I couldn't keep. That night, I packed only what mattered: my grandfather's flute, photographs from before Vietnam, a few books I couldn't bear to part with. Everything else I left behind. By dawn, I was back at the burial mound, watching the sunrise filter through trees that seemed to bend toward me in the morning light. The fog had never dissipated, maintaining its vigilant presence around the sacred ground. I built a small cabin near the stone circle, working with tools that sometimes moved on their own, and lumber that shaped itself to my needs. The forest provided everything else: water from a spring that hadn't been there before, food from plants that grew overnight, warmth from stones that radiated heat without fire. Time passes differently here in the Boundary Land. I've stopped counting days or marking calendars. My hair is fully gray now, my skin bearing the fine tracery of lines that will eventually deepen into the cracks that mark Thomas at the end. Sometimes hikers glimpse me playing my flute among the stones. They approach cautiously, calling out questions I can no longer answer in ways they could understand. The fog thickens around me then, and I slip between worlds until they pass. Other times I find messages left at the edge of my domain, small offerings, hastily scrawled notes asking for protection or guidance. The locals know something lives in these woods, something that keeps darker forces at bay. They've begun calling me the Fog Woman, weaving stories about my origin that bear little resemblance to the truth. Thomas visits in my dreams, less frequently now but always with the same message. It was always meant to be you, Ellie. From the moment you came to these mountains carrying your ghosts from Vietnam. I understand now that my war experiences weren't just trauma. They were preparation. The constant presence of death, the liminal space between life and whatever comes after. I'd been walking the boundary my entire adult life without realizing it. On quiet nights when the fog lies still and the stone figures sleep, I sometimes wonder how long I'll serve as guardian. Years, decades? Until my body finally surrenders to the petrification that claimed Thomas? Or will someone else come? Someone marked by death and grief, ready to take up the flute when I can no longer play? The spirits don't answer these questions. They exist in a different time frame, where such concerns are meaningless. They need only know that the boundary is maintained, that the ancient agreement between worlds remains intact. I patrol my domain daily, checking the stone circle for signs of weakness. Sometimes I find new additions, animals caught in the moment of transformation, their stone bodies frozen in postures of flight or fear. I guide these new spirits into the fog, easing their transition from one state to the next. The ranger station sends search parties occasionally. They come with maps and radios and good intentions, calling my name into the silent forest. The fog thickens around them, gently turning them around, leading them back to familiar trails. I watch from between worlds, remembering what it was like to be fully human, to believe that everything had a rational explanation. Jim retired last year, but before he left, he made one final journey to the edge of my territory. He didn't call out or search frantically as the others had. He simply stood at the boundary, looking into the fog with knowing eyes. "I hope you found what you were looking for, Ellie," he said quietly, placing a small carved wooden box on a fallen log. "If you ever need anything." He left the thought unfinished, perhaps realizing the futility of such an offer. What could I possibly need from the world of humans now? After he departed, I emerged from the mist to examine his gift. Inside the box was a photograph of me from before Vietnam, before the stones, before everything changed. A young woman with dark hair and eyes untouched by the things they would later witness. I keep the photograph near my flute, a reminder of what I once was. On difficult days, when the boundary grows thin and the spirits restless, I look at that image and remember why I accepted this burden. Not just for Thomas, or for the ancient agreement he maintained before me, but for that young woman in the photograph, for the idealistic nurse who went to war believing she could make a difference, for all those I couldn't save then, but whose memory I honor now by keeping the boundary intact. The seasons change, but the fog remains constant. Summer heat cannot disperse it. Winter cold only makes it more visible. It has become as much a part of me as my own breath, flowing into and out of my lungs with each inhalation. The petrification advances slowly. First my fingertips, turning gray and hard after particularly difficult nights when the spirits grow restless. Then my hands, the stiffness creeping up my wrists in the morning before receding with the day's first melody. I know what awaits me eventually. I've seen it in Thomas's fate in the deer and other creatures caught between worlds. One day the stone will claim me entirely, and I will join the circle of watchers who came before. But until then I play my grandfather's flute, keeping ancient spirits bound to their resting place. I tend the boundary between worlds, ensuring that whatever dwells here remains here, separate from the realm of the living, and sometimes, on clear nights when the moon is full and the fog thins just enough to see the stars, I remember the young woman I once was. I remember Vietnam and the ranger station and all the human connections now lost to me. I am Eleanor Mitchell, guardian of the boundary, keeper of stones and fog. This is my purpose now, my atonement for those I couldn't save. This is where I belong.